51. Watch carefully. Professor Flitwick waved his wand and cast an activation spell on the painting. After a burst of dazzling green light, the portraits of the two people on the oil painting suddenly blinked at the same time. They first greeted each other. "Hello, Professor Flitwick." "Hello, Cedric." Then they looked at the two people in front of the oil painting. "How are you guys?" "Very good, thank you for your concern." Flitwick obviously had no intention of chatting with himself. He waved his wand and hung the painting on the wall. Soon, the two people in the oil painting left the frame together and went exploring outside. Flitwick wanted to find someone to duel with. The memory Cedric left for himself was that he would ask other people for knowledge. Yes, oil paintings also have memories. But it is said that there is an upper limit. This is really good. Cedric praised him, and then began to ask deeper questions. "Professor Flitwick, I've been thinking about it. If this kind of oil painting can have intelligence, why can't we use it in battle?" "Fighting." Flitwick tilted his head and motioned for Cedric to explain further. "Yes. If it is a duel between wizards, then naturally they will test each other's magic strength, mastery of magic spells, as well as competitions such as reaction speed, quick wit, and the power of magic spells." After Cedric explained, "I asked myself a doubtful question. If it is in reality, why don't we create some magic props to assist ourselves? The duel between wizards is quite special. Because no matter what spell you cast, you need to mobilize all your magic power to cast it. You can only speed up the spell, but you cannot use it at the same time and cast two kinds of magic at the same time. Therefore, wizards will try their best to avoid fighting with each other head-on. A head-to-head fight is like two fired bullets. Even if your own bullet is more powerful than your opponent's, unless there is a several times difference, it is likely to ricochet. So you saw the wizard duel. It's two people holding up magic wands to test each other. The one who strikes first needs to think. What magic attack will he use to suppress the opponent? Can he crush him all the way and finally achieve victory? The last one to take action was thinking. What spells should you use to remove the spell or defend yourself, so that you consume less, and then find opportunities to counterattack, and ultimately achieve the goal of victory? Except for people like Voldemort. Magic, power, and even evil psychology can lead to powerful black magic. Only then can it be done. The opponent couldn't defend himself against his magic, so he was defeated in 2 or 3 blows. That is to say, if the opponent's damage doesn't far exceed your defense. The choice of spell, the proficiency of the spell, and even the nerves may even become important factors that affect the outcome. So, Cedric has always wondered why he didn't get some props. Your question is very novel. In your own office. Flitwick took out his wand, placed it in his hand and examined it carefully. He thought for a long time. This gave an answer. First of all, making magic props requires extremely powerful magic. It is not that simple to make an ordinary item have magical properties. Secondly, we seem to be used to using magic to solve everything. Said. Flitwick demonstrated it on the spot. If I need anything. He clicked the tea set with his wand, and the teapot started to move automatically. Then he clicked on the messy pile of homework lying on the ground. Soon, a pair of invisible hands began to sort it out. The homework was placed one by one and rearranged into a neat pile on the floor. Cedric was silent. These are not even some powerful spells, but just magic spells that come out randomly as Professor Flitwick thinks. Like Mrs. Weasley. She waved her magic wand at the kitchen utensils in the kitchen, and then started cooking dinner according to her ideas. Thoughts control magic, and magic expands infinitely. Cedric understood somewhat. I carry the memories of an ordinary person in my previous life, so I have great expectations and offer machines that can operate automatically. Even though the machine will be slower at first. But the advantage is that it can continuously operate on its own, which will eventually surpass muggles with limited energy. But wizards are different. Even if a bombed-out house is repaired, if there is no magic left in it, repair is just a matter of spells. Even if the magic power is low, it's just a matter of using it a few more times. But what I'm most confused about is... Flitwick looked at Cedric with a scrutinizing look. Strictly speaking, this is a peaceful time in the wizarding world. Why would the Cedric in front of him actually want to spend a lot of time and energy to develop an item that only exists for combat? Child, what makes you start thinking that you must win in an actual battle? Cedric was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly said, "Actually, I have realized since I was very young that the mysterious man will actually come back, right?" "You? Why are you so sure?" Flitwick was stunned. In fact, the current magic world, except Dumbledore, was pretty sure Voldemort would come back. All the Death Eaters who had been marked by Voldemort knew that Voldemort was not really dead. Because although their marks are very faded, they are still there. But some may think so. Voldemort no longer has the strength to make a comeback. Later, as Voldemort's power continued to recover, the mark gradually deepened, which was why Karkaroff approached Snape in panic to discuss it. "You know who? You know who? No matter how evil and terrifying a person is, if he is really dead, why don't you even dare to mention his name?" Cedric gave an example. "Even Grindelwald is only rarely known, but it's not that he's afraid to mention it, this?" Flitwick looked down and thought. Although this reason was valid, he felt a little forced based on this alone. He opened his mouth to console and said, "I know that many people may now say that Voldemort will make a comeback, but—" "Professor!" Cedric interrupted Professor Flitwick in a rare move. He smiled helplessly. "You can't say that he knows the plot himself, just think of it as my own unfounded worries." This. Professor Flitwick didn't know what to do. He could tell that Cedric was hiding something, but the other party said he didn't want to talk about it anymore. This troubled him. Thinking about these is much more complicated than studying duels and spells. "It's okay, Professor, maybe you can point me to a clear path. If I really want to learn this knowledge, who do you think I should look for?" Cedric asked. "See how persistent he is." Flitwick, who had already established a mentor-disciple relationship with him, had no choice but to lower his head and think carefully. In his opinion, Cedric is his best disciple and half-successor. If you really want to learn, it is a waste to find ordinary wizards. If you want to find one, you must try to find a master in this way. Soon, a dazzling name appeared in his mind. He raised his head suddenly. "If you really want to learn alchemy, then there is a unique candidate in this world. It's just that ordinary people really can't find him. But you're very lucky because you know someone, possibly the only one who knows his whereabouts." "Who?" Cedric asked eagerly. "Dumbledore," Flitwick said simply. "Only Dumbledore knows. And he is also a master of alchemy." That person's name quickly popped into Cedric's mind. "Professor Flitwick, are you talking about?" He was completely stunned. After a while, Cedric and Flitwick said the man's name at the same time, Nico Flamel. The greatest alchemist in the world. Also known. The only legendary being in the world who created the Philosopher's Stone and successfully allowed himself and his wife to live over 600 years old. 52. Cedric is very worried now. After talking to Professor Flitwick last time, the other party said that he would communicate with Professor Dumbledore. Soon, Professor Dumbledore responded. He said that he needed to confirm with the other party and let Cedric study with peace of mind until the end of the semester. This matter was temporarily shelved. Cedric also knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he suppressed his emotions again and continued to accumulate his own knowledge reserves. If there really is a day when I can meet Nicholas Flamel, he must be completely prepared. With the blessing of his crazy reading and extensive memorization skills, he has memorized all the knowledge of Hogwarts, including 5th grade. Although it is still far from complete mastery. But now if he is asked to take the paper exam, the OWL, Ordinary Wizarding Level Examination, written exam is completely out of the question. He can get all O, outstanding. It's always a crazy study day. Cedric is also calculating the days every day. And now, it's the weekend of the second week of June. The results have already been announced. With perfect scores, Cedric once again set a new record since the founding of Hogwarts. Tonight is the farewell dinner at Hogwarts. When he arrived at the auditorium with his friends, it had been decorated with yellow and black colors representing Hufflepuff. Before this, Slytherin has won the House Cup 5 years in a row. When Cedric walked into the auditorium, all the Hufflepuffs stood up and applauded. Thanks to him for bringing Hufflepuff its long-lost glory. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also applauded him. The Slytherins looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. Cedric walked to Hufflepuff's desk and looked towards the teacher's chair. At this moment, all the teachers, including Dumbledore, had arrived. On the wall behind the teacher's desk, a huge banner with a Hufflepuff badger hung. Another year has passed. Dumbledore stood up, and the noise around him gradually died down. Before enjoying the delicious food, I invite you to listen to 25 old man's clichés. He said cheerfully, this is a year destined to go down in history. He wanted to raise his glass to Flitwick and Cedric, and then turned his attention to everyone in front. Everyone's little brains are a little more enriched than before. There is still a whole summer vacation waiting for everyone. I hope everyone can enjoy the summer vacation, adjust well, and wait for the new year of study. Now, Dumbledore raised his voice, let's conduct the Academy Cup Award ceremony. The scores for each college are as follows: 4th place, Gryffindor, 324 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 401.2 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, 462 points. 1st place, Hufflepuff, 581 points. Loud cheers erupted from Hufflepuff's table. They pounded the table. He shouted Cedric's name in unison. Everyone knows. Among the more than 500 points, at least more than 300 points come from Cedric. Includes academic scores. Including points earned on the Quidditch field, of which the Quidditch Cup alone can add 100 points. Slytherins who can't deal with Gryffindor. He would even laugh at the other party when he was in conflict with him. All the Gryffindors can't compare to Cedric alone, at this time. The Weasley twins would be particularly embarrassed. Because the two of them were deducted more than 50 points, which is also an important reason why Gryffindor is at the bottom. At this wonderful dinner, Cedric, on the other hand, was very worried. Because after tonight, everyone will leave Hogwarts tomorrow morning. But he waited until the dinner was over, and didn't even wait for Dumbledore. Early the next morning, everyone's wardrobes were empty, and they were neatly placed in their suitcases. On the eve of boarding the bus, notices were sent to everyone, warning them that they were not allowed to use magic during the holidays. Cedric bid farewell to Hagrid and boarded the train. Watching the scenery outside the window change from a dense forest to a town, he finally took off his net master's robe. Changed back into his jacket and jeans. Soon, the train stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. After returning home, Cedric immediately wrote to Slughorn. He wished he could introduce himself to some master of alchemy. Even without Nickholm. You can't just waste your summer vacation like this. However, Cedric did not wait for his reply. Instead, he waited for Dumbledore's home visit first. He was so tall that he stood at the door, occupying the entire door frame. He asked with a dusty breath, Cedric, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. If you are ready, we can leave now. Yes, you don't need to bring a bow, just leave. After explaining it to my parents, Cedric soon followed Dumbledore out of the house. Hold my hand! Dumbledore shouted, and used Cedric to teleport. This is not the first time he has teleported. Cedric quickly got used to the feeling. He let go of Dumbledore's hand, and the other person's arm was thinner than he thought. This old man. Perhaps the support ground is more difficult than everyone imagined. What's wrong with you? Dumbledore, who was always paying attention to him, noticed something strange. Nothing, just. Cedric looked up at him, you seem to be thinner than I thought. Maybe you should eat more. The exercise above will also help you. You have to eat on time. Dumbledore froze. He had never heard anyone speak such caring words to him. He is Dumbledore. It's the headmaster of Hogwarts. He is the most powerful white mage in existence and has survived the era of 2 Dark Lords. No one would believe that he couldn't take care of himself. Although he actually often neglects to eat. Is this the unique charm of Cedric that makes everyone like him? This really surprised him. Very unexpected greeting, but I sincerely thank you. Dumbledore regretted it. He should probably spend more time getting to know Cedric, and maybe there will be more surprises. Because I only see him occasionally. In his observation, Cedric's prestige, due to the increase in legendary value, will automatically increase a lot every once in a while. Even the most arrogant Slytherins. Facing Cedric, who crushed and defeated them, they all showed expressions of sincerity. This is completely suppressed. This reminded him of an old friend who was good at speaking, and it also made him reluctant to open his heart to Cedric. You are welcome. Cedric continued, I also have some research on food supplements. I can write you a set meal and have the kitchen cook it for you on time. Food supplement. As Dumbledore spoke, he motioned for Cedric to follow him. Yes. Just by eating, you can replenish your body, and it can even be beneficial to some injuries. Cedric followed Dumbledore. The two of them walked forward in a slightly embarrassed manner, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, 1 foot deep in the mud. This is a wonderful idea. Dumbledore pulled his right leg out of the black mud and scraped it hard on the hard stone road. Then he continued to sigh, this is really great news. To be honest, sometimes when I think about the ingredients for potions, I feel like I can't swallow them. Really? Cedric also came out of the mud zone. He looked back. The muddy area behind him had turned into a forest. It seems that the mud area just now should be a magical protection measure. Every time I walk here, I feel embarrassed. Dumbledore also sighed. Then the two of them took out their wands, cleaned the mud off their bodies, and then walked along the clean stone road towards a U-shaped house. The house has 2 floors in the middle. But there is a tall tower at each end. We are coming. Dumbledore knocked on the door. Soon, a trembling old man opened the door. It is indeed Nickholm. Cedric's heart skipped a beat for a moment. The whole Harry Potter world. The 2 most powerful people in Bideo were both standing in front of him at this moment. Cedric looked at him carefully. He is indeed the same as in the movie, with a weird white color all over his body. Not the kind with white hair and beard. Rather, it was as if someone had tapped out the feeling of whiteness from within. I heard that the magic stone will continuously extract the user's emotions, and if there are many users, they will lose their desire for many things. Maybe that's why. Nickholm finally agreed to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. There is nothing left for him in the world that can arouse his emotions again. Just like he said. Death is another great adventure. Everyone come in. Nickholm let the 2 men into the house. Come to the table and sit down. He then used the light in the room to look at Cedric carefully, and then said in a tone full of memories, if Dumbledore hadn't asked me. I almost forgot. I myself made a wish 300 years ago to teach a successor. Madame Nickholm came out. She is a very kind lady. Wearing an apron made of white linen, her hair is tied up high on the back of her head. But her body was the same as her husband's, with a kind of emptied paleness. She placed a booklet on the table. While opening it, he explained to the 2 people at the table, when we sense that our interest will be withdrawn. We just kept writing down wishes and hoping that they would come true later to stimulate our emotions. But it turned out to be ineffective. Most of these wishes have either been fulfilled or we have given up, but there are only a few that we have kept. Cedric saw. There are many crossed-out wishes on it. For example, eat a new delicacy, go on a bike ride around the island, go on an ocean voyage, eat boogers-flavored BB beans. Until Madame Flamel stopped flipping through. On the page where the book stopped, it was written, the professor gave birth to an excellent successor of alchemy. It just made Cedric puzzled. This wish also has an obvious scratch on it. I was given to Dumbledore by the professor. Nicholas Flamel went on to explain, but last time he told me that he is now older and too busy with chores, so it may be too late to pass on the art of alchemy. You just happened to show up. A genius that is rare to see in a century, but... Nickholm stopped talking and looked at Dumbledore. Apparently 790 the latter has something to say. A test. Dumbledore looked at Cedric and said seriously, in order to be able to let Nico teach you with peace of mind, and in order not to make the same mistakes we have made again, we have prepared a test. We need you to confirm a few questions. His eyes dropped. He seemed a little embarrassed. This will have a great impact on you. Please seriously consider whether you want to start this assessment. Assessment? Cedric realized something almost immediately. Veritaserum. Apart from this, there will be no more direct and effective assessment. The so-called great influence. Therefore, if the other party asks, I have the potential of the Dark Lord. I guess I won't be able to get out of this hut? What a pity. What a pity. Dumbledore, I'm ready. The reason why the Ministry of Magic does not use memory checks and Veritaserum as interrogation standards. It is because these 2 points can be guarded against. But don't forget Lockhart, the master of forgetfulness. He can make wizards who have experienced adventures completely forget that they have done that. Then steal the other person's experience. And Slughorn, the couch teacher. After Dumbledore brought him back to teach, he gave Harry Potter a task. Let him approach Teacher Sofa. And ask whether one of the memories is true or false. This memory was the memory of Voldemort asking him about Horcruxes. Later, Slughorn changed this memory because he was afraid. Dumbledore doubted this. That's why Harry was asked to ask him, because what the other party cared about most was the little wizard who was like a star. Everything becomes reasonable. Cedric suddenly understood. Why did Dumbledore clearly tell him about summer vacation, but deliberately didn't look for him when it was just over? Instead, he found himself the day after he returned home. Brought myself here directly. After all, people who have just returned home with luggage should not be in the mood or have the time to prepare the Veritaserum potion and carry it with them at all times. This can be maximized. Make sure you have no defense against Veritaserum. As for occlumency, Cedric only learned it from Snape at the beginning, and then directly improved through experience. Snape didn't even know he could. It is even more impossible for Dumbledore to know that he knows it. After all, this is an extremely partial and extremely advanced skill. So, this incident proves how important it is to prepare in advance. Cedric cleared his throat and said in the most upright manner, "I have no problem, I am willing to accept the test." Dumbledore nodded towards Nicholm. The latter took out a bottle of green potion and poured 3 drops into a water glass. "This is Veritaserum, you drink it and we can get started." 53. Your idea of automation is very good, but I don't have enough energy to study it anymore. I also hope that you can concentrate more. You will achieve something in alchemy. Looking at Nicholas Flamel, who was persuading Cedric non-stop, Dumbledore thought back to himself. Nicholm also told herself the same thing back then. Later in his studies, he even told him that if he didn't have so many chores, he could make a magic stone of his own. This is the highest achievement of alchemy. Unfortunately, he has too many things to worry about. You seem to be worried. Madame Flamel brought over a glass of ice-cold lemonade. Yes, I even hesitate at this moment. Dumbledore took a sip of the drink in his hand. The sweet and sour lemon juice always cheers him up. Hasn't it been tested before? Madame Flamel was very puzzled. Although the contact time was short, Cedric made her feel very good. Not even an exaggeration. She even wished it was her own child. Yes, completely flawless. Dumbledore thought back to his previous question. When they asked him why he wanted to learn alchemy so much, Cedric said, "I want to promote technological innovation in the wizarding world and change the life attitude of the wizarding world so that everyone can be more united and integrated." When they asked him what else he wanted to do next, Cedric said, "I also want to develop a better wolfsbane potion, and even completely cure this blood curse, and earn more glory for Hufflepuff." They have been silent for too long. This will also make Professor Sprout happy. When they asked him what he would do if he became Minister for Magic, Cedric said, "I'm embarrassed to say it, but I should encourage wizards to have more children. I know the 2 brothers of the Weasley family, and I think their family is very good. And many things can be solved naturally if there are more people." At last, they asked him, what would he do if he failed the assessment? Cedric said with some embarrassment, "I will ask for at least one group photo and autograph, so it's not a wasted trip. But I won't give up alchemy either. I will also work hard to learn alchemy and continue to work hard in this area." The answer was flawless. It even got to the point where Dumbledore felt a little ashamed of himself. But officially because of this, it made him notice something strange. "Just think that I am suspicious, but sometimes when I look back on everything about him, I will also be afraid of him." Dumbledore stared at Cedric again. "This kind of fear scares me even more than when I face Riddle." Listen to Dumbledore actually say the word fear. Madame Flamel was astonished. "What about you? Why are you afraid of him?" She even stuttered a little, and, "What, how could you compare Cedric to the mysterious man?" Human beings feel affection for things smaller than themselves. For example, kittens, puppies, or giggling babies, these are all very cute in our eyes. Dumbledore explained, "But at the same time, I will be afraid of objects that are much larger than myself, such as huge chimneys, statues, etc. This is in essence. In fact, it is a kind of fear that is extended from a kind of powerlessness and uncontrollable anxiety when people face items and things that they cannot control." Madame Flamel seemed to understand. In fact, she already understood it, but she couldn't believe the meaning she understood. She demonstrated her shock with laughter, and then said uncertainly, "Are you saying that this 12-year-old child makes you feel helpless and anxious that you can't see through him?" Without waiting for Dumbledore to answer, Madame Flamel waved her hand and denied it. "It must not be the case. Once again it exceeded her expectations. Yes. Dumbledore said in a heavy tone, people are afraid of things they have no control over. It's the same fear. When I'm afraid that a chimney or a statue will fall and hit me, I will instinctively avoid it. But if I see a piece of meat with countless holes gnawed by insects, and the dense number of holes makes me scared, my first instinct is to destroy it. Dumbledore sighed, Cedric is so perfect. I have never seen anyone like him. I look forward to his growth, becoming a rising star in the magical world, and eventually turning into the sun to shine on all living beings. But I'm scared too. I have woken up from my dream more than one night. What if one day, he suddenly announces that he wants to rule the magic world? If I die then, who can stop him? Dumbledore couldn't help but tremble. He is more talented than Riddle, and he also has the desire to win. He is more charismatic than Grindelwald. In just 1 year, he conquered 3 of the 4 academies. Stop talking. Madame Flamel covered her heart and did not dare to listen any more. The combination of these two together is scary just thinking about it. But she also has doubts. What about love? What about the power of love that you have always believed in? I am sorry, I have other things I have to focus on right now. When Dumbledore said this, Mrs. Flamel understood. She nodded, what scares you is not only his perfection, but also his strangeness. Dumbledore didn't speak, which was his acquiescence. I may be able to guess why you have been unwilling to take the initiative to get close to him. Madame Flamel continued her analysis, you see yourself as your last resort. So you are afraid of getting close to him, and you are afraid that after you give him trust, he will use this trust to cause greater damage to the magic world. This was almost made clear. Dumbledore is afraid that Cedric will become the second Grindelwald. Grindelwald dominated the wizarding world back then. The only one who could compete with him was Dumbledore, who was his lover, so he didn't take action. This matter is combined with that of my sister. Let him know that he has not completely let go of Grindelwald yet. Leave it to us, Dumbledore. Madame Flamel looked gently at her husband and Cedric who were chatting. My husband hasn't been this happy for a long time. We can't help you see whether he will become the Dark Lord, but we can give him more love and tell you whether he will have a desire for power. This is exactly what I was looking forward to. Dumbledore came to the door and confirmed to Madame Flamel again, in the next year, this child will be handed over to you. I hope you will give him more love, if... His throat rolled. If he really becomes the devil. I can only hope that he is a careerist like Grindelwald who has not completely destroyed his conscience. I think you are worrying too much. Mrs. Flamel said goodbye to Dumbledore, we will take good care of the child. You need to explain the school and his home. This is what I should do. Dumbledore glanced at Cedric one last time. Then he turned around and went out into the afternoon sunshine. Although he was already in his old age, there were still many things waiting for him to do. The following year, Cedric studied with Nicholm every step of the way. Hogwarts has had a relatively quiet year. The Hufflepuffs returned to their original form again, losing the leadership of Cedric. They lost successively in Quidditch and the College Cup. From the first place in the last school year, he fell directly back to the 4th place. It wasn't just the little badgers who missed him. The Slytherins took first place again. But he wasn't that happy either. There was a hint of regret in their laughter. Cedric's absence made their victory seem so empty. Even the Ravenclaws miss him. No, Cedric. Not only do I have questions about my homework and I don't know who to ask, but there is also a handsome figure missing in the library who can always be eye-catching. The one whose mentality has changed the most is Gryffindor. They learned that Cedric took a year off from school and went through the dueling club that started in his 2nd grade. Everyone is gearing up. Everyone wants to compete with Cedric. As for the professors, they all missed the student who could bring extra light to Hogwarts. Hagrid and Filch began to eat hot pot together often. The two of them will count slowly. What Cedric told them. As for the freshmen this year, it is the most head-scratching class. Cedric wasn't at Hogwarts. But his legend is spread everywhere. During potions class. Snape, cheer up. I really hope that together you can be 1% as smart as Cedric, so that I don't have to teach you how to cut potions like a chef. In Transfiguration class. McGonagall, you are really the worst class I have ever taught. Cedric, the senior in the previous class, could perfectly conjure needles in the 1st class. In herb class. Sprout, it would be great if Cedric was here. Is he the only one who has the habit of previewing homework, In Charms class. Flitwick, it would be great if Cedric was here, his duel would definitely be exciting. During flying lessons. Mrs. Hooch, flying has infinite miracles. Cedric became the Quidditch captain in the first grade. You must at least learn to fly. Anyway. When you finish your first pot of potion with excitement. Snape will suddenly introduce the 108 bottles of potions that Cedric made and filled the cabinet. When you successfully conjure a needle, feel a little proud. McGonagall placed Cedric's trophy as the youngest animagus in history in the classroom. Anyway. For this year's freshmen. They remembered the name Cedric better than anyone else. So, after a dull year, it was finally time for Harry Potter to enroll in school. It's 10:30 in the morning. Uncle Vernon put all Harry's suitcases on the trolley and helped him push them into the station. While Harry was still wondering. Why would Uncle Vernon be so kind when he did? I saw the other party suddenly stopped and grinned maliciously at him. You got it, boy. Platform 9 3/4, it seems that those weird wizards haven't had time to build it yet, right? Harry panicked. He glanced back and forth across the platform and saw a plastic sign in the middle of the two platforms saying 9, and another one on the next platform saying 9-10, among the two. There is nothing but a 3/4 platform. I wish you a smooth start to school. Uncle Vernon laughed angrily. He didn't mean to help Harry at all and just turned around and left. Harry watched as the Vernon family turned around with smiles and passed by a tall and handsome boy. The owl is quite beautiful. The tall and handsome boy suddenly spoke, even startling Harry. Seeing him, he directly reached out to touch Hedwig. Harry hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, it has a bad temper." Fine. Cedric's hand had reached into the cage. He touched the forehead of this brave owl who finally died for his master. Because of pet-friendly reasons. The other party also happily accepted his touch. Very strong, he must be able to deliver messages very quickly. Oh. Only then did Harry react. He asked excitedly, "Are you a wizard too?" "Certainly." Cedric smiled, took his hand back and looked at Harry. His complicated eyes, coupled with the natural coercion of the legendary value bonus. Harry, who was still feeling low on self-esteem, lowered his head unconsciously. "You are a freshman, right?" Cedric was about to speak to lighten the mood. As a result, I heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Of course there are a lot of muggles here. They both looked back at the same time. The person who spoke was a fat lady, and she was accompanied by 4 boys with flaming red hair. It was the Weasley family. Harry saw a group of people on the other side visibly paused, and then they all walked towards the people around them. "Oh my God! Cedric!" Mrs. Weasley squeezed Cedric's hand hard and looked up and down carefully. He sighed with satisfaction, "You are indeed as good as I imagined. To be honest, you are much more handsome than the photos in the book." "Hey, boss!" 2 twins who looked almost identical also came over. "Mother!" Percy walked over with a vigilant face, "Everyone around is looking at us." "Mrs. Weasley, you go in first, I have to find a place to take out my sign. Now that Cedric is back, I won't let go of the opportunity to gain experience points. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat." And he didn't want to ruin Harry's relationship with the Weasleys. Although it is to compare with the other party. But that was an honest comparison, and he didn't bother to use such small tricks. "What brand?" Mrs. Weasley still didn't understand. But Percy had already urged her to go in, "It's a sign to attract passers-by. Cedric has done this before. Wait for Cedric to come back with his spell cast." The Weasleys and Harry had already left. Cedric completed his work as a guide this year with peace of mind. After gaining 1,600 experience points, he also entered the 9 3/4 station folder. Hogwarts. 3 small protagonists, Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Cho Chang. Hagrid, Filch, and the professors. Cedric is back. 54. To avoid trouble. Cedric was the last one to be recorded on the Hogwarts Express. He found an unoccupied carriage, locked the door and began to rest. Cedric devoted all his energy to studying with Nicholm. In the next year, he had to take some time to digest the knowledge in his mind, and he also needed to prepare to deal with Voldemort. The first year is the easiest. Voldemort possesses Quirrell and needs to absorb the blood of the unicorn to accumulate strength, which cannot even be called resurrection. Halfway through, he was hit on the back of the head with a snowball by Gemini. In other words, the Geminis have slapped Voldemort in the face. But overall, this year was the biggest change in Harry's life. Here he will gain friends, glory, and a new life. Cedric fell asleep unconsciously as he recalled what would happen this year. Until it gets late. He was awakened by the sound of the train's whistle. Even by the time he got off the bus, the students around him had almost left. Just when Cedric was about to board the last carriage, a familiar figure appeared. Cedric. The person who came to pick him up was Dumbledore. Principal, I didn't expect you to come in person. Cedric was a little surprised. After all, after he passed the test that time, he even got Merlin's character template, but he still didn't get Dumbledore's. This made him mutter. He was a little curious about what Dumbledore thought of him. Let's go, no one knows you are coming yet, let's go together and give everyone a surprise. Dumbledore hugged Cedric affectionately. His voice and actions were much kinder and kinder than a year ago. This is also thanks to Madame Flamel. This year, she shared many little stories about Cedric with Dumbledore. Dumbledore was indeed ready to change his attitude. Certainly. It is still difficult to let go of the guard in my heart. Thank you, Principal. Cedric was a little flattered. If he didn't have a system, I believe he would have changed his mind about himself. Bring it on. The Phoenix Fox landed on Dumbledore's shoulders. The next moment, the two of them appeared on the main road leading to the auditorium. Just wait a moment and let us give them a little surprise 380. Dumbledore signaled Cedric to wait for a moment, and then walked into the Great Hall first. This is? Want to enjoy your solo grand entrance? Cedric became more and more depressed now. Dumbledore, if you would be kind to yourself, you would give me the template card. Show me your life wish. But after all, it was impossible to say these words. He could only wait in the passage for a while. At this time, in the auditorium, a relieved Harry Potter had just sat down on the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindors were extremely excited. They gave Harry the loudest cheers. Prefect Percy stood up and held his hand tightly, and the Weasley twins shouted proudly at the Slytherins, "We have Harry Potter! Harry Potter is ours!" Facing the arrogant Weasley twins, the Slytherins could only glare at each other, but they were unable to fight back. Harry looked away from Slytherin and looked towards the high platform. On the high podium, he first saw the tall Hagrid, and sitting next to him was Mr. Filch, who distributed oil lamps to them after getting off the car. Hagrid noticed his gaze and gave him a thumbs up. Harry couldn't help but grin. This was the first time in his life that he felt so welcome. A huge gap between the two worlds. He was so excited at this moment that he wished he could live here all his life. I was happy alone for a while. Harry continued to scan the podium. There was another face he recognized on the teacher's bench, that was Mr. Albus * Dumbledore sitting on the huge solid gold chair in the middle. While on the train, Harry Potter had seen his card from the Chocolate Frog Wizard screen. Finally, there is the somewhat neurotic Professor Quirrell whom he met in the Leaky Cauldron. There was some change in his outfit. There was a big purple scarf wrapped around his head, which looked very weird. After sweeping around, the Sorting Hat has also come to the penultimate Ronald. Ronald sat on the chair with a blue face, making Harry sweat for him. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, the Sorting Hat shouted, "Gryffindor!" I was almost scared to death. I thought we were going to deal with a giant monster. Ronald suddenly collapsed on the seat next to Harry, CFDB, because the prophet in the original book spoke. That's great, Ronald. Harry clapped loudly along with the others. Soon, the last freshman cup was assigned to Slytherin. So far, all the freshmen have done it. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, picked up the Sorting Hat and left. Dumbledore stood up from the main seat. I know everyone is hungry, but I have another classmate who I want to introduce to you again. He glanced at all the students with a smile on his face. Then he turned his body and took the lead in applauding in the direction of the passage. Let us welcome once again, the return of Cedric. Harry Potter felt a vacuum fall around him for a second. Subsequently, the cheers of the Hufflepuffs were deafening. Harry shrank his head and covered his ears. The cheers were about to knock down the ceiling. This is too exaggerated. He couldn't help but ask Ronald next to him, "Who is he? Have you met him before?" Ronald said in surprise, "He was the one who started Hogwarts as the guide. In short, he is a very scary person." Scary person? Harry Potter immediately thought of Voldemort. He exclaimed, "Is he a dark wizard?" Cough cough cough. Ronald almost choked at his words. He hammered his chest fiercely before suppressing his saliva. He is the kind of legendary child from other people's families. Number 1 in the whole grade, and became the Quidditch captain in the first year. He is also the youngest animagus in history, and even received the first level Sir Merlin badge. What's even more terrifying is... Ronald looked back at his brothers, then lowered his voice and said, "Fred, George, and my mother all had nothing but praise for him." He said in disbelief, "The three of them will never agree on more than 3 things in this life." Harry was still digesting. Why can't Ronald's twin brother see eye to eye with Mrs. Weasley? Hermione on the opposite side suddenly spoke, "Are you talking about Senior Cedric?" "Yet." Ronald nodded dully. "Sure enough, he is a very powerful person. I have read about his deeds in many newspapers and saw his book at Flourish and Blott's bookstore." Hermione said quickly and excitedly, "I couldn't believe it before. Such a powerful person is actually the senior Jong who is still studying at Hogwarts." Ronald was just about to say something back. But at this moment, Cedric has already walked out of the passage. After seeing him, the applause in the auditorium instantly reached another level. Harry was even surprised to find that except for Gryffindor, who did not stand up, the other 3 houses actually stood up and applauded him. This is incredible. When he was cheered just now, Gryffindor was the most enthusiastic, while Slytherin was silent. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sat and applauded. Now, except for Gryffindor who sat down and clapped, the other 3 houses actually stood up and clapped. It's not just them. On the teacher's bench, all the professors present, including Dumbledore, stood up in unison and kept applauding him. Hagrid and Filch even smiled with 12 big teeth. This magic school is so magical. It shocked Harry for 100 years. Harry Potter couldn't help but look at Cedric, who was walking slowly. He looks young. He doesn't look much older than himself. But the lifting body and the firm pace make people involuntarily have a feeling that they can trust him. Cedric quickly came to everyone. I saw him smile faintly. I don't need to introduce myself. Everyone burst into laughter involuntarily. How could he influence and mobilize everyone's emotions so easily? Harry noticed. Although Cedric has just appeared, but his elegance and calmness, as well as his seemingly innate nobility and respect, make people involuntarily admire him. It was as if he was waving his arms. Everyone is willing to follow him into the battlefield. He is a born leader. A thought flashed through Harry Potter's mind. After looking around, he further confirmed this idea in his mind. Ever since Cedric appeared on the scene, everyone has been deeply attracted to him, as if attracted by a mysterious and irresistible force, making the whole room immersed in the powerful aura he brought. Such confidence and charm are simply not human. "Welcome." Dumbledore on the stage interrupted everyone's laughter. "Please take a seat, Cedric. Because you are taking a year off from school, you will take classes with the second-year students. I think you will adapt quickly." "No problem, Professor." Cedric walked quickly back to Hufflepuff's table. "Welcome everybody." Dumbledore spoke too loudly again, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Welcome everyone to start a new school year at Hogwarts. Before school starts, I have a few words to tell you, that is, idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw it." Dumbledore sat down again. His slightly crazy words successfully eased the joyful atmosphere at the scene. Except the Slytherins. Most people also looked away from Cedric. Harry is no exception. He hesitated and asked Ronald next to him, "Is he a little crazy?" "That's right." Ronald nodded, "But this does not hinder it. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard now." He suddenly raised his voice, "Want to eat this roasted suckling pig? I heard from Fred and George that all the dishes you have never seen here were invented by Cedric." "What?" Only then did Harry realize it. The empty plates in front of me were now filled with food. The roast suckling pig that Ronald said. At this moment, he was facing it with 2 steaming nostrils. On the left is a large fish with unique scales carved in orange-red soup. On the right side are huge meatballs the size of fists. Around these, there are some roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, and various potato seasonings. Stunning kung fu. Ronald, who was next door, had already torn off a suckling pig leg and started eating it. His mouth was full of oil while he was chewing it, and he kept nodding at him crazily, gesturing for him to start quickly. Harry wasn't polite either. He followed suit and tore a large piece of roasted suckling pig into the dinner plate, then took a little of each and started chewing. After a few mouthfuls, Harry's eyes suddenly lit up and he completely let down his guard. Ding! Touched that Harry * Potter succeeded. You receive bonus talent points +5, legendary value +3 points. Harry * Potter template card has not been generated yet, cannot be viewed temporarily. Cedric turned to look at Harry. I couldn't help but smile when I saw him munching on the roasted suckling pig. I really didn't expect it. Harry was moved by just one meal? But the template card was not generated. Is it because you still don't know who you are going to face? However, he is indeed the protagonist. Just by touching him, I got so many talent points and legendary points. Cedric opened the system and took a look. Plus the gains of the past year. Now I have 348,900 experience points, 20 talent points, and a legendary value of 13/14. It looks like the data has increased a lot. Cedric also began to think about ways to add points that would maximize the effect. The fight against Voldemort will begin this year. It's time to start using the data that I have accumulated likes for so long. He was thinking about it. But he didn't feel the changes in the eyes of the Slytherins next door. Suddenly. Just the moment when everyone is enjoying the delicious food. The Slytherins suddenly stood up with a roar. You can tell by looking at their seats. They are all 3rd, 4th, and 5th year Slytherin students. That is, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade students that Cedric enrolled in at the beginning. They are the ones most affected by him. Headmaster Dumbledore. They shouted in unison, now that Cedric has re-enrolled, we strongly urge him to select the military academy. Shocking. The sound of chewing in the auditorium disappeared for a few seconds. Then there was definitely noisy discussion. Choose again. There is no such precedent before, right? There was no Cedric before. Yes, I always insist that he is the real king of Slytherin. Damn it, the Slytherins are trying to take away the scoring title, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on us. Gryffindor is always at the bottom anyway. Are you crazy? Cedric will always be Hufflepuff's Cedric. I think it's good to re-elect. Anyway, the worst thing is to re-elect Hufflepuff. What if we, Ravenclaw, are selected? It makes sense. Anyway, even if you enter Slytherin, it will be the same as now. Cedric was stunned. He didn't expect that the Slytherins would have such thoughts. He clearly felt it. There were 2 scorching eyes on the rostrum, staring at him. 55. Cedric followed his gaze. As expected. The eyes came from Professor Dumbledore and Professor Quirrell respectively. Don't worry about Professor Quirrell. It must be that Voldemort has become interested in him and will at most come to recruit him. This is easy to deal with. The key is that Dumbledore is in a lot of trouble. He was already wary of him, but now he is even more suspicious. Cedric suddenly felt a headache. These little snakes really don't make people worry. He had previously thought that the trouble the little snakes caused him was at best bullying the Mudblood and looking down on him. Anyway, it's just a duel at most. As a result, the angle at which they seek trouble is extremely tricky. First there were those in green robes, then there were demands for re-election to the academy. The current scene. There is no difference from the pink toad in the future when he found the room of requirement and saw Harry's list of Dumbledore's troops. Dumbledore couldn't believe that. Did you intend to develop your power at Hogwarts? But this was clearly not something he did, it was something the little snakes forced on him. Although it tastes delicious. But we must not take the blame for this. Cedric stood up immediately. Sonorous. That. Thank you very much Slytherins for your kindness, but... Cedric's firm voice echoed throughout the auditorium, but next time you just ask me directly about this, because no matter how many times you choose, I will always be Hufflepuff. Please don't make such requests that I don't know about next time. We are all classmates. We are united and our goal is to successfully complete our studies here under the leadership of Principal Dumbledore and professors. Thank you. Under Cedric's strong refusal. This storm has finally subsided. The Slytherins sat down and whispered among themselves, discussing how to win this year's Academy Cup. Cedric really wanted to tell them. The biggest difficulty this year is not him, but Gryffindor. In the original work, Dumbledore doesn't care about martial ethics, and gave Gryffindor 200 points in his last breath. Pull the bottom directly to the first place. This is the biggest bug. It's a pity that only he knows this kind of thing. Cedric is destined to fight over this matter. If he was the one who killed Voldemort, then he couldn't just give Harry points. Even if it doesn't work once, then just 2 or 3 times. If half of Voldemort's Horcruxes were killed by him, would it be more reliable than that prophecy? Cedric made up his mind and concentrated on eating. Soon, everyone had their stomachs full. The remaining food disappeared from the plate, and various desserts began to appear on the thick noodles. It's time for small talk. The people around Cedric keep changing. Everyone came to talk to him about old times, expressed how much they missed him, and also asked him what he had been doing during the year he disappeared. It's time to study. I brought a lot of good things this time. We will communicate again when the magic duel comes. Cedric had only finished talking to a third of the people. This banquet has come to an end. Finally, when the egg custard disappeared, Dumbledore stood up. The auditorium quickly became quiet. Everyone has eaten and drank enough now. I want to tell you a few things. Dumbledore said loudly, first-year students, please note that the forest in the school is always prohibited from entering. Some senior students should also remember this. Cedric discovered. Dumbledore's eyes were obviously looking towards the Gemini stars. It seems that he is not here. These two seem to be a little distracted again. Also, the selection of Quidditch players will begin in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in pretending to represent the team, please contact Mrs. Huo. At last, Dumbledore said in a funny tone, I must tell everyone, anyone who does not want to suffer an accident and die a painful death must not go near the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Some people took this purely as a joke. Cedric knew it very well. This was what Dumbledore deliberately told Voldemort. He was originally going to use the mechanisms here to deal with Voldemort. At this time, Dumbledore didn't know about Horcruxes yet. He thought Voldemort just lost his body due to the backlash of magic, and Cedric, who had studied alchemy, knew that the Philosopher's Stone doesn't just grant immortality. It's even possible to help Voldemort reshape his body. This is much better than resurrection. A body resurrected with the help of Horcruxes and resurrection magic is much worse than this method. But there is one more thing Cedric needs to pay attention to. At that time, Harry Potter had a protective spell that could petrify Quirrell, who had Voldemort's soul attached to him. It's different if you want to kill yourself. Don't underestimate Quirinus Quirrell. Before being possessed by Voldemort, he relied on his talents to successfully apply for the defense against the dark arts professor position. Think about the next few professors of the same subject. You should be able to understand. At this time, Quirinus Quirrell is definitely not weak. The reason why he met Voldemort was because he was going to the Dark Forest to accumulate some experience against dark creatures. Think about it. What kind of person has the courage to enter a place full of dark creatures so that he can brush his eyelids? Voldemort didn't possess him until he defeated him. At the time, he was possessed by small rodents. After meeting Quirrell, he relied on his eloquence to make him willing to become his servant. Have to say, even with the blessing of his past identity, Voldemort's eloquence is really good. He was able to convince Quirrell to become his servant. According to Cedric's estimate, it was only after Voldemort possessed him that Quirrell could not resist him. So, the goal this year is to successfully kill Quirrell, the teacher of the defense against the Dark Arts Department, right? Cedric's eyes showed excitement. 2 years of accumulation. We will see the real chapter at the end of this year. There is not much fear in my heart, but the excitement of eagerness to try is more obvious. But that's all for later. After singing the school song, Cedric was surrounded by everyone and walked towards Hufflepuff's dormitory. He is so amazing. Harry stood up and followed Percy, looking at Cedric with infinite envy in his heart. Cedric's attitude. But he is more like the student council president than a prefect. I can't envy you. Ronald comforted him from the side. He still knows a little about Cedric. He often hears his parents and Gemini talking about him at home. This is a genius that is rare to see in a century or 1,000 years. He shrugged, it's completely different from ours. With that said, he reacted again and encouraged Harry, but you are the savior, Harry, come on. I definitely can't do it. Harry said modestly. In fact, I also felt a little bit in my heart that a man should be like this. It's like how Liu Bang felt when he saw Qin Shi Huang's eastward tour. It's really hard. Hermione from the side suddenly jumped out and added, he is the youngest animagus in history. Do you know how powerful this is? I tried it at home. But no matter how I tried, I couldn't make the match change in any way. I simply couldn't imagine how I could completely transform myself into a huge beast. You know this as well. Ronald pursed his lips uncomfortably. Start on the train. Hermione kept showing off her knowledge, which completely wiped away the confidence he had finally found in Harry. To know at home. The youngest sister is the most favored. Only his youngest brother is the most miserable person in the family, and even his pet is a rat. Is it easy for him to find some confidence? Of course I saw it in his book. It was marked in his introduction. Then I went to find the newspaper of the day, and then I realized that there is such magical magic as animagus. Hermione folded her hands under her chin. Her eyes were placed on Cedric's broad shoulders in front of her, her eyes slightly hazy. I didn't expect that I would be tall and handsome. It's like there's a tact between the two minds. Cedric, who was in the front, suddenly looked back at her. Eyes facing each other. Hermione collapsed like a little rabbit, her hands just covering her somewhat red face. She was afraid to look at Cedric. I could only lower my head and frantically pull at the hems of Harry and Ronald. Please help me see if he is looking at me. They are indeed looking at us. Harry replied honestly. Ronald beside him rolled his eyes. How could there be such a show-off and nymphomaniac girl in the world? Who is Cedric? I can take a fancy to you with your unkempt hair and big buck teeth. If anyone really marries this woman in the future, they will be unlucky for the rest of their lives? Come on. He quickly interrupted Hermione's dream. The other person is just looking in this direction, not necessarily looking at you, okay? How could be? Hermione raised her head angrily. He's obviously looking at me. No. That's right, he even looked at me. You are just one of the hundreds of people he saw when he glanced over just now. Kr. Why, you want to show me your buck teeth? He's just looking at me. Hermione yelled and ran away in a huff. It is not. The vindictive Ronald refused to give up. Until the two returned to the common room, she continued to complain about her display in Harry's ears. In fact, don't say it. Cedric was really looking at Hermione at that time. He didn't know that he was the cause of the Iron Triangle's first quarrel at Hogwarts. He looked at Hermione just because the system prompted, ding, you moved Granger successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Hermione * Granger character template card. Template card, Hermione * Granger. Talent, third-rate master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Special talent, quick thinking, the more critical the moment, your reaction will speed up, and it will automatically appear in your mind. Develop the knowledge needed to solve difficult problems. Life wish list, the first item, success in learning, teaching her a certain amount of magic knowledge. Completing this wish list will earn you experience points. The second item, arrogance and confidence, helping her become the first in her grade. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Hermione is indeed lovable, but she is different from the others. Cedric sighed. Unlike Harry, who now has no clear goals for the future. Both of them also started out knowing nothing about the magical world. Smart Hermione had already started to make various preparations from the moment she plunged into this complicated magical world. First I read every book I could buy. Then he even started to learn magic by himself at home. Even when he first stepped into Hogwarts, he had already made up his mind to be an excellent wizard. But this is just the beginning. Cedric looked at the life desires called arrogance and confidence. This made him understand. Hermione's life aspirations will definitely change a lot later on. When the trolls attack. She helped Ronald and Harry lie for the first time, and from then on, the three-person team truly began to take shape. People change. Cedric didn't want to interfere with something that could change her, but he wanted the points for defeating the troll. It's not difficult to do both. Just need to time it well when the time comes. Now, all we have to do is wait for Granger's magnificent turn. Whether it's in a book or a movie. She is the one who has changed most perfectly and has changed the most since she entered school. It's like a piece of rough jade. During his studies at Hogwarts, the rough stone skin on the outside was polished off, revealing the body of the precious jade that is so admirable. It's really exciting. I look forward to that day, Ms. Hermione. Cedric shuts down the system. I followed my friends back to the common room and spent a night full of delicious food and stories. A new life at Hogwarts begins. Early morning. The morning exercise that had been suspended because of his departure started again, and until after breakfast, everything still had the same familiar smell. However, my subsequent study career was very different from what I expected. First up is the Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall immediately called him out as soon as the class started. Cedric, don't sit still, show me something, teach your classmates by the way, and let me see if your knowledge has declined. Cedric stood up helplessly. Not only do I give demonstrations to everyone, but I also work with Professor McGonagall to check the problems in everyone's Transfiguration class. They all come to school. Why do I need to teach when I come to school? I thought that only McGonagall would be like this, but I didn't expect that several professors had similar views on him. No classmates except Cuthbert Binns from History of Magic. Other professors used him as a teaching assistant. It is even available for all first, second, and third grade students throughout the day. Cedric's class schedule is a complete waste. He had no choice but to go to the teacher's office and print out a lower grade teaching schedule to use as his own curriculum. When the time comes on the third day, finally something moved him. On this day, he was assisting Professor Snape in class, and then he found that those who walked in were first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Oh! He perked up instantly. Of course it wasn't the excitement of watching Snape make things difficult for Harry. Cedric expected. It is another famous scene that only Sri Lankan fans can understand. 56. In a cold basement. Potions class has just begun. Oh yes. Snape held the roster and stopped when Harry's name was called. The famous Harry Potter. I heard his obviously joking tone. Draco Malfoy, who had long been enemies with Harry, and his younger brothers Crabbe and Goyle, sneered unabashedly. In Harry's eyes right now, Snape was like a poisonous snake staring at him. Wherever he looked, goosebumps would immediately appear on his skin. Less than 5 minutes into class, Harry was on pins and needles. But the more powerful thing is yet to come. Potter. Snape suddenly asked him, what do you get if you add narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? Where can I find Bezoar? This is it. Cedric next to him held the side of his face with his hands. Silently remembering this scene in his mind, maybe one day, he would have the opportunity to explain the weight of this scene to Harry. The answer to the first question is the water of life and death. In the future, Harry Potter relied on this to obtain the elixir from Slughorn and learned the secrets of some Horcruxes. The second Bezoar can detoxify. This knowledge later allowed Harry to save the life of his brother Ronald. Of course, it cannot be said that Snape did this deliberately. It's more Aunt May's arrangement. But there is one thing that really represents Professor Snape. According to Victorian discourse, the asphodel in Snape's original words is actually a lily that looks like a narcissus. Its flower language is, my regret follows you to the grave. And Wormwoe 4230D means absence and bitter sadness. Its scientific name is wormwood, meaning distress, pain, and deep regret. The lilies fall into bitter sorrow. It also represents Snape's heart. I deeply regret your mother's death and have lived a hellish life ever since. Meeting Harry for the first time, Snape kept looking into Harry's eyes. Those are the same eyes as Lily. The owner of these eyes was one of the few warm colors in Snape's bleak teenage years. It is also the existence that he cherishes the most in his heart. Harry had eyes like Lily, and a face exactly like the person he hated the most. His eyes were no longer warm. Harry looked at the cold Snape, full of suspicion and strangeness. See Harry. Snape could think of his bond and his nightmare at the same time. In the combination of the iron triangle, Harry's eyes, Ronald's red hair, and Hermione's mixed blood, doesn't Tathagata happen to be Lily? Thinking back to Snape's life wish, Cedric couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fate is so cruel to Sri Lanka. In the future, let yourself give him some light. It's a pity that only Cedric can understand this touching feeling now. Harry's trio could feel it. Only Professor Snape's sarcastic words and aggressiveness. Let me guess, you haven't read a page of the book before school started, right? Harry Potter. Snape ignored Hermione's raised arms. It wasn't until Harry was embarrassed that he asked, why didn't you ask Hermione? He suddenly turned around. Cedric, tell them the answer. Me? Of course. Cedric stood up quickly and spoke out the 3 answers one by one. Wait until everyone suddenly realizes it. Snape suddenly said loudly, you understand, why don't you take out your quill and write it down? Do you know how to do it? This surprise attack was very effective. Even the new students in Slytherin all lowered their heads and started picking up their school bags. There was a rustling of quills and parchment. Snape dealt another heavy blow to Harry's frustrated heart. Potter, for your ignorance, Gryffindor loses 1 point for this. Cedric shook his head. Snape really hated James Potter. In all his conversations with Harry, he only called Harry for the first time before his death. All the things before. All shouting Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. He forced himself to look Snape directly in the eyes. Unable to bear it, Harry hammered the table angrily. Are you going to ask us to memorize all the contents of thousands of miraculous herbs and mushrooms? There was silence in the potions classroom. The coldness in Snape's body spread like substance. Everyone is like falling into an ice cave. Even Malfoy, a Slytherin who had visited Snape with his father before going to school, was too nervous to breathe at this moment. Cedric. Snape's voice was full of anger. Start reciting from the second paragraph on page 36 of thousands of miraculous herbs and mushrooms. Why are you taking me with you when you are playing? Cedric stood up helplessly. Blackroot is a powerful plant that can counteract spells after being eaten. This is a plant with black stems and white flowers. Countless Slytherins in the audience were turning the pages of books. With disbelief in his eyes, he watched Cedric recite the contents recorded in the book word for word, silkily and fluently. Until 5 minutes later. Enough! Snape shouted stop. He announced to Harry contemptuously with a victor's attitude, Mr. Potter, because you rudely contradicted and questioned the teacher, Gryffindor has been deducted 2 points for this. Good, good. Cedric nodded secretly in his mind. It was not in vain that he became a teaching assistant. At least Snape deducted a lot of points from Harry in this class. It's already 3 times the original size. With this boss helping Gryffindor score points, it will be easier for him to win. Harry was speechless. He even looked at Cedric with an almost desperate look. In his heart. Snape may not even be able to recite it, but why is there Cedric? After meeting Harry's eyes, Cedric shrugged innocently. He understood the other person's meaning and said sorry in his heart first. One can imagine. In the following days too. Harry may ask himself countless times in the future, why is there Cedric? There's nothing he can do about it, he can make people speechless. After suppressing Harry, potions class continued. But the Gryffindor student's nightmare is not over yet. Snape was constantly patrolling like a vampire bat. If anyone made the slightest mistake, he would undoubtedly receive his ridicule and points deduction. The Slytherins were only slightly better. Except Malfoy. Snape cursed everyone with Cedric's name. In response, Cedric frantically called the Sri Lankan coach. Just make me hate you. It would be best if the Slytherins hated me, to dispel Dumbledore's suspicions. I really want to see his character template. Apart from being happy, Cedric didn't forget another thing. Just when Snape asked everyone to look at Malfoy and imitate his method of cooking slugs with tentacles. Armor Protector Protago. Cedric suddenly stood up. In a thick puff of acidic green smoke, he aimed his spell at the source of the hissing sound. Ah! A horrified Neville screamed. On a shadow of yellow energy in front of him, there was a thick green liquid sticking to it, making corrosive hissing sounds. Not only that. The crucible fell lower and fell directly to the ground, and the purple potion immediately splashed all over the floor. Thick green smoke suddenly appeared everywhere in the potions classroom. Don't be afraid, my spell will protect you. Cedric's voice is smooth and full of warmth. He waved his wand again to clean up the purple pus on Neville's external curse. Rescue classmates and gain 1000 experience points. Idiot, at the same time. Professor Snape also wiped away the potion spilled on the ground. He roared angrily, why did you put the porcupine quills in the pot without taking it off the fire? Finished. He glanced at Cedric first, 5 points for Hufflepuff. Then he glanced at Harry and Ronald, who were operating next to Neville. After a while, Snape spoke without any suspense. Potter. Why didn't you warn Neville? Are you making him make mistakes to show how good you are? Another point from Gryffindor. Cedric almost laughed. Professor Snape still treats the flowers that are played differently. The gap between the entry and exit widened to 6 points again, and Gryffindor was about to run out of points. This is so unfair. Harry raised his head angrily, and then kicked Ronald with his heel. Don't do this nonsense. Ronald lowered his head and persuaded in a low voice, I heard that Snape is so unreasonable, and Fred and George often get points deducted from him. Cedric shook his head silently. If you see Gemini operating in class, you will understand that Snape is targeting you. X. You didn't put slugs on the back of your classmates' necks. After an hour, the Gryffindors left the potions classroom dejectedly. Cedric walked straight towards Hagrid's hut. He knew that Hagrid had also made an appointment with the trio of Harry today, and it was just a good time for him to officially get to know the trio. Hagrid's cabin is very remote. Except for Fred and George, who have been coveting this place, few people usually come back. When Cedric knocked on the door, Hagrid thought it was Harry and the others coming. Oh! Cedric! What a coincidence, why are you here today? Hagrid first gave him a warm hug and then invited him into the house. Yai rushed over. He lay directly on Cedric's lap. Okay. I know you welcome me, but, there's no need to be too enthusiastic. Cedric finally avoided Fang's tongue and sat down. There was another knock on the door. It must be right this time. Hagrid opened the door a crack and let Harry into the room. This is Ronald. Harry had just finished his introduction. Finally, when I looked up, I saw Cedric holding Yaya in his arms. Why you? Ronald exclaimed. This is Cedric, my good friend and a very good wizard. If you have any academic problems, you can come to him. Hagrid introduced to Cedric, this is Harry Potter. He blinked, you must know who he is, and by the way, Ronald. Of course, I know everything. Cedric smiled, especially Ronald. Actually Fred and George and I are very good friends. Facing Cedric, the light is enough to crush him. Ronald nodded very cautiously, oh. Don't be too nervous. Cedric continued to comfort him, during class just now, I noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with your wand, right? It's not bad. When it came to his own poverty, Ronald immediately blushed, although the unicorn hair has come out, but no need to explain. Cedric continued to comfort him, actually, I mentioned this just because I wanted to give you a gift. This weekend. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, I will apply for a number with Professor McGonagall and ask her to take you to buy a wand over the weekend. Cedric finally nodded to himself, I'll pay for it. Ah! Ronald was knocked unconscious by this incredible wealth. From small to large. What he used were other people's old, small, and unwanted ones. This was the first time that someone other than family members had given him such an expensive gift. Ronald was simply flattered, this is not good. Please don't refuse. 1.4 Cedric insisted, I said before, this is my meeting gift to get to know you. If you refuse, you will be looking down on me. You can take it. Hagrid also signaled Ronald to accept it, this is Cedric, he is selfless and generous, he can be friends with anyone, and you will like him in the future. He joked, maybe even can't live without him, haha. Ronald kind of likes Cedric now. Thank you. He thanked her with a huge smile on his face. I'm finally going to have my own wand. Harry saw the happy Ronald and secretly blamed himself, why didn't he realize that his good friend's wand was broken? I can afford this money myself. Of course, it's not his fault. Harry's transformation from a bullied 11-year-old to the savior of the wizarding world has only happened in the past few months. He hasn't gotten used to it yet. Not to mention the thought of paying attention to your friend's needs. It didn't matter at first, after all, Ronald's family didn't even buy it for him. But how to say that sentence? But why is there Cedric? After such a comparison, Harry suddenly felt a little ashamed. Ding, touched Ronald Weasley succeeded. You receive a bonus talent point +1, the Ronald ** Weasley template card has not been generated yet and cannot be viewed for the time being. Cedric was not surprised by this result. Ronald doesn't even have his own magic wand and wants him to confirm his life wishes. This was a bit difficult for him. After finishing Ronald, Cedric turned his gaze to Harry again, hello, Harry Potter, nice to meet you. I've heard about your deeds. 57. Hello. Harry responded very carefully. Growing up in his aunt's house, he was very good at observing people's emotions, but he couldn't see through the Cedric in front of him. He could be Professor Snape's teaching assistant. I just said that Professor McGonagall could take Ronald to buy a wand. The person is still in Hagrid's cabin, said to be a friend of Ronald's two brothers. This social circle is too broad. He is just a student, how come he is so happy at Hogwarts? Come on, everyone, sit down. Hagrid brought a plate of rock biscuits and invited Harry and Ronald to sit down together. We didn't chat for long. Harry couldn't help but started to complain, I think Snape just hates me. Nonsense, why does he hate you? Hagrid hesitated and didn't know what to say, so he changed the target directly, Ronald, how is your brother Charlie? I like him very much, he is very knowledgeable about animals. Harry was very depressed. He suspected that Hagrid was changing the subject. But now Ronald and Hagrid are talking about Charlie's research on dragons, and it's hard for him to interrupt anymore. Without any choice, Harry turned to look at Cedric, what do you think? You were also there. I must say it. Cedric answered very objectively, Professor Snape's behavior just now is indeed different from usual. You think so too? Harry was surprised. Unexpectedly, Cedric was the only one who recognized him, and he instantly felt that the other person was much more approachable. Tell me, why does he hate me? I don't know anything more about Professor Snape, but I discovered that he always seems to be looking into your eyes. Cedric gave Harry a little hint. Life is always about growing up slowly. Harry's growth. It was perfected step by step from knowing his mission, knowing that his father was not so perfect, and knowing that Sri Lankan religion was not so evil. But every big shock is preceded by enough growth. If you throw it to him all at once, he might collapse. Devastated Harry. This is not an opponent that Cedric wants to defeat. The one he wants to win is Harry, the savior. Brown. Harry began to think thoughtfully. Hagrid next to him was so panicked that he didn't even bother to consult the dragon. Drink some water. He directly took the boiling water from the stove and went to the table to make tea for everyone. I don't know what I picked up. A small chapter of paper flew up, and Harry caught it in his hand and started reading. Cedric glanced at it. This small piece of paper is a clipped report from the Daily Prophet. Published is follow-up investigation at the time of the Gringotts break-in on July 31st. Harry was shocked. Hagrid, isn't this what happened on my birthday? We seems to be concerned about Cedric's presence. He said very implicitly, didn't we just go? Hagrid didn't even dare to raise his head. He lowered his head and stuffed a piece of rock biscuit into each person's hand. The subsequent chat was of no value. In Harry's mind, all he could think about was the dirty little bag that Hagrid took from the underground vault of number 713 on his birthday. Hagrid would bring the topic to dragons from time to time. Cedric just listened silently. It wasn't until Harry said goodbye to Ronald that he suddenly said, Hagrid, what kind of dragon did you get? Do not know yet. After Hagrid answered casually, he was stunned. He had already been punished, and if anyone from the Ministry of Magic found out, his little red umbrella, which contained the wand, would also be confiscated. You might even get kicked out of Hogwarts. He trembled and explained, what? I mean I don't know. Cedric wasn't as easy to fool as Harry. He said angrily, come on, do you think I will report you? Tell me the truth. That. Hagrid considered it. It seems that there is really no need to deceive Cedric. Even in his psychology. Treat Cedric like an adult wizard. He admitted honestly, okay, I did get a dragon egg. What kind of dragon is this? Cedric continued to ask. He was very interested in this dragon. After all, who doesn't want to own a dragon? And as long as he fulfills Gemini's wish, he can open the pet space. Different from Hagrid. He can always keep the dragon with him, there is no need to send him away. The youngest dragon tamer in history? This title is quite cool. That's right. Speaking of beasts like dragons, Hagrid no longer looks like a big guy. He clapped his hands excitedly. I knew we had the same hobbies. This is really good. Cedric felt that he needed to remind Hagrid. He deliberately asked about the source, but how did you buy it? This thing is pure contraband. Pig's Head Bar. Hagrid spoke happily, you know, there are always some weird guys coming here. Maybe it's a dragon vendor. He always wore a hood, so I couldn't see his face clearly. Etc. Cedric's face darkened. He pretended to be serious and threatened Hagrid, Hagrid. You must know that there are no dragon vendors in this world. No one will buy this. Ordinary people can't afford it, and if he gets caught, he might end up in Azkaban. What did he trade with you? Cedric prompted, have you taken over anything important recently? No way. If Harry said it, Hagrid wouldn't care. Because Harry is still a child in his eyes, but as mentioned earlier, Cedric is an adult wizard in Hagrid's heart. Still very capable. So, Hagrid started to think seriously. Let me think. First he asked me what I did for a living and I told him I was a gamekeeper, then he asked me what animals I was looking after. I said I especially wanted a dragon. Hagrid shook his head. He kept buying me drinks, and then we started gambling. He asked me if I had the ability to take care of Long, and then I said that I could even take care of Lu Wei. Lu Wei. Cedric emphasized the name, he is very interested in it. Of course, how many three-headed dogs can you meet? Hagrid lowered his voice proudly, Lu Wei is actually very easy to deal with. You just need to play some music and he will calm down. Speaking of which, Hagrid finally realized something was wrong. A look of horror suddenly appeared on his face, damn it. Cedric sighed deliberately, is it something on the 4th floor? What, how are you doing? Hagrid suddenly fell into a huge tangle in his heart. He does not know. Can you tell me if more stuff is coming out? The fact that Cedric studied with Nicholas Flamel for a year was a secret. Except for Dumbledore and the Flamel couple, even the Diggorys only knew that Cedric went to study, but they did not know that he studied with Nicholas Flamel. So go on. It's like telling the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Okay, you don't have to tell me. Cedric raised his hand first to stop Hagrid. He deliberately pondered for a while, and then expressed his solution, you can't tell anyone about this, otherwise you will betray other people's trust. But you can't do nothing. Just change the monster to another monster, just replace Lu Wei. That way, no matter whether the vendor that day lured you intentionally or not, you won't make any mistakes. Cedric prepared to dig a small hole for Voldemort. If the other party enters, you will probably be surprised to find that Lu Wei, who loves to listen to songs, has disappeared and been replaced by another beast. Of course, he didn't expect this to hold him back. Just give each other some fun. More importantly, this way he can hide the dragon. This is the most important. And Hagrid will no longer be responsible. Hagrid clapped his hands excitedly. You are still smart. He raised his hand and wiped his forehead. In just a short while, he was already sweating, and he almost scared himself to death. Now I can finally feel relieved. Hagrid gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of you, Cedric. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would have made a big mistake. Okay, now it's time to see the dragon. Cedric urged. Okay. Hagrid turned out the dragon egg very readily. At this time, he hadn't figured out how to hatch a dragon, so he took it out from his bed. It seems that I fall asleep holding it every day. From this alone, we know how much he likes dragons. This is the dragon egg. Cedric looked carefully at the dragon egg in front of him. It is generally less than half a meter high. Unlike the smooth eggshell you imagined, this dragon egg has micro protrusions like scales on it. It pricks your hands like a pineapple to the touch. The bottom is deep black, and the color becomes redder as you go up. The whole thing looks like an erupting volcano. It's so beautiful. Cedric knows. This dragon egg hides a Norwegian Spinosaurus, which is considered a ferocious species among dragons. Yes, it's as flawless as a gem. Hagrid squatted in front of the dragon egg with hot and focused eyes, as if he was looking at some stunning beauty. Okay, you call me when it's hatching. I'll make a list of books for you later. You can study some and make some preparations in advance. Cedric stood up and left. Now that the dragon egg has been confirmed, then he has to find Gemini. After all, only by completing their character templates can he open the pet space. Otherwise it would be difficult for a dragon to hide. Cedric reconfirmed their mission template. Template card, Fred Weasley. Item 2, make a lot of money in a joke shop and buy a big house for your mother. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Template card, George Weasley. Item 3, become a son who satisfies his mother. Complete this wish list to make this template card occupies the card slot of the template card. Well, both tasks are actually very similar. Cedric wrote to Slughorn and asked him to help him pay attention to the good shops for sale in Diagon Alley. In Cedric's opinion, as long as a shop can be opened in Diagon Alley, the products developed by the two people can be made and sold. Write to Mrs. Weasley to praise them again. If necessary, just visit the Weasley family again during the holidays. Then you should be able to complete these 2 tasks. After dinner that day, Cedric immediately stopped Gemini. It's been a year since I left. How is your research going? A lot of progress has been made. Gemini is less resistant to Cedric now. They took him directly back to the Gryffindor public rest area and began to report on the research results of the past 2 years. On parchment covered with writing, Cedric saw many familiar names. The quick-acting truant candy series include nosebleed nougat and fever candy, fat tongue taffy that enlarges the tongue, ear-shaped bug retractable ears, and even a prototype of a Weasley swoosh boom firework. A very good idea. Cedric first expressed his affirmation to the 2 of them. Then based on the memory of his previous life and his current rich knowledge of magic, several of them have been improved. I also wrote down the concepts of Tutu Candy, Coma Candy, and Blood-Bent Bean in the quick-acting truant candy series that will be born in the future. Cedric's writing clearly triggered the skill. Not only did he write down those from his previous life, he even had many flashes of inspiration and listed more funny inventions for them. I dropped a 647 for God's sake. Fred and George stood in the background and looked almost crazy. If it's academic performance, forget it. Although the Geminis have very good grades, they don't care about that kind of thing at all. But this is a spoof invention. This was the first time Cedric saw their experimental records and instructions. Is it really reasonable to keep writing like this? Gemini is going crazy. They wanted to stop and ask Cedric one by one how he came up with this idea. But he didn't dare to speak, for fear of destroying Cedric's current inspiration. They would never forgive themselves if they asked Cedric to create a spoof toy because of their words. It's not just that I can't make any noise. They also transformed into protective blocking madmen to ensure that no one would approach within a 3-meter radius. Then, Ronald, who was doing homework with Harry, saw a magical scene. His brothers guarded Cedric like old hens. No matter who wants to get close to the table where he sits, or walks into him to ask questions, they will be driven away by the Gemini with claws and claws. They are really friends. Harry sighed. Although I have known this for a long time. But when someone else's child, Cedric, stayed with 2 of Gryffindor's most naughty students, there was still a distorted feeling like a cowboy riding to Mars. Haha. Let's do our homework. Ronald quickly changed the subject. He expressed his inner shame for Gemini's weird behavior. Just like at home. In short, he was completely unable to understand the inner world of these 2 brothers. But what's even more exaggerated is yet to come. When Cedric finished writing, the 2 stars, one on the left and one on the right, knelt down on one knee respectively, put their right hands on their chests, made the ceremonial movements of knights receiving honors, and said in unison, "Great Cedric, you are the king of mischief." What the hell? Cedric looked calm, rolled up the parchment in his hand and handed it to Gemini. Once these are developed, they can be sold immediately. I'm already looking at the store in Diagon Alley. After I buy it, you can match the decoration and store name with the design. What? At first Gemini didn't react. Their eyes were still locked on the parchment Cedric gave them. 5 seconds later, Gemini laughed wildly and yelled in the lounge, when everyone was too short to study. Faced with boos from the crowd, they didn't care, and even sang a song for Cedric in bel canto, "Our great Cedric. You are the incarnation of the god of mischief in the human world, you are the darling of the god of luck, you are the favored one of the god of destiny. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth." Ignoring Gemini's sing, Cedric apologized to the other Gryffindors and left immediately. On the way back, he met a hurried figure. "Hello, Professor Tullo." 58. Cedric and Quirrell stood in the corridor. From a distance of 3 meters, Cedric could smell Quirrell's scent. Yes, there is garlic. But there must be some magic potion in it, all with the purpose of creating an unpleasant smell. After all, there is Voldemort's face on the back of his head. It's actually not a bad move to make everyone actively dislike it. No one will notice what the cockroaches are doing on your dining table while you sleep. "Hello, Cedric." Quirrell initially seemed to want to leave quickly. But after passing by Cedric, he suddenly stopped again. "Correct." He turned to Cedric and invited him, "I wonder if you are interested in being a teaching assistant in tomorrow's defense against the dark arts class. I will give Hufflepuff extra points." Look at this reaction. Cedric knew without guessing that it must be Voldemort's meaning. It should be to test your own strength. I just don't know if he plans to win over or to destroy himself. Of course, I've wanted to take a defense against the dark arts class for a long time. Cedric readily agreed. Just in time, it would be a good idea to expose some wrong information to him. When the time comes to really fight, if the opponent misjudges his own strength, he can directly become the winner. Then it's settled. Quirrell quickly left with a hurried look. Yes. Cedric suddenly remembered. After a while, this guy will also suck the blood of unicorns to help Voldemort continue to be powerful. This is also a life. If you save it yourself, you can also limit Voldemort's power recovery. It seems that you will be busier at night in the future. As expected, there have been many more things this year since Voldemort came. After going back, Cedric considered that he would need to get in touch with these two creatures, the unicorn and the fire dragon, so he first spent talent points to upgrade his pets and animals. Talent points -5, remaining talent points are 16 points. It costs 2 points from S level to SS level, and 3 points from SS level to SSS level. Upgrade to SSS level talent pet affinity, awaken special talent, Beast Whisperer, gain legendary value +1. Beast Whisperer, when facing creatures, you will gain the ability to communicate with them. Are you activating your talent again? Cedric is happy again. This Beast Whisperer has very good abilities. It would be great if he could communicate with fire dragons and phoenixes in the future. I don't know if Fox has any siblings. I don't know what the phoenix likes to eat. It would be great if I could get another phoenix. You can also teleport by phoenix in Hogwarts. Moreover, you can even curse a big melon to death, which is extremely cost-effective in actual combat. The more I think about it, the more I want it. But everything has to be planned slowly. The next morning, Cedric arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts Chapel on time. Different from the classroom atmosphere of Professor McGonagall, Snape, and other professors, the classroom order here is completely gone. The Ravenclaws are okay. At best they are disappointed with Professor Quirrell and Defense Against the Dark Arts. But Gryffindors are different. Being more lively and bold, they started to laugh at Quirrell. The black-haired and dark-skinned Dean Thomas raised his right hand and asked Professor Quirrell with a joking face, "Professor, may I ask what's in your big scarf?" This is a gift given to me by a prince in Africa." Professor Quirrell plays the role of a loser very successfully. He said a whole paragraph that was stammering and illogical. "I sent this because of the resurrected zombies. Yes, I drove in the resurrected zombies for him. That's why he gave it to me." Obviously such a stammering reply has no credibility at all. The Gryffindors burst out laughing. "Professor!" This time it was Seamus Finnegan who jumped out impatiently, "Tell us in detail how you deal with resurrected zombies. This is not suitable for you to study now." Professor Quirrell undoubtedly has a talent for acting. The effort of just one sentence. His face was already flushed, and his tone was vague. "Well, let me talk about that, the weather in Africa. It's very hot over there. So you need to bring water with you when you go there. Of course, if you know the clear water like spring spell, then you don't have to worry about this problem." Ha ha ha. There's a zombie that's still alive. Now even the Ravenclaws couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. In their eyes, Professor Quirrell, who is uneducated, cannot gain their respect at all. The Gryffindors are already chatting among themselves. Obviously Professor Quirrell's disguise is very successful, so everyone will look down on him even more. This aura is very effective. When something happened to Harry Potter, Hermione probably wouldn't think Quirrell was capable of this even if she saw him. Cedric decided he couldn't stand it anymore. Quirrell is a disguise. If this continues, no one will be able to learn anything in this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The next few years were also troubled. Better cherish the good times you can cherish. Cedric prepared himself. At least let them learn more real skills, so that they can better display their combat effectiveness in the future battle of Hogwarts. After all, it's a bit difficult to fight hundreds of them by yourself. "Professor!" Cedric suddenly stood up from his position, and he respectfully requested Professor Quirrell, "I happen to know something about reanimated zombies. Can I teach you this section today?" Hear Cedric's words. Professor Quirrell hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, but he still followed his pretended character and breathed a sigh of relief, nodding towards him gratefully, "Ahoy! Besides, Cedric took 2 steps forward and said in Professor Quirrell's ear, "Please allow me some authority to deduct points, otherwise it will be difficult for everyone to calm down." Of course, of course. Quirrell acted like he just let it go, "You can add or subtract points." Well. After getting permission, Cedric turned to look at all the students, and strode forward to the classroom. "Students, please keep silence in class. Finish this sentence." He said nothing. He just looked at everyone with a cold face. Cedric's current legendary value is a full 15 points. In order to cover up his power, he always smiles at others. This is true even during morning exercises. This time he put on a serious face, and his momentum suddenly changed drastically. Add to that the sense of consternation brought about by his sudden appearance. The classroom soon became quiet. Originally, it was just right for Cedric to speak here, but the system prompts made him hesitate. Ding! Straighten up the order in class and gain 500 experience points. Does this also gain experience points? Cedric is so short of experience points right now. Now the number of spells he knows has exceeded 100, and he learned them selectively. But the experience value is only less than 350,000. At most, it can reach more than 60. In addition, there are things like discerning people and alchemical deductions that require experience points. This experience value is getting better and better. You can get so much experience just from reorganizing, but what about teaching? It can't be any worse than keeping order. Cedric's eyes became brighter and brighter. "I'm determined to be my assistant, and Voldemort can't stop me." Because of his thinking, he wasted a little time, which made the class noisy again, with the little wizards discussing in low voices what he wanted to do. It's hard for a naughty kid to use the same move twice, so Cedric just took out his wand. Transfiguration. The top of the wand emits a dazzling blue light, which directly locks onto the teaching cabinet in the classroom. Black smoke suddenly filled the air. A zombie with a pale face, black eyes, fangs in its mouth, and a terrifying sinister aura suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Sigma, Aid, the little wizards were all stunned. When had they ever seen such a terrifying dark creature? Before this, the little goblins that settled in the garden or the sniff that kept digging for money were already the most troublesome and dangerous creatures they had ever experienced in their lives. As soon as this thing appeared, it shocked everyone speechless, and they didn't dare to express their anger, for fear that the zombies would jump over after smelling the smell. Returning zombie. Cedric spoke in the silence. The corpse is buried in a place where the yin qi gathers, and then resurrected using black magic. It is an extremely evil and terrifying dark creature. Now I'm going to teach you how to deal with it. First of all, light can create fear and disgust in it. If you haven't started fighting yet, you can first use fluorescent flashes to drive it away, and then run away directly. Secondly, if you are really in a dilemma where you have to fight him, then a blazing fire would be a good way to do it. In terms of potions, if you are unfortunately injured, you can first use detoxifying agents to disinfect, and then use blood-tonifying medicines and white blood for treatment. Cedric paused. He scanned the crowd again. "Why don't you record these?" There was a sudden rustling sound in the classroom. "Teach your classmates knowledge and you will gain 1000 experience points." Ding! You moved Quirinus ** Quirrell succeeded. You get bonus talent points +1, Quirinus Quirrell character template glycoside tablets. Template card, Quirinus * Quirrell. Talent, 3rd-rate master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Life wish list, the first item, get out of trouble, get out of Voldemort's possession. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. At the same time, the magic power increase can be increased to 10, with an upper limit of 90 points. This item is extremely difficult. After completing it, you can get 5 legendary points, 10 talent points, and open a second pet space. The second item, Great Servant, helped Voldemort to successfully resurrect. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. At the same time, the magic power increase can be increased to 10, with an upper limit of 90 points. This item is extremely difficult. After completing it, you can get 5 legendary points, 10 talent points, and open a second pet space. The first system prompt was what Cedric expected. However, Quirinus * Quirrell's character template cards really opened his eyes a bit. This guy? He's so deep inside complicated. Cedric thought he had been brainwashed. It seems so. Voldemort might have taken advantage of it at that time. So now the real Quirinus * Quirrell actually doesn't want to in his heart, but he can't escape Voldemort's control and can only continue to help him. Life is full of surprises. Unexpectedly, this inconspicuous little person was actually given an extremely difficult task option to choose from. Save Quirinus * Quirrell from Voldemort. Or resurrect Voldemort. There is no need to consider the second task at all, but the first task is quite challenging. The rewards are very impressive. But the difficulty is also very high. Saving people is more than 10 times more difficult than killing people. Even the system has judged that this task is very difficult. In the original work, Quirinus * Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort and turned into stone and ashes when he touched Harry Potter. Wants to save Quirinus * Quirrell. First, we must find a way to peel off Voldemort's soul, and do so without damaging it. This is extremely difficult. He might even kill both of them with the magic spell. Even if he is very lucky to be able to peel it off, he still needs to prepare the magic potion to heal his soul. Both points are very difficult. It's very challenging, but it's fun. Cedric became even more excited. If you can't complete it, it will be a waste of a character template at most, but if you can complete it, your magic power will reach 80. Does not count the bonus to legendary value. He can be considered a level 3 master. There are also 5 legendary points, 10 talent points, and even a second pet space. Okay Zhao, Dragon and Phoenix. Isn't this all possible? Cedric is a multitasker. In class, he continued to use the transformation technique to transform various dark creatures, which opened the eyes of the little wizards, and at the same time, he continued to gain experience points. At the same time, the image of Cedric, who was performing at his best, was infinitely higher in the hearts of this group of young wizards. Oh my god, is this the real Cedric? While Ronald was recording in a hurry, he couldn't help but show off to the people around him in a low voice, "Cedric and I are friends, and he promised to give me magic materials. So handsome! So handsome!" Hermione's eyes lit up. She looked at Cedric's cheeks flushed while he was talking eloquently. "Sure enough, it's exactly the same as what I imagined in my dream." In a dream? Harry looked back in shock. Hermione, who was originally very talkative, rarely replied, just lowering her head and pretending to record knowledge. All in all, Cedric's vivid teaching successfully conquered all the little wizards. Quirinus * Quirrell also looked pleased. As a teacher, he was actually very happy when he saw Cedric, who was so beyond imagination. In this classroom now, the only one who wasn't happy was Voldemort. After seeing the talkative Cedric, he subconsciously compared him with himself, and then desperately discovered that when he was 3 years old, he was at best the best in the audience's student. If the dazzling Cedric on stage were a forest, then oneself is like a drop of dew on a leaf, attached there insignificantly. This thought immediately filled Voldemort with fear. He understood immediately. You must not let Cedric grow up, otherwise he will completely surpass himself before long. Quirrell. Voldemort issued an extremely cold command in Quirrell's mind: before you get the Sorcerer's Stone, you must kill Cedric first. 59. Master, it's hard for me. Quirrell wanted to resist at first. Not only because of pity for geniuses, but also because this is Hogwarts. Kill people here. But face Dumbledore's wrath. Moreover, Cedric is also very powerful, and his transformation skills are superb, which is not something he can easily master. Catch the unexpected and attack the unprepared. He's just a child, and he's defenseless against you, you loser. Voldemort's crazy voice kept echoing in his mind. In the mind world, Quirrell's consciousness was like a small broken fishing boat on the sea, rising and falling under the strong winds and waves set off by Voldemort, and there was a risk of being buried under the sea at any time. Under endless terror, Quirrell caved almost immediately. As you obey, my great master. Thanks to Cedric. Until the end of the course. Quirrell, who was holding his head and twisting in the corner, was not noticed by everyone. After the first independent teaching, I gained 3,000 experience points, 100 gold galleons, armadillo bile 1 kg, fire ash snake eggs 10, and sun orchid root powder * 1 kg. Yes. The corners of Cedric's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This teaching was really fruitful. Although the system prompts that the first time seems to be more, there are 3 types of rewards: experience points, gold galleons, and magic potions. More importantly, how frequent is this course? 7 grades are arranged, and each grade has classes every day. The benefits in one semester are simply astonishing. It is a very rare source of stable income. When teaching new knowledge to all the little wizards, there will be no such thing as someone deliberately pretending to ask questions and wasting their time. Could it be Mr. Weasley's talent taking effect? Knowing that he was short of money to buy a house for the Weasley brothers, he immediately set himself a long-term income task. Anyway, Cedric will definitely not let this profit go. The seniors are so eye-catching. But I will definitely eat all the first, second, and third grade classes. After making up your mind, Cedric turned towards Quirrell. He couldn't wait to tell the other party, and then went back to check the class schedule and modify his schedule. Professor Quirrell, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. Cedric. Quirrell's voice trembled. Even the scarf on 817's shoulders was shaking visibly. Your research on dark creatures is very thorough. If there is a chance, we can go to the Forbidden Forest together. There are still some rare creatures in there. Cedric's pupils shrank instantly. Are you about to take action now? No matter how much he despised Voldemort in his heart, he was still in his 3rd year after all. I don't have a love spell to protect myself. Are you going to face Voldemort now? Will he take out his wand and attack him right now? The surrounding air has become heavier, and even breathing requires 3 times the effort of before. The left hand behind his back unconsciously touched the palm of his hand. 1 year of study with Nickholm. His biggest gain. In addition to Nickholm's character template and countless alchemical knowledge, there are only alchemical deduction skills, and the automatic alchemy glove that Nickholm helped him create on his left hand, Water Life Shield. Okay, win. Cedric tried to suppress the tremor in his voice. He squeezed his hands behind his back until his joints turned white. It won't be so soon. You should prepare first. I will inform you in advance when I go. Quirrell waved his hand very tiredly. Because of Voldemort's torture, sweat broke out on his forehead again. If not for the headscarf. I guess Cedric could already see his wet forehead. Okay, then I'll wash it. Cedric faced him and took 3 steps back, then turned around and strode away. Until you leave the door. Then he leaned against the wall and said something. There is great terror between death and death. The ancients do not deceive me. That moment just now. Cedric almost fired an Expelliarmus shot to Quirrell early. But it's not too bad. He looked down at his hands that were no longer shaking. Although my heart was instantly swallowed up by crisis. But apart from the initial trembling, his hand quickly stabilized, and the strength of the wand became moderate. It seems that I am still very adaptable to fighting. Cedric was very happy. He is now very grateful to Professor Quirrell for teaching him a lesson. Before, he had been holding on to the experience points to no avail. But now he suddenly discovered it. If danger comes in an instant, then the values that have been used will become his strength, and the values that have not been used are just dead data. After lunch, Cedric lay on the bed, turned on the system and started adding points. The first is the defensive spell, one of the most versatile cracking spells, Finite Incantatum. Experience value minus 4,385 points. Upgrade the curse to full level. Then there is his most skilled armor, Protago. Experience value minus 3,821 points. Armor protection upgraded to full level. And its enhanced and upgraded version, the Super Armor Protago Horribilis. Experience value minus 5,499 points. Super Armor Protection upgraded to full level. The defensive effects of the 2 armors are very different, but the speed of release and the magic power called are very different. During the duel, you can choose based on time. If the opponent is attacking, use the normal one. If the opponent uses a big move like chewing a big melon, then you must use the super. After all, Cedric's wand is not from the same origin as Voldemort. When we meet, we can distinguish between superior and inferior, and decide between life and death. Think about it for a moment. Cedric has upgraded 2 more functional magic spells, waterproof and moistureproof, invulnerable to water and fire, impervious. Bird's Flock Avis. Experience value minus 5,499 points. Waterproof and moistureproof, invulnerable to water and fire, upgraded to full level. The flying birds have been upgraded to the full level. Invulnerability to water and fire can be avoided very well, and the opponent uses flames or water spells to limit his movement. Swarms of birds are a very useful spell. The summoned birds can help you resist various death spells, and are fast and consume low magic power. It is a key hand that can be used to reverse the rhythm. Next is the attack spell. Cedric divided this part into two types. The first one is restricted form. For example, very practical, Petrificus Totalis. Expelliarmus. The former is great for wizards. It is much easier to use than partial restrictions such as leg freeze. The latter can fight against giant monsters holding weapons, such as trolls and giants. The second type is the damage-shaped enchantment. There are more of these. The Flames of Incendio. Appuno. Sectum Sempra. In addition to upgrading these three tools to the top level, Cedric also upgraded a set of combos that expand his advantage. The first is Transfiguration. Then comes the matching, Get Bigger Quickly and Gorgio. Duplicate into a double Geminio. This set of combos can instantly create a powerful legion of transformations. It can be used to accumulate advantage ratio when you have an advantage, and it is also very useful in large-scale legion operations. Finally, there are some magic spells with special effects. Reveal your secrets. Apparitium emerges quickly. Both of these are detection magics, and they are both used on objects that have been cast with spells. The former one is used on objects, and the latter one is used on creatures. Expecto Patronum. Summoning the patron saint has a strong restraint effect on dark creatures. Obliviate. CFBJ, Harlock's magical skill. The other party relied on his proficiency in this skill to become a well-known wizard. And the magical uses of this spell are endless. There is also the Traceless Stretching Charm, which Cedric himself uses frequently and has been upgraded to more than level 3. This time, it was also fully upgraded. Finally, it is used for sneak attacks, disillusionment, Evanesco, Silencio, Apparate. These are the magic spells used by Yin people to escape. Without superb magic perception, it would be difficult to escape his sneak attack. 21 spells. It cost Cedric nearly 100,000 experience points. Ding! Based on your existing full-level spells, you have gained 1 point of White Wizard Camp value. The camp values are divided into 3 camps, the Black Wizard Camp, the White Wizard Camp, and the Special Wizard Camp. The camp values do not interfere with each other and will only change based on your attainment in a certain type of magic. 1 point of White Wizard Camp value, your White Magic, Defensive Magic, Healing Magic, and Repair Magic reduce the release speed by 10% and increase the magic power by 10%. Bezoar, White Fresh Food, Blood Tonics, and other items. Cedric decided to carry it with him from now on. After careful consideration, he spent 2 legendary points. Increase your own space grid from 10 to 12. This means he can carry 12 items with him, 1 cubic space. Cedric even kept a spare wand inside. After taking care of all these, he opened the character template of his teacher Nicholas Flamel. Template card, Niccolo Flamel. Talent, Alchemical Deduction, Great Magician, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit of 100 points. Life Wish List, items 1 to 56 have been completed. Item 57, Die peacefully. After dealing with the aftermath, complete the funeral under the watchful eyes of disciple Cedric and friend Dumbledore. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 58, Peach Blossoms Everywhere. Disciple Cedric independently created his own magic stone and passed on his alchemical deduction talent. Completing this wish list will earn you 10 legendary points. This alchemical deduction. It is Cedric's largest knowledge category gained. To trigger this skill, you must have very solid knowledge of alchemy. If Cedric didn't have extensive knowledge, it is estimated that you will have to study with Nickholm for at least 10 years before you can fully understand it. Now he records it first, and then slowly works it out. The advantage is that he can already use alchemy to deduce this function. Turn on the alchemical deduction function. Within completed categories, Cedric already has 3 results. They are: 1. Research on the magic power storage of alchemical items, consuming 40,000 experience points. Research effect: alchemy items can store up to 20 points of magic power and cannot have any special effects attached to them. 2. Research on alchemy item storage spell, consuming 80,000 experience points. Research effect: alchemy items can store up to 3 magic spells, which will be automatically activated once activated. At least 10 seconds between each activation is required. 3. Alchemical items manually trigger enchantment research, consuming 30,000 experience points. Research effect: the magic spells stored in alchemy items are changed from automatic triggering to manual button triggering, and the fastest speed of unoperable magic spells is the fastest. The total adds up to 150,000 experience points. These experience points used up all the experience points Cedric earned while studying there. But the harvest is also great. After this process of research and reasoning is completed, all the details will be injected into his mind. Cedric will do it in detail. Completely understand the entire deduction process and understand every error and correctness in the deduction. One item per reasoned out. It can make him master alchemy more thoroughly. The system will also provide drawings. As long as you put in the corresponding requirements according to the drawings, the system can automatically manufacture it for you once. That is to say, if Cedric has already derived the Philosopher's Stone, then the system can really create a cherished Philosopher's Stone for him at once. Even the perfect elixir would work. Cedric never let the game stop. Even now. There are 2 more projects in development here. Deduction project, Philosopher's Stone. Deduction method, automatic deduction. Deduction direction, how to make a magic stone. Currently the deduction progress is 1%. Estimated completion time, 1,200 months. Experience value invested, 0 points. Deduction project, research on the alchemy item storage curse, 2nd time. Deduction method, automatic deduction. Deduction direction, shorten the gap time for the magic spell to be triggered. Currently the deduction progress is 18%. Estimated completion time, 3 months. Experience points invested, 10,000 points. The first long-term mission was purely for fun, but the second one was what Cedric was really studying. But I stopped after spending 10,000 experience points. Now in order to better deal with Voldemort, complete the task of separating souls, saving Quirrell, and even better help himself make money, he can complete the Weasley twins as soon as possible character template. Cedric already has several things to deduce in his mind. To take out Voldemort. He endured the pain this time and began to consume a large amount of experience points and legendary points, and began to operate the alchemy deduction panel. P.S. The previous data has been slightly modified, mainly in 2 points. One is that in the character template, the upper limit of magic power increase is 80 points, all of which are third-rate masters. Some of them were wrongly written as super masters before. The second is the legendary value, somewhere it is written as 10/14 or 10/15. In fact, it is only used a little bit. It should be 13/14 or 14/15. This chapter also 2 points of legendary value were used, and the latest value is 12/15. Hereby explain. 60. Let's open the grid first. Cedric cancelled the progress of researching the Philosopher's Stone, but still felt that only 2 simultaneous deductions were too small. Legendary value -1. The list of alchemical deductions has been increased to 3, the upper limit has been reached. Is 3 the upper limit? Cedric added the ones he wanted to study one by one to test the difficulty. According to the rules he tried out. The length of a study represents the difficulty of the study. Use experience points. 10,000 experience points can shorten the research time by 1 month. Also, if Cedric's alchemy ability increases, it can also shorten the time of all future research. Especially the latter. Using low difficulty research to improve the level of alchemy is currently the best choice. The first thing is to continue to improve our strength. Cedric was the first to think of it. It is to strengthen the defense of the left alchemy glove again. New deduction project. Project name, research on the magic power increase of alchemical items. Estimated time, 12 months. Next is the research on the second alchemical creation. Cedric hopes to create an alchemical creation that can additionally enhance the power of his spell. New deduction project. Project name, research on wizard's magic power increase and alchemical creation. Estimated time, 120 months. Secondly, there is the need to complete the task. New deduction project. Project name, soul extraction alchemy creation. Estimated time, 240 months. New deduction project. Project name, soul healing alchemy creation. Estimated time, 120 months. Cedric hesitated. This is not a lot of consumption. If you want to complete it immediately, it will take 360 months. That's 360,000 experience points in 36 months. The key is that this is very targeted. If Voldemort cannot be subdued, then the lost experience points will be wasted. And in order to defeat Voldemort, he would definitely need other research and development methods. This is another huge expense. Even if I take all 3 periods of the Defense Against Dark Arts class a week, I will only get less than 10,000 experience points a week. At most more than 30,000 per month. You may not be able to get enough until the end of the semester, but the danger can happen at any time. Maybe when Professor Quirrell made an appointment with him to go to the Little Forbidden Forest. If you were an ordinary person, you might simply give up this option. Cedric is different. If you encounter difficulties, just solve them. If the experience points are not enough, then just find a way to earn experience points. Don't forget that he also has Teacher Raghorn. Exchange money for experience points. I felt distressed before. Now it seems that this plugin is not really too big. Is this equivalent to an NPC that becomes stronger by recharging? Cedric took stock of his income, and the biggest purchase was his Squib Therapy book. Each copy sells for 50 gold galleons. The 300 copies produced for the first time have all been sold, after deducting the cost of 5 gold galleons, the tax of 5 gold galleons, and the 10 gold galleons allocated to Professor Flitwick. He earned 30 gold galleons per copy. This is 900 gold galleons, but 500 was given to Mr. Slughorn before, and 300 research funds were given to Gemini. Plus system rewards. There are also the second batch of books produced in the later period. Currently, he still has more than 700 gold galleons in his hand. Potions rewarded by the system. If they were all sold, they could be exchanged for thousands of gold galleons. After all, there were many endangered medicinal materials in them. Cedric didn't want to sell the potion. Squib books are not selling much now. After all, there is an upper limit on the overall number of dumb guns. It is estimated that the second batch of 200 copies can be sold for more than 10 years. It's not enough to rely on these. We still have to think of new income-generating projects. Cedric thought for a moment. Weasley's Magic Wheezes shop is something you can look forward to, but it will take time to buy a shop, decorate it, or manufacture goods. He wants one now. Something that can be developed immediately and sold later. It's not like turning rocks into gold. Nicholas Flamel told Cedric that the essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange, and stones cannot really turn into gold. The magic power consumed. It just allows the stone to have all the properties of gold for a certain period of time. After the magic power is exhausted, a stone is still a stone after all. What's more, if this metal is used in any kind of machinery, and the gold suddenly turns into stone after expiration, what kind of disaster may occur? Cedric doesn't want to make money by deceiving people. I don't even want to create something that might hurt others. Is there any other miserable group in the wizarding world? It would be best if you can help others by making money. Cedric thought quickly. Wolfsbane potion. There are many wizards who suffer from the werewolf curse, and they are basically far away from the community of wizards. To return to normal life, Wolfsbane potion is their necessity, and it is a consumable. Unlike books, which can even be bought by several people together, this medicine must be taken every month. More importantly, Professor Snape taught him this potion. This business can be done. Cedric thought about it. There are 3 relatively expensive potions in the Wolfsbane potion, plus other miscellaneous ones. The cost should be around 10 gold galleons. Sell it yourself for 20 gold galleons. That is equivalent to a price of 880 yuan, which is definitely not excessive. As long as a wizard with a stable job can afford this price. In order to create more future consumers, Cedric can also let them use the loan to buy 2 bottles first to help them find jobs first. 0139034425 Phila 181130350 Even if there are only 100 werewolf wizards. Then the profit is 1,000 gold galleons every month, which can be earned by earning 100,000 experience points from Mr. Slughorn. This business can be done. I already know how to prepare the potion. Now I just need to develop a load that can extend the shelf life of the potion. An oval-shaped object quickly appeared in Cedric's mind. New deduction project. Project name, Wolfsbane Potion Delayed Preservation Capsule. Estimated time, 24 months. This is it. Cedric does things neatly and neatly. Since he wanted to do it, he had to do what was most profitable. He directly consumed 240,000 experience points to complete this deduction project. Project research completed. Wolfsbane potion capsule. It looks like a capsule and can contain 1 serving of Wolfsbane potion. It can be swallowed directly with water. The shelf life can be up to 2 years. A large amount of alchemical knowledge was instantly thrown into my mind. Cedric immediately understood that all the materials and steps needed to make Wenzhongjiao Garden were needed. Look at previous projects again. Depending on the design content, each project is shortened by 1 to 3 months. That's it. Cedric checked again. Then the longest time, the soul was removed from the alchemy creation project, and was linked to the research on the project together with the research on the alchemy item storage spell, the second time. The last spot. It is reserved for other research in the future. That afternoon, Cedric borrowed Snape's office and prepared a pot of fresh Wolfsbane potion. After using the drawings to make the first batch of 30 capsules and filling them with medicine, he began to write letters. Continue to ask Mr. Slughorn to find the media to help him publicize and promote his new research. Cedric did the math. 30 capsules are enough to earn 600 gold galleons. The idea is to gain experience and make the other party pay more attention. So Cedric bought 500 gold galleons worth of herbs from Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, and sent them with the envelope. Cedric's owl is a white owl. It belongs to the family eagle owl, and is a type of large owl. The original species is strong, and it has been enhanced with magic to fly extremely fast. After an hour, it found Slughorn. Haha, Cedric's owl is here again. Slughorn quickly recognized Cedric's owl. He almost jumped up from his stool, picked up the letter and package, and put the owl on the shelf. There is also a prepared platter of dried fruits and water to replenish its energy. That's it for Slughorn. The more famous a disciple is, the more clearly he will remember everything about him. A year after Cedric disappeared, he almost returned to the unknown period before. Every time the glorious image of going to the Ministry of Magic rang out, the corners of his mouth would curl up while he was dreaming. So this time Cedric shows up again. Slughorn's response was also very positive, including the fact that he was very attentive when looking for a store last time, and he personally came to visit them all. This time I received the package. As soon as he opened it, he found that there were valuable herbs inside, and he smiled even more happily. Now there are expenses for next year. Smart, motivated, and most importantly, very sensible. What a good apprentice, a good apprentice. Slughorn carefully collected the herbs before opening the envelope. As soon as it was opened, a small elliptical cylinder rolled out. He looked at the red and white cylinder, but found that it was not an object he recognized at all. Have you researched something new again? Slughorn took the item in his hands and began to look at the envelope. I read only a few lines. He stood up immediately. Oh my god! Slughorn rubbed his eyes, made sure he saw it correctly, and then fell back on the stool heavily. I've seen a lot of geniuses. But Cedric is like this, not even Dumbledore back then can compare to him. Transfiguration, squib healing. These 2 items are enough for an ordinary wizard to study for a lifetime. Now we have figured out alchemy to solve a big problem in the magic world. Slughorn looked down at the word again, capsule. The key is that the shelf life can be as long as 2 years, and it can be carried anywhere. The werewolf wizards will probably be crazy about it. In the past, Wolfsbane potion could only be prepared by potion masters, and it had to be drunk shortly after being prepared. The shelf life is 1 month at most. Put yourself in their shoes. You are a werewolf wizard who cannot find a job because of your werewolf transformation. Even if you are lucky enough. From childhood Fa Xiao happens to be a potion master. Even if he is willing to make potions for you regularly every month, where will you earn the cost of your potion materials? This is different. 30 gold galleons is not cheap though. But with this thing, there will always be more people willing to hire werewolf wizards. After all, there are still good-hearted people. After you find a job, your life will completely get better. Not to mention, Cedric is also planning to implement a free loan business, which will definitely make the werewolf wizards grateful. Slughorn seemed to have seen it. Money, fame, and wealth, open your little hands and wave at him. However, this will not bring out the greatest effect. Slughorn, who is proficient in the gameplay of upper-class nobles, used his keen intuition to immediately think of a better way. That is to set up a charity fund. At St. Mungo's, there are people donating money all year round, and there are also people setting up this fund. More importantly, this method does not require them to pay so much upfront cost. They only need to give away 5 capsules every month to take the lead, and then raise external funds. 0. Just sell a batch at a discounted price. It is enough to declare the cost to the outside world as 15 gold galleons. There is still some profit from these, and more can be spent from the fund. In this way, you will do a good deed and earn more fame. And there is. Cedric also asked him to help him start buying medicinal materials. Instead of buying them from outside in the future, it would be better to grow them himself. Just ask those werewolf wizards to plant it. Not only can it reduce costs, we can also build a werewolf wizard work demonstration base. Those who don't have money don't have to give it away directly. They can come and work in exchange for medicine. I'm such a genius. Slughorn smirked. A steady stream of ideas popped out of his head. He quickly wrote down all the plans and wrote a reply to Cedric that night. Cedric agreed to the idea of growing herbs. But he refused to participate in the fund's operations. The water in this matter was too deep, and he didn't want to go too deep into it. But it's better to handle this matter by yourself. He hinted that Slughorn could chair the fund and promised to provide the fund's first financial contribution. Slughorn received a reply and took action that night. He visited several journalist friends in succession to ensure that the news would be seen by all wizards the next day. Early the next morning. Daily Prophet, something about magic potions, Witches Weekly, and even the Quibbler all published this story. No doubt. Cedric is famous again. There was another layer of halo superimposed on him. This morning, Cedric experienced another bombardment of letters. Not many werewolf wizards wrote to me. Because not many of them can see the Daily Prophet on time. On the contrary, there are caring people from all walks of life. As well as the fans accumulated from the last Squib incident, they immediately sent praises and condolences after seeing the news. I had an experience. The scene around Cedric was lively but not panicked. Watching the Hufflepuffs and even the Slytherins organizing the packages in an orderly manner, distributing the pastries, and helping Cedric reply to letters. The trio's worldview has been refreshed again. Compared to Cedric's calmness and orderliness, the chaotic scene where they were so busy appeared before the three of them again. Especially Harry. He looked at Cedric, who calmly took out the magic quill and started to reply to the reader, and he mocked in despair, "Cedric is the real big shot." Harry's mood right now was simply indescribable. No matter how good Cedric was before, there was always one point in his heart that supported him, that is, his reputation in the magic world was greater than his own. Now, this last bit of self-confidence has been destroyed. Completely defeated. Harry was not a sore loser, but looking at this situation, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He lost his reputation, and his elegance reduced him to nothing in seconds. You can't even see the tail lights. Busy Cedric didn't notice the frustrated Harry. At the same time as this letter, he was very surprised when he heard the system prompts and found that he had received templates for 3 plot characters at the same time. 2 of them are girls. 61. 3 beeps sounded in Cedric's ears one after another. Ding, moved Luna Lovegood successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Luna Lovegood character template card. Template card, Luna Lovegood talent, Super Perception, newly added talent, initially A level, 3rd-rate Master Wizard, Magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Super Perception talent description, this skill allows you to have extraordinary perception and insight, and be more sensitive to fluctuations in magic power. Life Wish List, Item 1, promote naysayer newspapers and periodicals, promote to at least 100 people. By completing this wish list, you can upgrade your Super Perception talent to S level. The second item, take her to explore or tell her more mysteries of the magical world, botany, zoology, secret treasures, anecdotes, etc., currently complete 0%. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 3, silently accompany her to do meaningful things. No need to say much, just accompany me silently. Complete this wish list to receive rewards such as experience points, gold galleons, and medicinal herbs. She is indeed a charming girl. Cedric couldn't help but sigh. Even the life wish list of the character template is different from others. Of course, it is very unique to be able to determine life wishes at such a young age. Anyway, it's so different. In the original work, this is a girl who relies on her unique charm and is still as popular as Hermione even if she appears very late. She is very unique. If you like her, then you will definitely not like her in an ordinary way, but like her very much. Cedric is looking forward to meeting her. The fact that her character panel can be activated is probably related to Mr. Slughorn's request to publish his own news. Sure enough, she really liked the newspaper founded by her father. Ding, 747 moved Remus John. Lupin to succeed. You get bonus talent points +1, Remus John. Lupin character template card. Template card, Remus John. Lupin talent, second-rate master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit 85 points. Black magic defense proficiency, white wizard camp value +1, black wizard camp value +1. Life wish list, the first item, completely get rid of the werewolf curse. After completing this wish list, your magic power will increase from +5 to +10 points, with a maximum of 85 points. Item 2, own a home. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 3, take good care of Harry. By completing this wish list, you can upgrade your dark magic defense mastery, white wizard alignment value +2, black wizard alignment value +2. Professor Lupin is the most peaceful and kind-hearted among the four. Cedric had mixed feelings about him. The first is compassion. In Greek, Lupin means bitter. The name predicts that Lupin will be grey and bitter throughout his life. He is the kindest person in the group of predators. He is a rare wizard among werewolves, possessing qualities such as integrity, kindness, and love. Among the defense against the dark arts professors Harry had ever encountered, Professor Howe was a rare person who was capable, yet also humble and had a sense of humor. See his character template. Cedric once again thought of the love Dumbledore talked about. After learning the symphony spell, he has a more personal experience of the invisible and intangible emotional power. Lupin's life experience. It seems to better support this. He was infected by a werewolf at the age of 10. As a person who was forced to accept the white eyes and loneliness, he did not become a cynical misanthrope in the end. The friendship the Marauders gave him was extremely important. There is such a record in the original work that Lupin was very violent when he first transformed into a werewolf. But with the company of friends. Gradually, after transforming into a werewolf, Lupin was able to remain peaceful while transforming into a werewolf. Even let Lupin have it. Humility, bravery, and a sense of humor that are rarely found among werewolves. Maybe the werewolf curse is also an emotion? Or if I can collect love to completely cancel the werewolf curse? Or pull away? Emotions are not completely unextractable. Think of the Philosopher's Stone. It extracts all the emotions of teacher Nick Holm and his wife and turns them into one of the main materials for making the elixir of life. Detach from your emotions. It is even one of the necessary conditions for the creation of magic stones. Cedric immediately tried to start the deduction. New deduction project. Project name, the extraction of love emotions and alchemical creation. Estimated time, 1,200 months. Good guy, why don't you just start with 100 years? This is on par with the deduction of the Philosopher's Stone. Could it be that the key technology for making the Philosopher's Stone is emotional detachment? Cedric took a breath, and then tried another plan. New deduction project. Project name, Werewolf Curse Extracts Alchemical Creations. Estimated time, 2,400 months hiss. It seems that it really is possible. In this way, Cedric became more motivated to research. After trying several times in a row, he finally found the least time-consuming deduction, new deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Collection Alchemy Creation. Estimated time, 24 months. 2 years is already the lowest time among all deductions. But Cedric has no experience points. I spent 240,000 in one go before, but I only had more than 10,000 left in my hand. I gave Slughorn 500 gold galleons in exchange for 50,000 experience points. Now he only has 60,000 experience points. Faced with the dilemma of having no experience points available, Cedric looked through character templates for a long time. Finally, I saw hope in Slughorn. By the way, I can also settle my reputation. Settlement function. Cedric only used it once, the morning he last received the Order of Merlin. Not only has his fame been fermenting for a year now, he even achieved new breakthroughs. Settlement now. The first item, uncover the bright stars of the future, please become a future star that satisfies him. Stage rewards, the more famous you are, the more experience points and talent points you can get. Settlement in progress. Based on your current fame, you will receive 190,000 experience points and 12 talent points. That's enough now. Cedric immediately completed the deduction. Project research completed. Alchemy creation of love emotion collection. The appearance is a gold ring inlaid with rubies, which can absorb and accommodate your love emotions, and will also respond to love emotions. The degree of contraction determines the strength, and the ring turns to point to the target. Gold and gems are common alchemical materials. In addition to the space given by the system, Cedric used the seamless extension charm to expand 2 cubic pockets in his clothes. Those life-saving first aid potions and items are placed in the space. As for those less important potion materials and alchemy materials, they are all piled in the pocket of the traceless extension spell. There was a moment of fumbling around. Send all the materials into the system and immediately create a love collection ring. Put it on your finger. Unexpectedly, there was an immediate reaction. It continues to shrink slowly, and even keeps rotating, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, seemingly unable to lock on a certain target. Cedric thought the ring was broken at first. But when I thought that this was a creation of the system, I immediately reacted. By the way, there must be too many targets. Not that Cedric is boasting. When he started teaching homework in the 1st grade, many people wanted to get close to him. Now we are in the auditorium again. In order to test the ring, Cedric immediately signaled his friends to move his gifts and letters back to the dormitory. After leaving the auditorium, Cedric put on the ring again, and this time it was much more normal. Occasionally I pass by 1 or 2 classmates. The rings are also slightly shrinking, which should mean that the other party has a vague affection for me. While Cedric walked, open the system and start viewing the last character template. Ding, Chuzhong was moved by his success. You get bonus talent points +1 and the first character template card. Chu *Zhong? Isn't it Zhong Chu? As soon as Cedric reacted, he suddenly felt the ring in his hand tighten suddenly. Look in the direction of rotation. An extremely beautiful girl with long black hair was looking at him from the front. She is Chu *Zhong. Just look at her. Cedric understands why so many people complain about the casting of Cho Chang and Ginny. Wei Er is described as a school belle level beauty. The appearance is definitely far better than the actors in the movie. When Chu Chang saw Cedric like this, she became obviously panicked. She brushed her long black hair from her ears and walked toward Cedric with her scent. The ring in her hand shrinks tighter and tighter, and rotates with the movement of her lips. This made Cedric even more convinced that he had seen the right person. Actually look carefully. You can also find that Chu *''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' hands posted beside her have long been clenched into fists nervously. Quite shy. Have to say. Cedric, who has Huxia values, still likes this kind of shy, long, straight, and dark man. Hey! Just when the two of them were about to pass each other, Chu Zhong suddenly called out to him, "Are you free later? I have some questions for you." Although I dared to speak. But after the words were spoken, Chu Zhang's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally even reached the point where it was almost inaudible. The friends around Cedric all laughed. This isn't the first time I've seen this kind of scene. But I have never seen anyone agree to a date alone with Cedric. Of course, I'll meet you in Ravenclaw's lounge around 1 o'clock. Cedric spoke. Suddenly there was a scream around. They watched as Chu ****Zhong kept screaming with excitement and slapping Cedric's shoulders hard. This is Cedric's first date. See you later. Chu ****Zhong trotted away amid roars of laughter. Cedric raised his hand, and 1/3 of the ruby on the ring was already glowing pink. A lot of energy has obviously been collected. He started the alchemy deduction system again, and after some operations, he got good news and bad news. The good news is, the alchemy that drives love energy can be researched, including shields, spell enhancements, and automatic protection. The bad news, either way takes 1,200 months. Cedric changed his mind again. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Absorbs Alchemical Creation. Estimated time, 1,200 months. Does this also take 100 years? Cedric immediately realized that it was unrealistic to create new alchemical creations with such functions out of thin air. And 100 years doesn't seem to be the exact time. It should just be the limit of this deduction ability. Perhaps, all the ones that exceed the difficulty will show 100 tails. Not all problems can be solved in 100 years. So, how to use the emotion of love? Recall the original plot. Apart from Lupin, who just came to mind, the most classic one is Harry. Precisely. It was Harry's mother Lily's love for him that turned into an ancient magic, which saved Harry from Avada's Kedavra. Not only that. He also left a fragment of Voldemort's soul in Harry's body forever, making Harry one of his Horcruxes. So, the emotional energy of love is directional? Cedric has a new idea. He clicked on the previous research results again and began to conduct a second deduction. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Collection Alchemy Creations Personal Love Emotion Absorption. Estimated time, 1 month. Sure enough, as long as you limit the use of this targeted love emotion to yourself, the difficulty will suddenly drop. It's hard to use casually. But for my love, it is easy for me to absorb it. Cedric spent his last 10,000 experience points, and soon, a new system prompt appeared, project research completed. The love emotion collected from the alchemical creation is absorbed by the personal love emotion. The appearance is a gold ring inlaid with rubies. It can absorb and contain the love emotions directed at you, and will also respond to the love emotions. The degree of contraction determines the strength and the direction of the ring to point to the target. After the love is absorbed to the full level, it will be directly directed to the target. The emotion of love poured into Cedric's body and took effect. Why is the description so unclear? Cedric frowned. However, with his adventurous spirit, he immediately sent the ring to the system for processing. After coming out again, a circle of scale has appeared on it. Just wait for now, you'll know when you're full. Cedric first took him and his friends back to Hufflepuff's lounge. After placing the gifts, he opened Chu Zhang's character template card Autumn * talent, third-rate master wizard, magic power 0.0 plus 5 points, upper limit 80 points. Natural beauty, charm +1. Charm explanation, increases attraction to all beings and fully supports emotions such as friendship, admiration, and love. Life wish list, item 1, graduation successfully. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. By completing this wish list, you can upgrade your super perception talent to S level. Item 2, sweet love. Completing this wish list can enhance the effect of natural beauty and increase charm by 3. The third item, loyalty, the one who is loved is always happy. During the period when she confirms that you are her lover, she will always increase your magic power limit by 10 points. Where is the girl who must be treated with caution? In the magical world of Eagle Country. A girl with such qualities is a rare find in a century. The time comes at 1 o'clock. Cedric arrived at the Ravenclaw lounge on time. His arrival. The entire Ravenclaw lounge was filled with whispers. 2 people sit across from each other. It was so quiet that you could hear each other's even breathing. Cedric took Chu Zhang's homework and looked at it, sometimes frowning slightly, sometimes curling the corner of his mouth and letting out a smile. Chu Zhang stared at him silently. The sun just fell on Cedric's body, and he shone brightly. It didn't take long. Cedric suddenly lowered his head, raised his hand and turned the ring on his hand. He can feel it. The ring was once again filled with energy and was injecting energy into his body 3 times. Cedric frowned. It's the 3rd time, and he hasn't felt any specific changes yet. Does this love emotion have to be attacked to be useful? Just when he thought so. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps all around. At some point, the beauties of Ravenclaw surrounded Cedric. 62. What's going on? Cedric looked around. At first he thought they were coming to join in the fun. But it soon became clear something was wrong. These girls looked at him blankly, moving their feet a little bit, their mouths slightly open as if they couldn't speak. The boys of Ravenclaw all stood there dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Why are all the girls around me suddenly going crazy? Moreover, when did the Ravenclaw girls, who have always been smart, show such crazy expressions? It feels wrong. Cedric looked at Chu Zhang opposite him and found that she had the same expression. Not good. This ring turns me into a vila. Cedric finally thought of something and took off the ring in his hand. Then he knocked on the table hard, and the loud sound was heard, and many people came to their senses. The crowd that had vaguely surrounded Cedric dispersed. Excuse me. Chu Zhang, who was on the opposite side, stood up, the beginner's transfiguration guide in his hand to cover his flushed face. She was extremely shy. I didn't expect that I would actually do the rude act of staring at others without moving. This is so embarrassing. Cedric would probably be disgusted, after all, he behaved like a brainless idiot. Chu Zhang's heart felt like a mess. The more she tried to guess what Cedric was thinking, the more anxious she became, and she even planned to end today's meeting early. Sorry, I was so rude. Seeing that Chu Zhang seemed to be getting up, Cedric quickly said, actually, it's not bad. After all, it was a problem caused by my own experiments. If you make the other person feel guilty, it will make you feel a little embarrassed. Again. Cedric doesn't think there's anything wrong with the cute Chu Zhang. What? Chu Zhang's expression became condensed. The homework you showed me. Cedric shook the parchment in his hand, the writing is very good overall, it's really good. This was not said against my will. Chu Zhang himself is a smart Ravenclaw. Although he said he was asking for advice on this assignment, he was actually quite satisfied with it. Cedric didn't see anything wrong. At most, they are some innocuous little details. Even if they are used directly to grade the professor, 25 will be at least an E, exceeds expectations, and maybe even an O, outstanding. Do your homework. Chu Zhang's face regained consciousness after learning the beginner's guide to transformation, and he felt a little secret joy at being praised. Of course, let me explain it to you in detail. Cedric stood up and sat down across from him, and the two began to discuss Ziuya. Because of Cedric's approach, Chu Zhang's face began to heat up again. She looked up at the fireplace and secretly lit the fire. Otherwise, why would the room be so hot? But when Cedric started to explain, the atmosphere quickly changed. Cedric's explanation method is very flexible. If there is something Chu Zhang does not understand, he will immediately change his method. There will also be some unofficial anecdotes mixed in. This makes the whole learning process fun. Soon, Chu Zhang's tense nerves finally calmed down, and he began to pick up his quill pen and revise his homework. Cedric half leaned against the table and watched her quietly. Occasionally, he would whisper a reminder when he found something he had omitted. 2 hours later, Chu Zhang was very excited to find that the homework that he originally needed to do for an afternoon was actually completed in 2 hours. This is so great. Chu Zhang likes this feeling of being immersed in the ocean of knowledge very much. Come back. She whispered softly, I don't know how to thank you. Although I like to acquire knowledge very much, this is the first time I am as happy as I am today. The two smiled at each other. There was a tacit understanding in my heart, but I didn't say much. This is what it should be. Cedric and Chu Zhang agreed on the date of their next meeting. This time we got along pretty well. Occasionally recalling lower-grade knowledge can also help him deepen his understanding of knowledge. He was going to make contact slowly again. Right now. The chatter in the lounge reached his ears. Have you heard? Someone at Gryffindor Academy broke his wrist during the flying lesson this afternoon. Really? That's really careless. Why do I feel so weird when I hear it's from their academy? Cedric immediately remembered. Tonight, Harry is about to experience his first lesson in life. This is not to be missed. I wonder how much experience points I can get by persuading the savior? Thinking of the experience points reward, he couldn't wait to get to the evening soon. After separating from Chu Zhang. After dinner, Cedric went directly to Filch's office. See him and ask. Filch said frankly, in fact, Malfoy has come to me to complain, saying that someone wanders around the castle at night. He is different now. After 3 consecutive years of corrections, he was loved by many young wizards and was no longer the tyrannical administrator. After being able to cast a basic spell, his mentality truly became peaceful. Even the shackles on the cantilever were thrown away. There are snacks in the cabinet. If a child who has been punished for breaking school rules is hungry, he can eat something and drink some hot tea. Now I can discuss violating school rules rationally. It should be Harry Potter. Cedric said, it seems that he was tricked by the other party. Slytherin. Filch shook his head and sighed. Although his mind has calmed down, there are still students who give him headaches, there are many smart ones among them, but they always look cold and have no less bad ideas than those from Gryffindor House. Give it to me. Cedric took over the job, let me teach Harry a lesson tonight. Then leave it to you. Filch directly handed him the key to the office. He himself put on a cloak, and even sprayed some perfume on himself and Mrs. Norris. It looks like we are going to have a wonderful night. 11 o'clock at night. Cedric cast a disguise spell on himself and arrived outside the prize display room on the third floor in advance. It didn't take long. There was the sound of rustling walking at the other end of the corridor, and the door of the trophy display room opened and closed. It's time. Cedric cast a spell to make Filch's oil lamp float beside him, and then walked quickly towards the prize display room. Come to the door. He deliberately shouted loudly through the door, Who's there? I am Cedric, patrolling for Mr. Filch tonight, are you Weasley? Even if you are a friend, you will be locked up and deducted points if I catch you. Come out on your own, I can deduct less points. Under his bluff. Rapid footsteps soon came from inside. Go this way. Harry has a big mouth, so everyone around him can clearly see the shape of his mouth. The others were all frightened. He could only follow the leader Harry in a daze and run wildly. Cedric stepped hard on his footsteps and drove them towards the fourth floor. Sudden. The frightened Neville couldn't help but let out a scream. In a panic, he hugged Ronald and fell onto the armor together. Suddenly, there was a bang and a crash. Hearing a sound that was enough to wake up the entire castle, Cedric felt relieved. It seems that changing people will not produce any changes in the plot. Run! Harry didn't care about hiding anymore, he started running at full speed along the corridor with his wife. Cedric followed slowly behind. 10 minutes later. Harry and others successfully passed through the magic classroom and came to an unfamiliar corridor. Probably, we got rid of him. Harry felt a sense of fear. He would rather be caught by Filch than Cedric. The others were not much better. Hermione, it's over, if Cedric catches me here, he will definitely think that I am a bad girl. Ronald, I'm just done. Cedric knows almost all my family and keeps in touch with my mother. I can almost hear his name when I hear it. Just think about it. Ronald couldn't help but shiver, and then he broke into a cold sweat all over his body. Neville, Senior Cedric is a good man. He saved my life and praised me for my good knowledge of herbal medicine. I feel so sorry for him. His mouth tightened and he almost cried. Cedric in the distance received the system prompt simultaneously. With both kindness and power, you successfully made 3 students regret for their violation of school rules, and you were rewarded with 1000 experience points. The reward is so small? Are those 3 classmates? It seems that Harry hasn't realized his mistake yet. How can this work? Cedric quickened his pace slightly. The other side. Harry listened to the wailing of the 3 people around him and couldn't help but lower his voice and yelled, Shut up, everyone. He gasped and gasped, It's useless to talk so much, let's get out of here quickly. Harry looked before and after. At both ends of the dark corridor, it seemed as if 10 or 8 Cedrics would pop out at any moment. This is simply too scary. The 4 of them were about to move when they saw the classroom door in front of them being opened. Peeves came out with a broad face, a big mouth, a tie and a hat, and his toes sticking out from the seams of his shoes. Ha ha! When Peeves saw them, he screamed happily, Look what I saw! Please do not! Ronald clasped his hands together, Please, don't shout out, we will be expelled. This is not okay. Peeves chuckled and smirked around the group. The new Gryffindor is wandering around the castle in the middle of the night, tisk tisk. I should report you. Peeves said nonsense seriously, I'm doing this for your own good, you know. No. Ronald was scared and anxious. He drew his wand and struck Peeves hard. Peeves shouted hysterically, Come on, someone, there are students in the corridor. Run! Harry couldn't remember how many times he shouted this today. They bent down to avoid the paper balls thrown by Peeves, and this time they ran as fast as they could. I really disagreed and got out of Peeves' sight. At this moment, they have already run away at the end of the corridor, a door hit hard. Hurrah! Harry went to turn the doorknob, but the door was locked. It's completely over. Ronald whimpered. His legs weakened and he slid along the wall toward the ground. Come on, I can't let Cedric catch me. Hermione's little universe exploded. She roughly dodged Harry's wand and knocked on the door lock, Open the Ilaho hole. With a click, the door lock opened. The 4 people immediately swarmed in. They put their ears against the door, held their breath and listened carefully to what was going on outside. Peeves. Cedric's magnetic voice came, Did you see the person who escaped just now? Cedric. Peeves' voice was a little more cautious. He is still a little in awe of the strong Cedric's Merlin order is not something that ordinary people have, but at this moment, it is too playful and decides to play with him. Ask someone a question and say please. Cedric smiled. Does Peeves still want to take advantage of him? However, I have always been civilized and courteous, so I can still say this to someone asking for help. Okay, Peeves, please tell me where the escaped students are. Haha. Peeves proudly turned around on the spot. There is another explanation for the fear of the strong, which is to deceive the good and fear the evil. I changed my mind. Cedric said please, successfully making him misunderstand his status. Peeves decided to dominate Cedric. It clasped its hands in front of it, raised its chin high, and hummed, "You have to tell me, please, Great Lord Peeves." Okay. Cedric took out his wand directly, Lang Lock. The dazzling light hit Peeves instantly. The curse caused Peeves' tongue to stick to the roof of his mouth. The discomfort in his mouth made him cover his mouth with both hands. Where did they go, Peeves? Cedric asked again. This time Peeves got scared and pointed to his mouth to indicate that the spell would be broken. You still don't want to say anything? Cedric frowned and raised his wand again. Move Peeves, locomotor Peeves. This was originally a moving object spell. However, he increased his magic power and caught Peeves, and then banged him against the wall and floor several times. Peeves didn't stop until he whimpered for mercy. All right. This time Cedric broke the spell. Tell me now. Over there, over there. Peeves looked sad. Teach Peeves a lesson and reward 5,000 experience points. Is it actually worth so much experience points? It seems that it is a very naughty existence in the calculation of the system. Cedric's eyes lit up. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you for informing me, you can leave now." Peeves turned and walked away. Cedric shook his head directly behind him. How rude. Move Peeves, locomotor Peeves. Boom 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 boom. Until Peeves almost burst into tears. Cedric stopped lecturing him and corrected him seriously, "Why are you so rude? I said please when I asked you, and after you told me the news, I also said thank you." FFLX. Cedric guided it and said, "What should you say when I let you go?" Peeves trembled all over. Sure enough, strong men are terrifying, and this Cedric is even more ruthless than Bloody Baron. Under Cedric's gaze, Peeves racked his brains and finally came up with the answer, "Say, thank you. Teach Peeves to be civilized and polite, and will be rewarded with 5,000 experience points." "You're welcome." Satisfied, Cedric waved his hand, indicating that it could leave. "Be sure to remember to say thank you next time, understand?" "Understood, great Mr. Cedric." "Thank you." Peeves responded with a most flattering voice, and then disappeared with a whoosh. The lesson this time was really unforgettable. From then on, whenever it sees Cedric in advance, it will definitely take a detour. It makes Cedric feel quite regretful. 2 clicks will give you 10,000 experience points. Inside the door, Harry's quartet huddled together. "SS Cedric, are you so strict?" Because of fear. They even hallucinated. They felt like there was a hole at the top of their heads, and the cold wind kept pouring in, chilling them from head to toe. His body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. Cedric turned his gaze to the end of the corridor. This time, I wonder what kind of beast Hagrid has changed inside. 63. In the room. As Cedric's footsteps got closer and closer, Harry and the 4 of them held their breath and concentrated. At this tense moment, Harry noticed heavy breathing coming from behind him. "Stop it! Neville, catch your breath!" Harry gave a low growl. As a result, Neville's voice came from his feet, I don't dare to breathe." The 4 of them looked at each other in surprise for a second. Then they all turned around and focused on the huge monster with a dark red body, an armor on the back of its neck, horns on its head, and more than 10 beards hanging down from its mouth. It is nearly 3 meters tall. The body is like a giant hippopotamus, with a long tail and elephant-like hooves. At this moment, it was yawning, leaning down, and breathing heavily in front of several people. After so much that has happened, the appearance of this monster completely shattered the minds of several people. The 4 of them knew it very well. The reason why they are not dead yet is because the monster has just been awakened from sleep. It hasn't slowed down yet. Harry unscrewed the door without hesitation. Between Cedric and death, the latter was definitely more amiable. Then, Cedric saw it. At the corridor. Harry and the four of them ran towards him as fast as they could. Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Neville. They stopped in the hallway as Cedric called out their names one by one. The four of them were shaking like chaff, and they all hid behind Cedric. They slumped to the ground. You shouted to Cedric with each word, "We were wrong, but now is not the time to say that. That, behind the door, is the monster. It's huge, as high as a mountain. We were almost eaten by him just now. It's true, we didn't lie to you." Seeing how scared they were, Cedric no longer wanted to scare them. Instead, he was comforted, "Don't be afraid, I'll take a look first." Cedric passed several people and walked towards the end of the corridor. "I checked the door lock with an oil lamp." After confirming that the door was locked, he turned to several people and said, "Have you forgotten what Principal Dumbledore said at the beginning of school?" Harry opened his mouth. He remembered. At the beginning, he was chatting with Ronald and asked Dumbledore why he was so crazy. It turns out everything he said was true. "So, what kind of monster is that?" Cedric asked carefully. The identity of the monster was quickly confirmed, the horned camel. This is a creature that was once on the verge of extinction, but was later bred again after being cultivated by the magical zoologist Newt Scamander. Horned camels are extremely aggressive in nature. After being cultivated, people can occasionally see mountain monsters riding on horned camel beasts in an attempt to tame them. Of course they are not happy from the bottom of their hearts. As a result, the giant monster's body is often covered with scars caused by the horned camel beast. I don't know if this horned camel beast was obtained by Hagrid from his mother. Newt Scamander. That is, the protagonist of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Now he has retired. When Harry was in 3rd grade, he actually came back to Hogwarts, and his name appeared on the Marauders map at that time. Cedric wanted to talk to him. Maybe we can come up with some particularly awesome character templates. Calm down your emotions. Cedric said to several people, "Let's go. I'll send you back first. As for the deduction of points, I will discuss it with Professor McGonagall and Mr. Filch." Hear this. All four of them shrank their necks. Professor McGonagall is notoriously strict, and for a group of four of them, the points deducted now are as much as those of the Weasley twins. My heart feels infinitely uncomfortable. But they were caught on the spot by Cedric, and they had nothing to say. But why is there a monster on the 4th floor? Harry was still a little unwilling. Everything happened for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. Cedric's voice is firm and persistent. You just have to believe. Principal Dumbledore, as well as so many deans and professors, will know the dangers of this monster better than you. Cedric's words were righteous and stern, and the truth was so correct that it was absolutely impeccable. 4 people listened. The emotions of embarrassment and shame made them form a construction team with 40 toes, and they were almost able to dig out a Slytherin underground lounge. Success in making students understand the rules correctly will reward 30,000 experience points. Sure enough, there are many rewards when it comes to the savior. Cedric keeps up the good work. If they make every rule and explain it to everyone in detail, it will be chaos and there will be no way to work. The words paused. Cedric's tone became slightly calmer, although I don't know the reason either. But since Principal Dumbledore said it at the beginning of school, there must be a reason for him to let this monster stay here. I believe this reason. It is definitely more important than the danger it may bring to the students of Hogwarts. Besides, it would be safer if you didn't come here. Another extremely orthodox attack. Cedric's logic was so rigorous that it was not possible for 4 frightened children to come up with a solution in a short time. Regret gnawed at the 4 people's hearts like ants. Several people had their heads hanging down, and they couldn't even say a single word about the incident for a full minute. Harry stared at his toes. He felt that he had failed everyone's expectations. Ronald's eyes were empty, like a zombie. He had already begun to fantasize about the yelling letter his mother wrote to him, and how he was kicked out of the house alone, wandering around with a suitcase in his hand. Hermione's heart was broken. The image of Cedric shaking his head at her, and the image of Professor McGonagall's eyes full of disappointment, kept switching back and forth in her mind. The little girl was holding the corner and water was flowing out. Neville just whimpered and started crying. Explaining the importance of rules to classmates will reward you with 30,000 experience points. Very good, 60,000 experience points. This is equivalent to 600 gold galleons. For the sake of these rewards, Cedric even decided to give up the opportunity to deduct Gryffindor points. What if, I give you a chance? Cedric's words. It was like nectar that spread into the dry and cracked hearts of the four people. After all, deducting points is not the ultimate goal. But the premise is that you must realize your mistakes enough. I heard things are about to turn around. Several people nodded and began to list their crimes one after another. I was really wrong, I shouldn't have asked someone for a magic duel. Hermione got angry when Harry mentioned this. I told you so. Hermione said quickly and angrily, Malfoy lied to you. He has no intention of going there to fight you, do you understand now? Harry had a million reasons he didn't want to admit. But facing the conditions given by Cedric, he could only pinch his nose and accept Hermione's correction. It is my fault. After Harry finished speaking, the other three people continued to talk. I was wrong too. Ronald looked at Harry with some embarrassment, I should persuade him instead of coming out with him. I was wrong. Hermione said quickly, I should have stopped them. Then I. Neville hesitated for a moment, I shouldn't be afraid. I'm waiting at the door for the fat lady to open the door. You are different. Cedric patted Neville comfortingly, you are the most innocent. It's really ill-advised to let you sleep alone at the door of the lounge. I will tell Professor McGonagall about this. I should at least make sure to send you back, out of 4 people. Neville is indeed the one affected. The child's wrist injury was just healed. When he came back, the fat lady was gone again. She was sleeping on the ground and was passed by 2 ghosts. Anyone who puts it on him will panic. You should know that if you are touched by a ghost, you will feel a basin of ice water pouring down your head. Encountered this twice in the hallways on cold Hogwarts nights. That taste is not pleasant. Then I'm fine. Neville suddenly became excited. That's right. Cedric took out a piece of chocolate, and Neville wiped his tears on his coat and ate it happily. Cedric, you are truly the nicest person I have ever met. Neville was moved. The system popped up immediately. Ding, I moved Neville Longbottom successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Neville Longbottom character template card. Template card Neville Longbottom talent, accumulated, low-level master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit of 70 points. Talent explanation, accumulation, 1 minute after the battle, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 10%, and 5 minutes after the combat, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 30%. Life wish list, the first item, successfully graduate and become a qualified district teacher. Stage rewards, every time a task reaches O, you can get rewards such as experience points, gold galleons, magic potions, and talent points. Item 2, parents receive thorough treatment. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. A&D accumulation will lead to improvement, 30 seconds after the battle, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 20%, and 1 minute after the combat, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 50%. Item 3, become good, repair his brain damage in any way. After completing this wish list, your magic power will increase from +5 to +10 points, with a maximum limit of 85 points. That's right. Neville was not born stupid. His grandmother was afraid that his mind would be damaged after witnessing the brutal torture of his parents, so she used forgetfulness on him when he was young. Later, I witnessed the Cruciatus curse again. Even after the Cruciatus curse was cast on him, his spirit seemed to gradually improve. Later he became a professor of herbal medicine. Of course Cedric would not use the Cruciatus curse on Neville. Treat his parents well, or find the master who has forgotten everything and ask for his experience, or study the method of using love and emotion therapy. There are still many solutions. Shut down the system. Cedric continued to say to Harry and others, to tell you the truth, Malfoy did secretly inform you, that's why I came today. But I don't think so either. Harry, it is completely wrong for us to come out. Damn Malfoy. After Harry and the other 2 cursed a few times in their hearts, they suddenly came to their senses, so, Cedric is actually here to help us. Although Filch is not annoying now. But as a campus administrator, if he catches Harry and others, he will never let them go. Because that's his job. But Cedric is here, and he plans to let himself and others go. This is obviously to take care of himself and others. Completely different nature. And you still have to take some risks. Under the moved expressions of the 3 people, Cedric elaborated on his point of view, I only look at a thing from the 3 perspectives of law, reason, and emotion. From the perspective of law, rules. You have undoubtedly violated school rules. The three of them bowed their heads sadly. But Cedric didn't talk much about this aspect and quickly continued, theoretically speaking. I openly asked you for a duel, but Malfoy didn't come. He even made a small report. He broke the promise first and snitched later. It's unreasonable for him. It would have been me. If I arrange a fight to the death with someone, I will definitely give it my all. At this moment, Cedric's eyes changed instantly. What appeared in front of him was the resurrected Voldemort, who was full of oppression. The enemy is at hand. Cedric suddenly exuded an extraordinary murderous aura. Harry and the four of them suddenly felt a strong aura, which made their skins tingle slightly. The four of them couldn't help but think back. Just now, I heard Cedric teaching Peeves a lesson inside the door. Suddenly they understood. Ewan, there is no conflict between being kind-hearted and sharp-minded. Finally, emotionally. Cedric smiled lightly at the three of them. Ronald, you as a brother. You will never meet a brother like this who is willing to accompany Harry through life and death. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and smiled. As for you. Cedric reached out and patted Hermione on the head. You must be the most troubled. You know clearly that they are doing something stupid, and according to the rules, you have to stop them, but you can't bear it. It's really hard to decide. You will definitely encounter it again in the future. How to choose? I hope you can make a decision that you will not regret in the future. Cedric stopped at the end of the corridor. After walking further and turning the corner, you will find Gryffindor's lounge. Go ahead, I can't be seen by the fat lady, it will be difficult to explain. Mr. Cedric. Harry suddenly spoke. You just said that you should make a decision that you won't regret. He swallowed. So, what do you think, Zhao Zhao, is a decision that you won't regret? See Harry asking for advice. Cedric named Ronald's name. Do you know why your twin brother and I can become friends? In a way. I don't want my life to be full of regrets either. There is actually a lot of truth in this passage. Hidden in it is a meaning that only Cedric himself can understand. Voldemort, an old man, must fight to kill him. If you can't fight this, it would have been a waste of time for him to travel through time. However, among the three Harry, only Cedric's clear meaning was expressed. He felt that what they did today was correct to a certain extent. It's time for you to go. Cedric urged, remember, don't wait too long, as your young head will turn grey and you will be sad. Translated into foreign languages. It is to encourage them not to waste their wonderful youth, and not to wait until they are older to regret that they did not seize the time to do meaningful things when they were young. This sentence falls on everyone's ears and has different feelings. The only thing the same is, after listening to Cedric's words, Harry and the trio were like a spring breeze blowing on their faces, their hearts filled with strength. Even Hogwarts in the middle of the night could not bring them a chill. Except for Neville, he has been enjoying chocolate ever since he started eating chocolate. Thank you, Senior Cedric. We will definitely remember your teachings. Harry and the three of them bowed down to say goodbye with sincerity, and Neville, who was beside him, also bent down after realizing it. Go. Cedric said. The four of them stopped staying. They ran to the portrait of the fat lady. Where have you been? The fat lady looked astonished at him. Stop asking, pig nose, pig nose. Harry announced the password and the portrait spun forward. The four of them stumbled into the common room, slumped down in the armchairs, and quietly savored everything that had happened tonight. Cedric in the corner. The system prompt rang in my ears as expected, because of its significant impact on the savior Harry. 64. Harry character template part updated. The first life wish list: enjoy life, make attempts and decisions that you will not regret. Complete this wish list, and you will get a reward every time you complete an action that you do not regret, including experience points, talent points, legendary points, magic potions, gold galleons, etc. Because of the significant impact on Harry, the savior, he will be rewarded with 5 legendary points, 300,000 experience points, 10 talent points plus 1 space grid, 1,000 gold galleons, and 50 types of various magic potions. He is indeed the savior. Cedric smiled from ear to ear. 5 legendary points were enough to impress him. After adding these 10 talent points, the talent points he had in his hand were enough to upgrade all his talents. 300,000 experience points made up for his blood loss. And 1,000 gold galleons. If converted into experience points, it would be another 100,000 experience points. There is also a dazzling array of magic potions, and the ones provided by the system are the ones with the largest tube capacity. This output can be compared to the harvest of the sprout teaching greenhouse in 10 years. He's a being who can explode gold coins like Slug Hog. It seems that I will have to pay more attention to your life in the future, but don't worry, I will definitely develop you into a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, body, art, and work. Cedric began to think seriously. Try not to miss every moment of Harry Potter's growth. Just a little push. You can get a lot of profits by yourself. The stories that follow in the first grade include the troll incident, the Quidditch match, and the final victory over Voldemort, etc. Halloween is not far away now. There is nothing to prepare for the troll incident, but the dragon on Hagrid's side is about to come out. You must first carve out a space for pets. So I got back to making money. Fortunately, I was rewarded with 1,000 gold galleons this time, so I just have to wait until I find a store. And there's more. We need to urge the Weasley brothers to make more products. After taking stock of what you have to do recently, Cedric began to improve his strength. Until now, he also has 331,400 experience points, 42 talent points, and 17 20ths legendary points. Because of the huge harvest of talent points, the first thing Cedric targets is those talents whose talents have not yet reached S level. A-level talents, fighting, white magic, defense. B-level talents, black magic, attack, language. C-level talent, prophecy. Talent points -2. Your 2 talents, fighting and white magic, defense, have been upgraded from A to S level. Talent points 4270. Your black magic, attack, and language talents have been upgraded from B to S level. Talent -3. Your prophecy talent has been upgraded from C to S level. The remaining talent value is 33 points. Upgrade all basic talents to S, obtain the title of talent, and have a charm value of +2. See the reward at the end. Instead of being happy, Cedric rubbed his brow in distress. It doesn't work if the charm is too great. The blessing of the ring last time has allowed me to possess it, which is equivalent to the attraction of a half villa. It's impossible to increase this charm any further. Cedric immediately opened the alchemical deduction and began to think of ways to break the situation. The use of love emotion. The only examples he knew of now were Lupin and Harry's mother. Lupin retains his humanity under the care of friendship. Harry's mother sacrificed herself, used the power of love to practice ancient magic, and has been protecting her child. Correct. Cedric became excited. In addition to charm, maybe I can think of it from a protective perspective. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Collection. Alchemy Creations. Personal love emotion is absorbed and converted into shield energy. Estimated time, 24 months. Sure enough. Cedric directly pressed confirmation. Experience points -240,000 points, 91,400 remaining. Project research completed. Special reminder, this alchemical creation has been transformed to its limit and cannot be transformed any further. Love emotion collecting. Alchemy Creations. Personal love emotion absorbs and transforms into shield energy. The appearance is a gold ring inlaid with rubies, which can absorb and accommodate your love emotions. It will also respond to love emotions. The degree of contraction determines the intensity. And the ring turns to point at the target. After the love absorption is full, the love emotion will be directly injected into Cedric's body and play a protective role, which can protect against any attack that harms Cedric, including the unforgivable curse. Oh my god! Cedric couldn't help but shout it out. This is really an unexpected gain. Is love really related to ancient magic? Can it directly resist the unforgivable curse? Cedric immediately asked the system to modify the ring. This time the changes are even bigger. The inner ring where the ring touches the skin is still whole, but there are 3 small separate interfaces on it, and the width has also increased to 2 centimeters. Each of the 3 small separate interfaces has a ruby on it. Phi, around the big ruby, there are countless small gems inlaid. In addition to the scale, there is also a white arrow in the middle of the gem. Cedric observed. Each gem points to a different position, and it seems that the number that can be locked at the same time has also increased. After putting it on, there was a slight tingling sensation on the skin. Afterwards, the alchemy ring turned into a colorful tattoo, attached to his skin, and the scales and hands were still clearly visible. when Cedric had the idea of taking it off. The ring will regain its physical form. It's okay now. Cedric put on the ring, walked out through the door of the lounge, and headed towards the auditorium for medical treatment. All the way, the ring on his right hand kept tightening. Then there was a steady stream of gentle magic power that began to adhere to his skin. You can obviously feel it. I stretched out my hand to touch it, but couldn't touch it at all. Is this the power of ancient magic * love? Cedric's whole body became energetic. My own energy, supplemented by half the girls at Hogwarts, was able to withstand the giant melon-gnawing curse. The price/performance ratio is incredible. It seems that I will have to look for Chujong more in the future. She recharges faster. Unknowingly, love has risen to the level of life and death. Cedric strode towards the auditorium. After breakfast, he had to write another letter to Mr. Slughorn. I urged him to make progress in buying a store. Also, go to urge Gemini to make products, and then go to Chuzanki to learn. Having arranged today's itinerary, he quickened his pace again. Come to the door of the auditorium. Suddenly, a quarrel was heard from ahead. Just wait for your punishment, Potter. Malfoy threw the long package back to Harry with a look of contempt. No one as a freshman can play this except Cedric. This isn't some old broom. It was rare for Ronald to show off. What's the name of your old antique? Comet 260. After that night, his relationship with Harry had gotten much better. It was a rare opportunity to mock Malfoy. After Ronald finished speaking, Harry burst into laughter at the same time as him. You know about broomsticks, Weasley? Malfoy responded with a straight face. You, the whole family, need to keep your broomsticks branch by branch. Encountered a quarrel. Cedric certainly wouldn't sit idly by. I hope you're not arguing. He squeezed into the middle of the two groups and quickly broke up the quarrel. Needless to say, Harry and Ronald. Although Malfoy was quite prosperous in Slytherin, Cedric was more prosperous than him. So Malfoy quickly left without saying a word. Where's Hermione? Cedric glanced around suspiciously. It stands to reason. After some adjustment by him, the relationship between the three of them should not be as bad as in the previous life. And that experience was a rare experience. Why hasn't the three-person team formed yet? Well, we actually quarreled again that night. Ronald grabbed his hair and began to explain. She asked us not to take any more risks, but we found something special. That monster is the horned beast you mentioned. Harry looked around mysteriously. Then he said in Cedric's ear, it was guarding something, and what it stepped on was not a floor, but a wooden floor. What do you think it will be? Cedric asked. I still do not know yet. Harry was a little frustrated. He was now certain that it was the dirty little box that Hagrid had taken away. But I don't know yet. What's in it? It's okay. If you make any progress, you can contact me immediately. To ensure that you don't miss key plot points. Cedric repeatedly told the two of them several times to inform me if there was anything dangerous. Seeing that he didn't object, the two left happily. Cedric counted the days and knew that the Halloween monster was about to appear, so he speeded up. October 20th. He has rented a shop on the main road of Diagon Alley through Slughorn. The monthly rent is 100 gold galleons. At the same time, a purchase agreement was signed. When Cedric has 30,000 gold galleons, he can directly purchase the shop. During the weekends, Cedric took Gemini and secretly came to Hogsmeade Village at night, discussed with the designer for a week, and finally finalized the decoration plan. Decoration in the wizarding world is quick. After the materials arrive, it only takes 2 or 3 days to install, and overall it can be completed in about a week. Before October 27th, Cedric pinned Gemini. The three of them worked overtime at the Room of Requirement every night. 1 week down. Even the Weasley twins, who love prank toys the most, feel disgusted with this job. Fred lay down first. I never thought that if I made my own fat tongue toffee, I could be as good as a king. George closed his eyes and fell to the floor next to Fred. He covered his eyes with his hands and was relaxing. Yes, I am so good at the fireworks that my eyes are almost going blind. Finished. The two of them raised their heads in sync, glanced at each other quietly, and continued to work meticulously. Cedric. Under his control. All kinds of raw materials enter the packaging in order, and the movements are precise like a machine. He's absolutely crazy. Fred closed his eyes and prepared to be out of sight. Is it true that he won't be tired? George wanted to move, but he had already vomited. You are so weak. Cedric turned back and glanced at the two of them. I'm here to help you realize your dream. Damn it. Fred waved his arms viciously, then struggled to his feet. Keep doing it. George got up too. But instead of waving his arms, he reserved all his energy to wave the wand. October 28, Cedric was well prepared and wrote a special letter to the Weasleys, expressing his desire to visit them. He also asked for leave from Professor McGonagall on behalf of Gemini. October 29, Halloween Eve. Cedric brought Gemini to the burrow to formally visit the Weasleys. As soon as he got out of the stove, he was smeared with red and poured into his arms. Honey, I finally see you. Mrs. Weasley was clearly dressed up today. Not only is she wearing a brand new sweater, she also wears an exquisite scarf embroidered with a phoenix. Madam, I have wanted to come and visit you for a long time. Cedric glanced around. The burrow is definitely an existence familiar to all Harry fans. He found that the entire first floor had been tidied up. Many of the interior decorations have been removed, making the living room and kitchen look much larger. Not only that, there are some elaborate little decorations on the tables, chairs, benches, and sofa cushions at home. Such an obvious change. Gemini, who followed him out of the fireplace, immediately shouted. Oh my God! This is not our home at all. Fred yelled. Let me tell you, parents, there is another house that is hidden from us. George is responsible for the last hit. Fred, George. Mrs. Weasley's expression suddenly changed when she saw Gemini. You guys actually came home halfway. What trouble did you cause me this time? In her opinion, Gemini must have made a serious mistake, otherwise why would they let Cedric go home temporarily on Halloween? Mrs. Weasley pulled Cedric aside. You can tell me directly, as long as I don't fire them, I'll accept anything. The other side. Mr. Weasley also poked his head, paying attention to Cedric's answer. Such an attitude. The two stars were left speechless. Mom, take a good look at us. Fred gestured toward his chest with both hands. We are your children, Cedric. He is just the boy next door. For wizards, the Diggory family lives not far away. George looked hopeless. Okay. Cedric called out to the Geminis who kept acting weird. He knows it very well. In fact, Gemini is just very nervous now. Cedric tilted his head towards Mrs. Weasley. Show us our results. Hear his words. The Weasleys immediately turned to look at the twins. This move made them even more nervous. Actually, Cedric asked us to do this. Fred felt very guilty. Yes, he is the boss, we are just part-time workers. George also hurriedly defended himself. Idiot, stop showing off and show off. At Cedric's urging, Gemini hesitantly took out the miniature store model. Then he took out a lot of products. Listen, listen. Mrs. Weasley suddenly covered her face and started crying. Damn it. Fred was horrified. He jumped as if he had been bitten by a snake. It's all Cedric's fault, we didn't do anything. George quickly ran over to comfort his mother. Cedric smiled. Because he had already heard the prompts coming from his ears. He understood that this meant that it was done. As the saying goes, one small step for the burrow, one giant leap for the Weasley twins. 65. Mrs. Weasley covered her face and cried, I thought they were going to be fired. Percy's letters, Professor's letters, I get them almost every week. Being naughty and making trouble every day in school. Selling candy, setting up private gambling bureaus, and always likes to run to dangerous places and tinker with weird things all day long. All I think about at home all day long is that if I can make them graduate, I will be relieved. Mother's love is always silent. But once you really realize it, not many people can face it calmly. Anyway, Gemini didn't make it. It was even the first time they heard that Mrs. Weasley knew so much about them. There are many children at home. Although they did not feel unhappy. But in order to control so many children, Mrs. Weasley often resorted to yelling and suppressing them. A little less delicate. There is also an extra level of poverty due to too many children. But love is never less. In order to correct the headache that caused her Gemini, she even destroyed a bag of inventions that they were preparing to sell. Now, Cedric suddenly told her. Her most troublesome Gemini is already preparing to open a store with Cedric to sell their funny products. The important thing is to get Cedric's approval. Such a long correspondence. She has great trust in Cedric's character, not to mention his shining aura. Cedric's collaboration with Gemini, as well as the detailed introduction just now, she understood that this was not an unrealistic fantasy. It is an undertaking that has been carefully inspected and studied carefully. A serious career. After realizing this, Mrs. Wei breathed a sigh of relief about Gemini's future. This was the scene where the emotions were released and I cried directly. Fred opened his mouth, wanting to say something to ease his mood. But his head that was usually so bright seemed to be filled with cement at this moment. He couldn't say anything and could only hug his mother silently. Thoughtful George. He even hugged his mother, turned away, and was speechless. Cedric thought Mrs. Weasley would be happy. But I didn't expect that she would cry so hard. It seemed that she was really worried about Gemini. While waiting for the other party to slow down, Cedric checks his harvest first. Ding, moved Molly Weasley to success. You get bonus talent points +1, Molly Weasley character template card. Template card Molly Weasley talent, nurture. When raising creatures, you can always nurture them better, and the total value will increase by 5%. Reverse scale, when someone you truly care about is hurt, your spells will be 20% more powerful. Casting spells speed increased by 10%. Third-rate Master Wizard, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit 80 points. Life Wish List, Item 1, successfully raise all children, each child will be rewarded for reaching adulthood. Completing this wish list will earn you experience points and gold galleons as rewards. Once completed, the upper limit of the nurturing talent value is increased by 5%. The second item, cultivate all children into qualified wizards, each child who completes the wizard assessment will receive a reward. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Once completed, the upper limits of scale reverse talent values are increased by 5% and 2% respectively. Item 3, the Glorious Weasley Family, the family achieves any glory. Completing this wish list will reward you with experience points, galleons, potions, talent points, and legendary points. A pure template of motherly love. In the original work, two great mothers were focused on, namely Molly and Lily. They were both willing to die for their children. Such a bucket list Cedric guessed right. But Mrs. Weasley's two talents were actually beyond his imagination. Especially the talent of reverse scale. When you see it, Cedric immediately recalled that famous scene in his mind. Molly Weasley, who was completely furious because of the child, used 4 silent spells in a row to kill Bella directly. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was the best among the Death Eaters. In the original work, she enjoys torture and killing very much, is an excellent duel expert, and is also very good at using curses such as the Cruciatus Curse and the Big Melon. The record is very strong. A sneak attack once knocked Sirius into the other side of the curtain. She was also the one who took the lead in attacking the Auror's Longbottom and his wife. Gao Qiang's curse caused the Longbottom and his wife to be disabled for life. The Longbottoms are also masters. They had successfully thwarted Voldemort's plans many times, otherwise they would not have been tortured by the other party's revenge. At last, she also defeated Kingsley Shacklebolt, a top Auror and triple agent, during the battle in the Department of Mysteries. Kingsley's ability is also incredible. He is the bodyguard and chief Auror of the Minister of Magic, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and the personal secretary to the Muggle Prime Minister. He is also a prodigy who can cast spells in front of everyone without being discovered. So much said. Just to let you understand how valuable it was for Mrs. Weasley to kill Bella alone. If I care for more people, this buff bonus will be incredible. Cedric knows it very well. This kind of care is definitely not just for lovers, so the number of people can be expanded to a terrifying number. Unfortunately, completing her mission can only rely on time. Before the final battle, only Percy's graduation is guaranteed, and the other is Bill's wedding. The Weasley twins still need to be operated, otherwise they won't get their diploma. As for the other parenting talent, it's a bit funny. The main thing is not just to raise wizards. Instead, all living things are included. Cedric thought of the pigsty outside the humble home. Probably because she is poor, Mrs. Molly also raises pigs for meat. Anyway, this skill is just right for your own pet space. Looks like it won't be long. The strongest Norwegian Spinosaurus in history is about to be born. Cedric continued reading excitedly. Ding, you have completed George Weasley's third wish list. This card has been saved in the card library, the effect is permanent, and the card slot will no longer be consumed. Further down, gone. Hey? Where's Fred's? If I don't complete the task for 2 people, I won't be able to open the pet space. Cedric rummaged around for a while. Soon I found Fred's character simulation card. Item 2, make a lot of money in a joke shop and buy a big house for your mother. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Ah, I want to buy a house. The reward is just around the corner. Cedric couldn't wait any longer at this moment. After taking a look at Mrs. Weasley, who had almost calmed down, he reached directly into his traceless extension spell pocket and took out a bag of 500 gold galleons. Madam, please allow me to offer you my first income on their behalf. Under the emotional gaze of Gemini, Cedric placed the small bag full of gold galleons on the dining table. This is a Gringotts-style bag. When it is full, it will be about 500 pieces, which is a convenient pocket for wizards to carry gold galleons. No, I can't. Mrs. Weasley shook her head instinctively. In her opinion, it is a great thing that Gemini can do meaningful things with Cedric. What's more, the stores are not open now. Nothing has been sold. How can you take this person's huge sum of money? Although, with such a large amount of money, the entire Weasley family would be twice as happy. But she firmly refused. Child, I cannot accept your kindness. Wrong, Huxia. Cedric understands. If he insisted that this was what he wanted, Mrs. Weasley would definitely not want it. She is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. So we have to change the way. This doesn't come from my kindness. Cedric gestured to Gemini. Fred and George said that after making money, they must first buy you a big house to live in. Perhaps many people will say they are naughty. But there is no doubt that they all love you the most. These are the patent fees for their inventions. They asked me to give you a surprise. Woohoo! Mrs. Weasley's eyes instantly turned red again. She hugged Gemini hard and let them collide in her arms. That's great! Children, you will always be your mother's pride. Mr. Weasley, who was standing next to him, gave a thumbs up to the twin stars and was equally moved. Gemini was stunned for a moment. Then they all turned their heads and looked towards Cedric. Only they know. This money was not available before. It was probably Cedric's impromptu idea after seeing their home. What impressed them even more? Cedric casually put the ownership of the money in their 2 brothers' names. It's not just money that has no nostalgia. What's even more rare is to be able to discover the true thoughts hidden deep in the hearts of the 2 brothers. Buy Mom a big house. Damn it, how on earth did he know that? Gemini couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, for the first time, they felt the charisma that Slytherins often talked about when they praised Cedric. The so-called charisma of a decent leader. It turns out that he is so moved that you are willing to follow him, obey him, and be impressed by his personality charm. Cedric, that's so great. Apart from this word, Gemini can't think of a more appropriate word to describe Cedric. Before this, they may only have Dumbledore in their minds, who is qualified enough to enjoy this word. Now there is one more Cedric. He fulfilled their dreams while maintaining their dignity and allowing them to gain the most important thing, Mom's compliment. Cedric waved his sleeves, not taking away any credit, but taking away something more important. Gemini friendship. Ding, you have completed Fred Weasley's second wish list. This card has been saved in the card library, the effect is permanent, and the card slot will no longer be consumed. Ding, you have completed the Gemini template. Your pet space has been opened. The current number of spaces is 1. Each space can raise several magical creatures of the same kind. The current limit is 1, the number of pets can be increased by talent points, the number can be increased by 1 every 5 points, only the same kind of magical creature group is allowed to be raised in the space. 0. The pet space will automatically generate a space suitable for the opponent's survival after entering the magical creature. After completely subduing the magical creature, you can put it into the space. After entering the space, it will become close to you and obey your commands. Except magical creatures. Creatures, plants, etc. located at the lower level of the food chain of the magic tribe being raised can also be raised. Ding, your magical creature blind box has been distributed to the pet space. Cedric was finally happy. The pet space is finally open. Open the blind box at will. Ding, you have obtained a horned camel cub and it has been placed in the pet space. It will be awakened after you enter the pet space for the first time, please awaken it within 3 months at the latest. Is this actually it? Cedric thinks this is too coincidental. I don't know whether the one Hagrid got is a male or a female. If the genders match, they can be caught and put into breed into a tribe. This is a fighting power that cannot be underestimated. Their hides are highly resistant to magic, making them extremely difficult to be harmed by magic spells. For the rest of the time, Cedric had lunch with the Weasleys and the Geminis. After chatting for a long time, they just returned to Professor McGonagall's home in Hogsmeade Village with a large pile of pies. Then returned to Hogwarts through the secret passage. Mr. Cedric. The Gemini stars teamed up to give him a hug with all their strength. You will always be our good brother. If necessary, you can call us at any time. Men's friendship needs no words. Gemini quickly let go of Cedric. They hammered their chests, then pointed at Cedric, solemnly expressing their respect again. You're so polite, I've already considered you my friends. Cedric bids farewell to Gemini. In the days to come, it's time to focus on research and development of Quirrell's alchemy tools. But he didn't have much money on hand. There are only 91,400 experience points left, so we can only wait for the opening of Weasley's Magic Wise shop. But until then, there is another important day coming first. That's the Halloween Hall dinner at the end of October. Come together this morning. The entire corridor of Hogwarts began to be filled with the aroma of Peking duck, full of fruity wood aroma. Of all the menus Cedric invented, this dish was successfully chosen as one of the main foods for Halloween this year. And for Cedric, the arrival of this day also means that it is time to fight. All afternoon, he used to excuse himself to stay in Snape's classroom and quietly look at his Marauder's map. Until the dinner begins. On the map, Quirrell had already rushed into the Great Hall and shouted to Dumbledore, "There is a troll in the underground classroom, you should know." Cedric immediately takes action. 66. Cedric kept looking at the Marauder's map. When Hermione screamed, Harry and Ronald rushed into the room. He went in immediately after. What hit me was a stench that was as real as a stench, a stink, and a physical Alice smell. The flavor is so intense. It's like trying to stir a smelly sock that can stand on its own in your mouth several times. It goes straight to the soul. Cedric has reason to suspect that the stench is also a way for the troll to protect itself. When he came in, Harry grabbed a faucet and threw it against the wall. Clang! A loud noise was heard. The troll stopped a few steps away from Hermione. It turned awkwardly, giving Cedric a full view of it. 12 feet tall, the giant monster weighs more than a ton. Its skin is dull, as grey as granite. On top of the huge body is a small, bald head like a coconut. Well? Its ugly little eyes saw the three Harrys. Get behind me! Cedric quickly drew his wand. Cedric! Harry and Ronald shouted as if they were being forgiven, and then immediately turned around and hid behind him. Do not know why. Seeing Cedric, their anxious hearts immediately relaxed. It hesitated. Those ugly little eyes finally locked onto the tall Cedric. It came towards Cedric. At the same time, he also raised a wooden stick in his hand that was as big as a dining table for 4 people. Expelliarmus! Cedric shouted loudly. Harry and Ronald were startled by the forearm-thick light that shot out. They didn't think about it. The wand can actually emit such a huge amount of magic power. Compared to Cedric 270. The little arc-like spells they emit in class are like children playing a game of house wine. Spent 3 years of study. Cedric is already very strong now. First of all, he is full of magic power. He topped up his magic power to 50 points, and the 4 completed permanent character template cards added another 20 points of magic power to him. 70 magic points. He is already the best among the young wizards. When Cedric topped up his 50 points, he also received the Medal of Born Extraordinary. He checked the information later. This medal is specially awarded to little wizards who have 50 points of magic power before 5th grade. This is the limit of ordinary wizards. Not to mention, Cedric has completed Expelliarmus. He even has a legendary value of 17/20 points. According to the value, he can enhance the power of the spell by 170%. On the system panel, Cedric's current data is a full 73 points. This value is already very close to that of third-rate masters. If you think about who the third-rate masters are, you will know his current level. Various factors come down. The effect of Cedric's spell is outstanding. The wooden stick flew high under his control, hit the wall, and made a dent the size of a tire. Wow! Endure! The troll screamed twice in horror. Then, the second magic light beam shot over. Cedric took half a step forward, his momentum was magnificent. Petrificus totalis. This time, the grey giant monster's entire body quickly turned into stone starting from where it was hit. Thanks to its flat, thick, and calloused feet. After being petrified, it still kept its body leaning forward slightly and stood in the center of the bathroom. Hermione, come here quickly. Ronald and Harry poked their heads out from behind Cedric and waved their arms quickly towards Hermione. But Hermione was clearly terrified. She leaned against the wall unable to move, her mouth opened wide in fear. She was terrified. Cedric said softly, "You go and help her, and I will tie up the troll more firmly." Dell. Harry both nodded. They clung to the wall and walked around the petrified monster, running towards Hermione. Cedric continued to cast his spell. Broken tiles, water pipes, etc. were all twisted and pinched together, turning into a strong chain that tightly wrapped the troll around. Behind him, there was a violent BG on the door and loud footsteps. Professor McGonagall rushed in first, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell respectively. Ah! Quirrell only glanced at the troll, then held his chest and let out a cry. Then the whole person collapsed on a toilet, in a corner where no one cares. After confirming everyone's looks and avoiding him with great disgust, his expression when he looked at Cedric suddenly became complicated. "Can't wait any longer." Voldemort's cold voice echoed in Chilo's mind. "It's, Master." Quirrell lowered his head, afraid that his eyes would betray him. "Cedric! What's happening here? Why are you here?" Professor McGonagall quickly passed by him and saw the three Harrys behind the troll. "Harry!" Her voice suddenly became sharp, and Ronald, "Hermione, how dare you?" Professor McGonagall's chest rose and fell rapidly. Obviously he was very frightened by the scene in front of him. When she saw Cedric, she felt it was okay because he already had the strength of an adult master. She wasn't too worried. But these three little guys in front of me are just ordinary little wizards now. If something happens to them, she couldn't imagine it. "What the hell are you doing?" Professor McGonagall pursed his lips, his face full of sternness, and his voice was filled with cold anger. "Why don't you stay in the dormitory with your classmates?" Facing McGonagall, who had never been so angry, Harry and Ronald were so frightened that they lowered their heads and remained silent. The original joy of witnessing a magical battle was gone at this moment. "Dare not speak at all." Cedric didn't speak either. He looked at Hermione in the corner. Today was the day of her transformation. Among the three, Hermione has always been the main character with high IQ, emotional intelligence, and good looks. So much so that the Iron Triangle has another name, Hermione and those two useless men. But the Iron Triangle was not established from the beginning. When she first started school, Hermione was always eager to show off her knowledge to others. She was still young and didn't know the size well. He has an impatient personality and seems so condescending in his guidance. As time goes by, she originally wanted to enthusiastically help her classmates, but she aroused resentment from most of the classmates in the class. "I want to complete my transformation. Then we must start with today's lie." Under his gaze, men finally reacted. "Professor McGonagall." Hermione stood up. "Although I was a little shaky at first, I quickly calmed down. It's all my fault. I thought I could deal with it. I had read all about it in books and knew a lot about it while talking." Hermione quickly recalled what had just happened in her mind. First she hid here alone and cried. Then out of nowhere, a giant monster broke in. She usually looked down upon Harry and Ronald because they were not only reckless, but also not very smart. But today when she faced death, she was too scared to move. Never imagined. It was Harry and Ronald who arrived just in time. They yelled at the troll, attracting its attention in time before Cedric arrived. They saved their lives. After realizing this, Hermione's narrative became clearer. "It's all my fault." I heard what she seemed to mean. Ronald and Harry have big mouths. Hermione * Granger not only lied to a professor, but she even indirectly admitted her mistake to them. This day is getting more and more magical. I came here first, Harry and Ronald came to see me, and in the end we were all rescued by Senior Cedric. Hermione explained the entire process in one breath. So that's how it is. McGonagall didn't have time to distinguish it carefully. The tone was more filled with anger followed by panic. Miss Granger, you really made a wrong decision today. How could you think that? You can deal with a mountain-sized monster on your own. Professor McGonagall angrily called Mr. He again, Miss Granger. Because of your reckless arrogance, Gryffindor has been deducted 5 points for this. I'm so disappointed in you. Now, you go back to your lounge immediately, where everyone is having Halloween dinner. If it is normal. Called disappointment by a professor. Hermione would be so miserable that she couldn't sleep all night. But today is different. She has a sense of freedom to break through herself and get rid of the constraints. This is what Senior Cedric said. A decision you don't regret? Snape sensed something was wrong. He gave Harry a quick look with eyes that seemed to be able to see through the heart, and then asked Cedric, is that really the case? The trio immediately held their breath. Although Cedric helped them last time, he did so secretly. This time he was facing 2 professors. That's it. Cedric seemed more calm. It was already late after I finished refining the potion, and I was rushing to the auditorium when I smelled the stench. This is obviously wrong. So I came to check and found the trolls in them. That's it. Harry and Ronald nodded repeatedly, trying their best to pretend that this was how they looked. Okay. This day has been bad enough, you will go now. Professor McGonagall turned his head and glanced. Then he sighed forcefully to Quirrell, who was sitting on the toilet, and suppressed his helplessness. Professor Quirrell, please send them back. Okay, okay. Quirrell stood up with a look of lingering fear and called out to the trio, let's go, kids. Harry and the 3 of them were granted amnesty. They quickly ran to Cedric. Harry, Ronald, a quick hug him to express his gratitude. Finally there was Hermione. Well done. Cedric winked at the girl in encouragement. All because of you. Hermione didn't use you, it would appear that there was a big gap between the 2 of you. She didn't want that now. Beyond Cedric's imagination, Hermione's hug was overly passionate and hot. Even when they separated, she even gave Cedric a little peck on the cheek. Harry's mouth was open enough to fit a duck egg into it. Ronald's bitter look became more obvious. Although he was still complaining in the morning, everyone in Gryffindor hated Hermione. But at this moment, he seemed to feel that he had lost something important. Shy Hermione ran past like a gust of wind. The fluffy long hair is flying behind the head. Let's go, kids. Professor Quirrell took a special look at Cedric and found that the other person also showed a shy smile. Quickly following in Hermione's footsteps. At his urging, Harry and Ronald quickly followed him out of the room. The moment the bathroom door was closed, 2 chuckles sounded in the room at the same time. Professor McGonagall with a loving smile on his face. As well as Professor Snape flashed a motherly smile. Love is such a wonderful thing. Professor McGonagall came to Cedric's side and gently pressed on his shoulder. However, I heard that you often study with Chujong. Professor. Cedric was rubbing his right index finger. At that moment just now, his fingers were so painful that they even filled a round and a half in an instant, and his love's emotional energy instantly spread all over his body. Also let him understand. Hermione's heart was so hot and surging. Just astonished. But when he heard Professor McGonagall's words again, he immediately shouted helplessly, Professor. Before Professor McGonagall could answer, Snape spoke first. He used a cold tone and enthusiastically helped Cedric analyze. Hermione studies better, but has a worse temper. Chujong is still okay. Her appearance and temperament are both better than Hermione's, and she is a seeker like you and has the same hobbies. Cedric was stunned. It seems. As long as you are a human being, you will instinctively chase after eating melons. Now is not the time to discuss this. Cedric raised his voice again. He didn't want to talk about his feelings with these 2 professors. And the kids haven't even opened their mouths yet. At the very least, 0139034255 Fila 181150570 at least it shouldn't. Love is really the best thing. Professor McGonagall was unmoved at all, after adding 10 points to Cedric. With gusto. The discussion continued with Snape. I go first. Cedric couldn't bear the love from the 2 of them, so he had no choice but to run away. The trolls' final whereabouts are unknown. Halloween things came to an end quickly. While the temperature is dropping rapidly, the students are more concerned about the upcoming Quidditch Cup. Cedric was also very attentive. Because he was just short of the last of the 3 great glories he wanted to accomplish. Among the 4 major colleges, all 3 academies are training in full swing. On the contrary, Ravenclaw seems to be the most bland one among them. But before Vidic's game officially started, Hagrid found him. There is something wrong in the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs told me that something extremely evil is wandering inside. I'm not sure yet. But I can only think of asking you to help me. Cedric immediately agreed. This is because after the troll incident, Voldemort felt that his strength was insufficient, so he was ready to attack the unicorn. I definitely want to stop it. But he didn't expect that the Harry trio would also find him that day. There's something wrong at Hogwarts. I'm not sure yet. But we can only think of asking you to help us. Good guy. Cedric almost thought he was hallucinating. But Harry should be fine during this period, right? I didn't mess up the process? 67. Cedric listened to Harry's trio's request. I found that it really had something to do with myself. It turned out that after seeing their own battles, Harry and the others felt that their combat effectiveness was too poor. So I want to learn from him. Of course, Hermione must have had other thoughts. I always welcome any students who want to study with me. Cedric first explained his own purpose. Then added, but I see that you guys definitely don't just want to learn the knowledge in the textbooks, right? Certainly. Reasonably the most trusted ones now, besides Dumbledore and Hagrid. That's Cedric. However, Dumbledore's dragon is nowhere to be seen, and Hagrid is a bit unreliable. Taken together, Cedric is more considerate. Harry didn't hide anything from him either. We also want to learn how to really deal with those dark creatures. It's not easy. It may even put you in some kind of danger. Facing Cedric's searching eyes, all 3 people nodded firmly and expressed their determination. That's okay. Cedric calculated his time. During the day, I have to teach to earn experience points, and at night I have to practice Quidditch. I am only free during the afternoon study time. The only obstacle is, in order to refresh his love mood, Cedric spent this period of time studying with Chu Zhang. Now I can only add a few people first. Starting from tomorrow, you will come to Ravenclaw's lounge to find me every afternoon. Wait until you are more familiar with the basics. I'll take you to a place and let you practice with real dark monsters. Cedric refers to the 8-eyed spider. This group of them is cruel and bloodthirsty. Hagrid was able to develop a relationship with Aragog back then. It has to be said that maybe it was because he had some giant blood. But Aragog wouldn't care about the others. In the original book, when Harry and Ronald went to find it to inquire about the truth, they were hunted down by its descendants. After so many years, its descendants have reproduced in Forbidden Forest 25 for several generations. There are all kinds of monsters of different sizes, strengths, and shapes. They are definitely the most suitable dark monsters for training. Hagrid wouldn't feel bad if he killed hundreds of them. It just so happened that Hagrid recently asked him to help him investigate the Forbidden Forest, and he could take a few of them to practice. But Cedric overlooked one thing. That was Hermione's meeting with Cho Chang. Hello. That afternoon, Chu Zhang took the initiative to greet the Harry trio who came to look for Cedric. Just sit here. Cedric refreshes his love mood. Just stay by Cho Chang's side. Therefore, half of the time the 2 of them get along, he is reading and Chu Zhang is doing homework. Then wait until the assignment is finished. The 2 of them will start chatting for a while. Chu Zhang was also used to it. People from all kinds of colleges would come to Cedric to ask questions. For these students, she will express her kindness. And in her opinion, this is also a way of declaring sovereignty. So she greeted the 3 of them warmly, please be casual. Because of Cedric, students from other colleges often come here. Hello. Heartlessly, Harry reached out first. Although when he met Chu Zhang for the first time, he had a strange twitching feeling in his stomach. But since she is Cedric's girlfriend, then no other emotion arose in him. It was because there were many brothers and sisters in the family, and Ronald, who was particularly observant, glanced at Hermione with some worry. He murmured pointedly, no wonder they invited us to come to Winclaw. After the last troll incident, Hermione had already confessed to them that she liked Cedric. So, the invisible war begins. Yet, why have I never heard you mention it? Hermione asked Cedric directly, bypassing Cho Chang. We are all classmates. Cedric hasn't decided yet who he'll end up with. There was something about both girls that attracted him. Therefore, he will not confirm his relationship with anyone for the time being. For some special reason. Cedric explained the situation very cryptically. In the next period of time, we will study together until the end of the Academy Cup. We can talk about other things later, okay? $7.89. Hermione nodded and sat directly opposite Cedric. Certainly. Although Chujong has a good temper. But Cedric wasn't going to let go. Cedric told her that he likes to take things step by step. This is also in line with her meaning. The two have been slowly cultivating their hobbies and feelings. These days, she has driven away countless butterflies. Just Hermione. It was the first existence that made her feel threatened. It doesn't matter. Chujong smiled seemingly generously, I'm used to it. There will always be classmates who come to occupy Cedric's time. Who makes everyone like Cedric? Ronald endured it again and again. In the end, I couldn't help it anymore, so I had to raise standard spell, elementary to cover up my uncontrollable expression of excitement. Standing in the middle of the melon field and eating melons. This feeling is so exciting. Then let's get started. Hermione responded with a smile. After a fight, the five of them finally sat down and started studying. Cedric was very focused. My index finger was so strangled that I couldn't even rub it. Facing the two of them, he was impartial to the extreme. Even the length of response time is strictly controlled within a 3% range. Smart people like Hermione and Cho Chang cannot take the opportunity to attack each other. So they can only be more direct. Compete with each other based on each other's words and actions. Except them. Harry and Ronald couldn't learn it at all. Ronald's eyes barely fell on the book. Just going back and forth between Hermione and Cho Chang consumed all his energy. Harry also yawned profusely. He was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting up and down. After Wood discovered that he was very talented, he instantly rekindled his ambition to win the Quidditch Academy Cup. Training every night. All the Gryffindor Quidditch members were trained to the point where they were shaky and completely bruised before they were willing to give up. At last. Still Cedric can't take it anymore. Harry, you can't be too tired like this, you still need to rest. From now on you will only come to me on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Besides. Ronald, stop laughing. The book can't stop your eyes from laughing. Cedric looked at the last two people. I really have something important to do recently, so let's put it aside for now, okay? With his strong suppression, the fivesome were finally able to start studying. When you live a busy life, time always flies by. After Hogwarts entered November, the weather dropped a level again. The mountains surrounding the school are covered with snow. The lake has frozen into a thick layer of ice, and even Hagrid can walk on it with ease. Cedric saw it more than once. To save trouble, he chose to walk directly across the lake. In the midst of the cold. The Quidditch match at Hogwarts has officially begun. After more than half a month of training, Harry soon had his first game. This scene is crucial. If Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin, then it is almost certain that they will be able to compete with Hufflepuff for the first place in the year-end overall score. Weird things happen every year. There's Cedric's Hufflepuff, which shows a completely different look. Within a year of his return, the Hufflepuffs successfully regained their prominence, and under the leadership of Cedric, were leading by a huge margin. The only turning point is the Quidditch Academy Cup. If we can catch up with more than 100 points here, we will still have a chance to see the tail lights of Cedric's car. About Harry's participation. Ordered by Wood to keep it strictly confidential. Hermione became a friend and gave Harry a copy of The Origins of Quidditch, which allowed Harry to see many interesting facts about Quidditch. My mood also relaxed a lot. But it was just the day before he competed. Harry discovered another thing that made him nervous. There were 3 of them at the time. I was taking advantage of the break between classes to go to the cold and remote courtyard to get some fresh air. For warmth. Hermione also summoned a ball of fire. The result was discovered. Snape was walking with a slight limp, and the other party also noticed them. Harry. Snape adhered to the principle of never giving up the opportunity to suppress Harry. Even though I was limping, I walked over. Because of the flames. Gryffindor was deducted 5 points by him again. All 3 of them hated it with itch. Damn, he just wants us to say it. Ronald said fiercely, everyone knows that only Slytherins are Snape's biological sons. Except Cedric. People from other colleges don't even think about getting points from him. Harry will definitely win. Let's see if those Slytherins can still be so arrogant. Hermione also comforted angrily. Cedric scored points, which was unquestionable by the entire Hogwarts. His strength is like a mountain. The pressure on everyone's psychology cannot be shaken at all. Forget it. I'm almost used to it. Harry really didn't have the energy to complain about Snape recently. However, he still stared at the background of the other party's departure. Then I noticed the opponent's limping leg again. But what happened to his tendon? Harry's words. Ronald and Hermione also became interested. I don't know, but I hope he'll be in pain all night. Ronald cursed unabashedly. However, something seems wrong about this. Harry didn't know why, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. In order to relieve this uneasiness, he quietly followed Snape, and to his surprise, he found Filch. Damn it! Snape complained to Filch, Hagrid got a new monster from nowhere. It's more ferocious than a three-headed dog. The magic spell has no effect on it. The three little ones felt their whole bodies go cold. Harry and Ronald exclaimed and almost rushed to the principal's office to expose Snape as a traitor. Fortunately, Hermione is still sane, since Snape dared to tell Filch, it must not be a conspiracy. These words successfully suppressed the commotion of the two people. Filch's impression on young wizards has improved a lot over the years. They believe it too. Snape couldn't steal anything and show it everywhere. But Harry felt uneasy. After experiencing the competition with the Slytherins, it expanded even more. Because even Hermione. He also misunderstood that Snape was not trying to protect him from Quirrell when he was chanting the spell at Harry, but was trying to throw him down. This still doesn't make sense. Maybe Snape really hates you. While Hermione was a little shaken, the three of them unanimously decided to improve their strength as soon as possible. Cedric didn't say much after learning about it. Just one day between games, I made an appointment with Hagrid and Harry to take a trip to the Forbidden Forest together. I never thought you would come too. Hagrid is still a little worried. But Harry quickly convinced him, Hagrid, I always have to face Voldemort, don't I? I want to be strong. When facing him like this, King, you won't be solved by him. Hagrid clutched his heart. After listening to what Harry said, he couldn't think of anything to retort. Yes. The savior, isn't it just to deal with Fu, the mysterious man? Okay, but you must follow me or Cedric. Hagrid was convinced and quickly began to introduce. There are many creatures in the Forbidden Forest. The most powerful among them are the centaurs, but they are a group of stubborn and xenophobic guys who stubbornly believe that the Forbidden Forest is their territory. But fortunately they are all very proud. When I came in, they rarely showed up, and I shouldn't encounter them this time. The other one is the eight-eyed spider. Well, if you want to practice later, I can only watch from behind. I can't get too close. Other dark creatures are hiding quite a bit. Hagrid said worriedly, it seems that the Forbidden Forest is not peaceful recently. He said to Cedric in front, can you feel that there is a dark power entrenched here? There are indeed many. Cedric turned on his super sense and began to close his eyes and feel it carefully. This ability can be used normally. But when he concentrates, the effect will be doubled. He originally wanted to find dark energy. I want to see if I can target Voldemort who is wandering here. The result was an extremely pure energy locked into place. Oh my god! Hagrid exclaimed, it's a unicorn, it's a unicorn. Under the gaze of everyone, a white, horse-like creature came out. It has a shining horn. Its mane is spread on the dark fallen leaves, as proud as pearls. A creature that is not perfect and does not exist on Earth. It's really a unicorn. Hagrid, who was crazy about the monster, almost drooled when he saw it. Then he sighed with great regret, I have been wandering around the Forbidden Forest all my life, and I have only seen it more than 3 times. They hate males. Hagrid was extremely helpless about this, only girls with extremely high purity can get their blessings. He nudged Hermione admiringly. Go for it. Hagrid encouraged, it must be coming for you, and that's a good thing. Just as Hermione trembled forward, the unicorn bypassed her and walked straight towards Cedric. What happened? Hagrid was shocked. Cedric's purity is actually higher than that of a pure virgin? 68. Incredible. A unicorn takes the initiative to appear and approach a male wizard. This is definitely a unique first time in the history of magic. Of all the people present, only Hagrid truly realized how shocking this event was. If the unicorn really is here for Cedric, then this is definitely an event that has the opportunity to be recorded in the history of magic. It seems like it is. Phoenix has the same relationship as the Dumbledore family. Albus * Dumbledore said that he once tamed a phoenix, also known as Fox. More evidence is here. Fox was able to sense Dumbledore's emotions and came to the rescue many times when he or Harry needed it. Relationship between them. It's not a relationship like master and servant, but closer to a partner, or a friend who shares life and death. Needless to say, there are benefits that can be obtained by owning a magical creature like the Phoenix. After his death, the Phoenix soon appeared next to his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. Phoenix is a rare and magical creature. Even if the opponent is extremely powerful, it is almost impossible to completely tame the Phoenix in such a short period of time. So, it must be the blood of the Dumbledore family that helped him establish a connection with the Phoenix. This may stem from family history, inheritance, or some kind of family contract. In other words, if only Cedric could have a unicorn. Even in his generation, he used his own blood to make a contract with the unicorn lineage. 2 or 3 generations later, it is very likely that a unicorn family will appear and occupy an important corner in the magical world with its powerful special abilities. Cedric will also become the creator of history. Cedric. Hagrid was extremely excited, like a volcano about to erupt. He really wanted to remind Cedric to try to capture the unicorn. But he also understands. Now was not a good time to scream. In the end, whether history can be made depends on Cedric's own performance. Harry and the 3 of them didn't expect so much. But also no. Unicorns are very rare, so they all waited with bated breath for Cedric's next move. Is it really me? The shock in Cedric's heart was like a stormy sea. But he is determined. That's why it didn't show any abnormality. Knowledge about unicorns. He knew better than Hagrid. The unicorn is an extremely beautiful animal that is commonly found in the forests of northern Europe. They are golden when young. It will turn into a dazzling silvery white color when it grows up. It is full of treasures. Horns, blood, and hair all have strong magical properties. The horn has detoxification effect, the tail hair can be used to make a magic wand, and its blood can extend life. It is a crime to have a jade. The reason why they are not extinct. Simply because of its own powerful magic power. If you don't have any means, you may never see a unicorn in your life. But Cedric still didn't do anything. Because he hadn't thought of what he should do for a while. I can't figure out why the unicorn likes me. So many things are worse than moving. It's better to let the unicorn move on its own. Therefore, for a moment, everyone in the venue stiffened slightly and silently watched the unicorn's movements. This is an adult unicorn. It walked towards Cedric slowly but surely. Get close to Cedric. Then he slowly blinked at Cedric and nodded slightly. Does this allow me to touch you? Cedric is familiar with the meanings represented by the actions of many magical creatures. No doubt. The unicorn in front of him was releasing kindness and some kind of authority to him. Contact between humans and magical creatures. It's a process of testing each other. First of all, magical creatures will usually observe you first to see if it meets their own preferences and requirements. Such as the hippogriff. It needs to see the wizard's respect for it before it will allow you to ride on its back. This is a very typical screening method. If it matches, then it will also release goodwill towards you, if the wizard also releases further goodwill. Then a harmonious relationship can begin. See unicorns in action. Cedric immediately realized that he had to do something, otherwise the other party would definitely leave. The brain activates instantly. He quickly went through the memories in his mind. 32 ways to get close to magical creatures. Besides, 189 common behaviors that offend magical creatures. And in the history of magic, there are 3 clear records of the contact between young girl gangsters and unicorns. Soon, a combination of 3 ways to release kindness was adopted by him, expression of liking and smile and relatively close contact. I like you very much too. Cedric showed a smile that fascinated countless wizards. Then he slowly raised his hand. Avoiding the previous horns and mane on the unicorn, he stroked its cheek. Your skin is as smooth as satin. This thought flashed through Cedric's mind, and then he discovered that the love emotion originally injected into his body was actually activated. Hazy pink. Illuminate Cedric in a dreamy way? Urab. Hagrid, a rough guy, curled his lips in disgust. This pink color is so hard to describe. The absorption didn't last long. Cedric could feel it. About 1/10 of the love emotion in his body was absorbed, and then the unicorn stopped. Cedric discovered. The unicorn closed its eyes and began to chew slowly and slightly. Is this tasting? Cedric was very happy. If your feelings of love really are a delicacy for a unicorn, then look at the way it nods continuously. Apparently it tastes good. At the same time, this also allowed Cedric to figure out why he attracts unicorns. The line of love emotion is really powerful. It seems that I will spend more energy on this line in the future. The rewards will definitely be beyond imagination. When Cedric was imagining the idea, the unicorn in front of him quickly had a new reaction. Infant. The unicorn soon let out a sweet cry. Then, a bright white light shot out from its horn and connected to Cedric's heart. A gentle female voice rang directly in Cedric's head. Hello, beloved and helpful Cedric. Cedric realized immediately. This is the unicorn talking to itself. Hello, what should I call you? Madam. Cedric asked, following the feeling. I hope we can sign a contract. It turned out to be this. Cedric was shocked. So, what kind of contract is it? You protect me and my child, and in exchange, we can sign a blood contract. Not only can you get my blessing. From now on, when the descendants of your bloodline reach adulthood, they will have a chance to contact the descendants of my bloodline and have the opportunity to persuade them to go with them. It is indeed this. Cedric hit the mark again. He had just noticed that the unicorn's belly was slightly bloated. She is in the original work. The unicorn captured by Voldemort and sucked his blood. I am glad to. But I don't know what to call you, and who could hurt you, and how can I help you? Confronting Cedric's problem, the unicorn began to explain with some confusion. You may call me Ms. Unicorn. Early on, I realized that fate suddenly brought me and my baby to the brink of death. I was already planning to accept it. But today I suddenly felt your message. You are not affected by this death line, so it means that you may be able to change my destiny. Of course, the most important thing is that you have the power of love. Although he is elaborating on issues about his own life and death. But come down the whole way. Ms. Unicorn's voice was very smooth, as if she was talking about such trivial matters as what to have for breakfast. After her explanation, plus the plot in the original work, Cedric finally constructed the whole story in his mind. I am not a player in the game, and has the love mood that unicorns love. In the taste just now, it saw several of its most loved moments, which includes Chu-Jong was touched by his help to the squib and the werewolf wizard, as well as during the troll incident. Completely in love with her own Hermione. In their eyes, they are selfless, great, tolerant, and kind. This fits the whole idea of unicorns. Otherwise, even in the face of death, it would not appear in a male wizard. As for the way to save it, it is arbitrary. As long as it can help it survive, any method is acceptable. Cedric breathed a sigh of relief. If there is no limit. As long as the unicorn stayed in his pet space, it would be completely impossible for Voldemort to find it even if he made the Forbidden Forest his home. More importantly, it's not just the benefits for future generations. After signing this ancient contract with the other party, according to Ms. Unicorn, you will also get many benefits. She didn't say specifically. She just asked herself to weigh the difficulty of saving it and then answer whether she was willing to sign the contract. I guess I don't have to think too much. Cedric replied very seriously, I am willing to help you, pure and kind Ms. Unicorn. Thank you for your help, Mr. Cedric. She said no more. The white light connecting the two people was instantly infected with blood. From its body, a flash of silver-white blood flew out and merged with the red blood flying out of Cedric's heart. Subsequently, this strange, white and bright pink blood returned to their bodies. Several prompts suddenly sounded in Cedric's mind. But he didn't have time to check it yet. After the link is broken, Ms. Unicorn looked tired. It squinted its heavy eyelids, and even its breath became heavy. Stand up. Now, have you figured out how to help me? The sound came to Cedric's mind. Apparently after signing the contract, The two already have the ability to communicate spiritually. Certainly. Cedric opens his pet space directly. Show it in front of everyone. It is a spiral pattern, consisting of black and white spiral traces. It looks like a full-length mirror, but it is magnified twice. Please come in. After entering, you no longer have to worry about the death line. At Cedric's call, Ms. Unicorn didn't hesitate at all. She flicked her hooves briskly, walking towards the spiral pattern that I have never seen before. After signing the blood contract, both parties can even perceive each other's emotions to a certain extent. Basically, you don't have to worry about being cheated by the other party. After she entered, beside Cedric, dense prompts sounded again. At this point, he just opened the system and looked at it. The first is the reward after signing the blood contract. Ding, congratulations on signing the blood contract. You receive rewards, legendary value plus 10, 1000 gold galleons, 300,000 experience points, talent points, and 50 types of various magic potions. According to the counterparty of the contract, you have obtained the following achievements. 1. The Blessing of the Unicorn. You are a wizard, Qianzia Hao, watched by the goddess of good luck. Whatever you do, there is a small probability of obtaining unimaginable benefits. 2. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your upper limit of magic power has been increased to 150 points. 3. Because of your unicorn bloodline, your lifespan will be increased by an additional 50 years. Cedric was already smiling from ear to ear. Voldemort would rather take the risk of being cursed, just to gain some power and increase his lifespan. Now I have it all. The key is that it takes no effort to get it, and almost all of it is given to you for free. Secondly, more than just signing got the hint. After Ms. Unicorn entered her own pet space, Cedric's ear, there were also more intensive system prompts. He turned on the system interface and was pleasantly surprised just by seeing a few titles. Ding! 2 unicorns have been detected entering your pet space. Your pet space has automatically evolved to adapt to the woodland where each other lives. Ding! It has been detected that you have a blood contract with the unicorn. Because of the existence of system space, the effect of your blood contract can be easily increased to the maximum. Ding! Because of your parenting skills, the baby in the unicorn's belly has been strengthened. The effect of blood contract breaks through the upper limit. You can consume talent points to strengthen the baby unicorn. Ding! The effect of the blood contract has been detected, and it is very consistent with some of your talents. Some of your talents have been improved. Ding! The effect of the blood contract has been detected, and it matches several of your spells very well. Several of your spells have been improved. Cedric's whole body went numb. This time the unicorn was given for free. Even more powerful than his gains this year combined. He immediately started browsing the various effects after strengthening. 69. Cedric. Hagrid yelled worriedly, then stumbled to Cedric, looking around, trying to find the missing unicorn. After searching to no avail, he asked anxiously, "Where did it go?" "Don't worry." Cedric made a downward gesture to several people, telling them to calm down. "The other party is safe." He waved, opened the space teleporters again, and took several people into his pet space. In a deep forest, Ms. Union is taking a leisurely stroll. "No matter how many times I see it, it's still so beautiful." Hagrid confirmed to Cedric, "You just completed the contract with it, right?" "Yes, you should look for a while first. Cedric has received so much information that it takes some time to analyze it. I need to know first." "Clear." Hagrid stood on a nearby hillside, looking contentedly at Queen Unicorn who was wandering around. The 3 Harrys were trembling and didn't know what to say. Everything that happened today was obviously too high-end for them. Mysterious space. The legendary unicorn. There is also the so-called contract that seemed to be a blood exchange just now. They were excited at the same time. Once again, I felt a little worried about the gap between myself and others and Cedric. Cedric's level is too high. It was so high that they couldn't understand it, but fortunately, he was on his own side. Everyone was quiet. Cedric only had time to sort out the news just now. The first thing to be promoted is the blood contract. The reason for being promoted unilaterally is that sentence, after entering the space, it will become close to you and obey your commands. Judging from the word command, it shows that the space provided by the system will invisibly improve his status and income. This is reflected in Cedric. It's just that the blessings given to him by the blood contract have been strengthened to the strongest level. According to the counterparty of the contract, you have received the following bonuses. 1. The blessing of the unicorn, you are a wizard watched by the goddess of good luck. Whatever you do has a medium probability, a small probability, of obtaining unimaginable benefits. 2. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your upper limit of magic power has been increased to 200 points, original 150 points, 727. 3. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your lifespan is increased by an additional 100 years, originally 50 years. This bonus is simply terrifying. Medium probability of obtaining unimaginable returns? This description alone made Cedric so shocked that his soul trembled. That is to say, in the future, Cedric will include releasing magic spells, deducing alchemy, brewing potions, and even learning and memorizing, developing magic spells, etc. It is possible to obtain benefits beyond imagination. Beyond imagination. At least the results must be several times higher than normal. For example, maybe Cedric was brewing a pot of repair potion and got the resurrection potion directly? It's crazy. Not to mention the upper limit of magic power. Cedric is already proficient in transfiguration, so if he is ready, he can use it. One man becoming an army is no joke. Cedric alone vs the Death Eater army, this scene is exciting just thinking about it. As for lifespan, this does not increase your own strength. But you have to think about it, how many great people from ancient times to the present have found it difficult to live forever. This time he added 100 years. Generally, top wizards can reach over 100, which means they have a lifespan of 200 years. No matter how many people envy you, you won't be able to envy me. All above. This is just the beginning of the strengthening bonus. Cedric took a deep breath for a minute to suppress his excitement. There is much more to see next. He didn't want to make any wrong decisions or opinions out of excitement. Be aware that once an opinion is formed, it will always be stubbornly entrenched in your mind. This is the importance of the first impression. Calm down your mood. Cedric continued to check. Ding, because of your parenting skills, the baby in the unicorn's belly has been strengthened. The effect of blood contract breaks through the upper limit, you can consume talent points to strengthen the baby unicorn. First of all, the blood contract has been strengthened again. 1. The blessing of the unicorn, you are a wizard watched by the goddess of good luck. Whatever you do, there is a high probability, medium probability, of obtaining unimaginable benefits. 2. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your upper limit of magic power has been increased to 300 points, original 200 points. 3. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your lifespan is increased by an additional 150 years, original 100 years. Tet. Cedric now has the urge to give up his trip to the Forbidden Forest and immediately go back to brew 180 pots of potion. A normal heart, a normal heart. These are all normal. Cedric sets his sights on enhanced options. Name, son of Ms. Unicorn. Race, Unicorn. Horn, detoxification ability 0.1, 1.3. Tail hair, 200 magic points, 260 points. Blood, lifespan 100 years, 130 years. Heart, the power of the light spell is doubled, 1.3. Each of the above values, the value in parentheses, is the average value of an adult unicorn individual. Due to the parenting skills, its average value will be 1.3 times the original value. Enhancement description, every 10 points of talent value can increase any value by 10%. Consuming 10 talent points, it can be matured for 1 year without any harm, but all strengthening must be completed within 8 years of age. After 8 years of age, it cannot be improved. Special note 1, the maximum strengthening value can only be 1 times the current individual maximum value, and the strongest is 3 times the average individual value. Special note, due to the special nature of the pet space, the pet contract you signed with a certain species will be automatically transferred when a stronger individual appears in the group, and will be increased according to the value of the strongest individual. Is this the power of parenting? That is to say, if you have enough talent points, you can not only create an extremely powerful helper, you can even feed yourself back. But you have to earn so many talent points yourself. And the timing of ripening is also important. When you don't know how many talent points you can get in total in the future, it is crucial to choose when to ripen. Cedric didn't dwell on this. because his current talent value is still a bit poor. Next comes talent. The talents affected this time are Super Perception, Reverse Scale, and Holy Beast Whisperer. These 3 talents have been strengthened. Your Super Perception is upgraded to Over Limit Perception. Super Perception, this skill can give you extraordinary perception and insight, and make you more sensitive to fluctuations in magic power. Beyond Limit Perception, this skill can give you the ability to perceive and predict fate, and you can feel the fluctuations of magic power. The prophetic perception has not been felt yet. However, Cedric obviously found that he was more sensitive to changes in magic power. If we say before, Cedric's feeling of magic is like sitting on the sidelines and watching the ebb and flow of rivers and lakes. So now, Cedric's feeling of magic is like a duck swimming in rivers, lakes, and seas. The so-called duck prophet is the spring river water warmer. That's how he feels now. Your reverse scale is promoted to a sacred guardian. Reverse scale, when someone you truly care about is hurt, your spell will be 20% more powerful and your spell casting speed will increase by 10%. Divine protection, you can use the emotion of love to protect yourself, or to protect the 3 loved ones who provide you with the most love. The emotion of love can resist any spell. The use of love emotions. Cedric finally reached the edge. These days, after his own investigation, he found that the emotion of love is obviously a kind of ancient magic. Now, the first practical application finally appeared, and the scope spread from myself to 3 loved ones. The effect is also clear. To deal with all the curses, this is simply a universal curse. As long as you have enough love emotions, then you are the most awesome tank wizard in the world. Even if it is a sneak attack, you are not afraid at all. Because the emotion of love is blessing oneself, it is all passive and effective. Ding! Your Beast Whisperer is promoted to a Sacred Beast Whisperer. Beast Whisperer, when facing creatures, you will gain the ability to communicate with them. Divine Beast Whisperer, when facing creatures, you will gain the ability to communicate with them, and even have a very small chance of gaining the ability to command them. Good, good. Communication becomes command. If it can take effect on Nagini, then he will make a lot of money. Just imagine. Voldemort was fighting with him, and Nagini took a bite out of him. That picture is so beautiful. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Cedric can also take down the basilisk. The parcel mouth of the Beast Whisperer fireworks can already command it. Now there are more Holy Beast Whisperers. I can definitely handle it myself. When the time comes, after a litter is raised, it will be released suddenly during battle. Let me ask you. I ask you to take a look at me, do you dare? If you close your eyes, then wait for my magic baptism. After your talent comes the curse. The magic spells affected this time are, Super Armor Protection, Patron Saint Spell, and Blazing Fire. Ding! Your Super Armor Protective spell has been promoted to a Super Magical Holy Shield. Ding! Your Patroness Charm has been promoted to a Super Magic spell, the Holy Patroness Charm. Ding! Your Blazing Magic spell has been promoted to the Super Magic Holy Flame. Ling Yun discovered some patterns from these 3 tips. First of all, they are all full-level magic. Secondly, they are all white magic, and mostly defensive magic. This made him guess. Are there really only 3 skills and talents that can be affected now? Still. It's just that among my existing talents and spells, these are the only ones that meet the conditions. Cedric is going to learn some more defensive white magic. If there are more suitable candidates, then you will be developed. Because according to his conjecture, these so-called super curses are all ancient curses. Each one possesses extremely powerful power. It is in existence on the same level as the spell Li Huo. No, I have to calm down. Cedric patted his cheek gently to relieve himself from the numbness of shock. In his heart, there is a voice that keeps shouting, I am terrifyingly strong now. I want to take complete control of the Ministry of Magic. The devil Voldemort, as well as all Death Eaters, must be punished with death. And Dumbledore. This white wizard has lost his courage and youth. It's time to step down. He will only become an obstacle to me now. I am the truly most suitable king in the magic world. Everyone should kneel at my feet and obey my will. Only in this way can the magic world become the best. Rights and desires. Like poison, it was eroding and corrupting his soul. This is too scary. Cedric shook his head. Desire is simply like a kilometer that hits your head in your own heart. Let his heart be dusty and restless. Cedric has two guesses. First, when faced with a huge bonus, his mentality changed and he developed desires. It would be much simpler if this were the case. It only takes a while and the symptoms will disappear naturally. Second, that is the price of ancient magic. Since ancient magic was so powerful, why did it disappear in the long river of history? Even if there is no genius in a certain generation, as long as the cultivation methods are passed down, then future generations of geniuses will surely discover them. Unless it has flaws as great as its power. For example, he will take your ideas to the extreme. Cedric does have many ideas for improving the Ministry of Magic, but they are definitely not in such extreme ways. I won't make a big deal about it. He even said something like crawling at his feet. In this case, reminds him of another movie. The intelligent robots born inside decided to lock them up and feed them in order to better protect humans. This can be avoided. In the future, mankind will destroy itself due to the continuous escalation of war. But this is definitely not justice. Cedric prefers the second type of truth. This is very difficult to deal with. But it is not absolutely impossible. The only thing that can fight against thought is another thought. Cedric stood up. He draws in his abdomen, straightens his chest, raises his head, looks forward, and stretches his shoulders back. Under the astonished gazes of the other four people, Cedric roared a paragraph with his mouth, a silent roar used to suppress and correct his thoughts. Cedric. 70. Justice is not just a slogan, but also a responsibility and mission. Cedric's chest is getting hot. Justice above all else. Every minute, every second, I will be determined to act righteously and will pay until I persist. Salute to justice. Long live justice. This is not an oath involving magic, but for Cedric, this is the best medicine. Face the negative emotions of arrogance. Only by remaining humble can you regain your sanity again. Only in this way can we become more firm in our original intention and mission. Temptation is indeed terrifying. They are almost everywhere. Even Dumbledore ignored the possible curse out of guilt and put the ring on himself. As a result, he only had 10 years left to live. Cedric knows very well. It can only be experienced deeply. Justice is not only a responsibility, but also an honor. Only then can we continue to remain humble, strive to improve our abilities and qualities, and make greater contributions to the magical world. He was extremely convinced. As long as you persist, you will definitely be able to create a better tomorrow. Ms. Unicorn looked up thoughtfully. My buddy, she called softly. Compared to when she signed the contract before, her voice now is a little more gentle and humble. What were you thinking about just now? Thinking? Oh. Cedric remembered. After signing a contract, the other party can vaguely sense your status. Simply put, I am strengthening my faith. His very brief answer made Ms. Unicorn's eyes light up. Believe. Ms. Unicorn pondered this word over and over again, a look of shock appeared on her face and she exclaimed, sure enough, fate will not guide me at will. I haven't heard such pure words in a long time. Although I don't know your beliefs clearly, judging from your mental fluctuations just now, you are indeed a great person. Cedric was shocked. There is a reason why unicorns can enhance their super senses. Its perception is indeed very keen. Unexpectedly, some of my most superficial emotional fluctuations were captured accurately by it. These are not my thoughts. Cedric explained, I also learned from others. Other things are better kept hidden. But this is the only thing I can't take credit for. The heirs of great ideas are naturally great men. I admire you, my partner. I like the venue you provide very much. When I get over my weakness, I can always listen to your call. Ms. Unicorn didn't get to the bottom of it. After expressing his respect, it slowly disappeared into the forest. Being a unicorn. Dew, nectar, and pure, bright moonlight are its food. So Cedric doesn't need to prepare anything else for it. Just have to wait for her to finish giving birth. You will have a unicorn companion. But even now, the blessing it provides has qualitatively improved Cedric's strength. Sure enough, good intentions are rewarded. Cedric also calmed down at this moment. He greeted the three of them to leave his pet space, and then continued his journey to the Forbidden Forest tonight. Just after this, not only Hagrid turns into a curious baby. Even Harry's iron triangle had no intention of trying. Cedric could only announce that the teaching trip had come to an end after patiently answering several people's questions. But he was still very satisfied. Although the experience value of teaching the Savior was not obtained as expected. But I got better results. The veil of the Forbidden Forest has only been lifted a little, but the opportunity to go there next time is hard to come by. In the coming days. In order to be able to face Hufflepuff, Harry's body was hollowed out by Wood's training. As if it was fate. Although Hagrid replaced the monster, Harry Iron Triangle relied on Snape's injury to actually get words out of Hagrid. So, who is Nicholas Flamel? After Audio-Technica got the news, they came to Cedric immediately. And Cedric didn't let them down. He is the greatest alchemist of our time. He created and owned the only remaining Philosopher's Stone in the magic world. Ta! With his patient answer, Harry immediately labeled Snape a traitor. No. Of course Cedric would not agree with this. No matter how you think he targets you, I have to tell you that Professor Snape is definitely not a bad person. In fact, many times. You can already predict the ending when you open your mouth. It's like flipping a coin. Sometimes you don't really need to rely on coins to help you make decisions. But when the coin is tumbling in the air, at this time when you are almost unable to control the answer, the real answer in your heart will often emerge. If you obey your will, then it is God's will. If you don't obey your will, then naturally you will win 2 out of 3 games, win 3 out of 5 games, win 4 out of 7 games. After Cedric finished speaking, he was not surprised to see disappointment in Harry's eyes. That's one. Feeling helpless and lonely when no one believes in my own ideas. It's just, Harry. Even more helpless is Professor Snape. After giving Harry a soft nail, Cedric was clean for a while. Harry's iron triangle lost his support and could only continue to rely on his own efforts to explore the truth recognized by them. The iron triangle temporarily disappeared. There was no movement from Quirrell either. Even though Cedric had 3 classes a week, he never mentioned the word Forbidden Forest again. Have to say, Voldemort is really afraid of death. Cedric took away the unicorn, but the other party didn't dare to take action because he couldn't find the unicorn to suck the blood and didn't recover his strength. This actually gave Cedric more time to accumulate strength. Those who are afraid of death will die the fastest. Because Voldemort was afraid of death, he made himself noseless. He even formed a Death Eater organization and became the most notorious Dark Lord in the wizarding world. He narrowly escaped death several times. He even regained his body through the resurrection spell. So. He only lived to be 72 years old. In the end, he did not even live to the average age of 84, the average age of wizards in the magical world. That's all. The 11 years he spent possessing the rodent. Think Dumbledore. Think of Grindelwald. In the wizarding world, if you don't have any hidden injuries or illnesses in your body, as long as you have a third-rate magician, your lifespan can almost be close to 100 years. Even Cedric was thinking. If only someone had told Voldemort that he could create a magic stone of his own if he studied it for 50 years. Then will he directly become a top alchemy otaku? Sure enough, there are still some problems with Dumbledore's education. Anyway, Quirrell didn't come to see him, but Cedric was free and had more mobility. The love from Chujong is getting stronger and making steady progress. Professor Quirrell's courses also earn 10 large sums of experience points each time. Except for classes. After class, many classmates would surround him and ask questions. Answering these questions would also bring a lot of benefits. The days passed like this. After Cedric led Hufflepuff to defeat Ravenclaw in the Quidditch match. Soon, it came a few days before Christmas. As per usual, Cedric invited all his friends who could sit together for dinner to have dinner together several times. In Hufflepuff's lounge. In Ravenclaw's lounge. In Hagrid's hut, it was even the Slytherin's lounge. Cedric does not discriminate against little snakes. He knows how to say hello when answering questions or when meeting, and he will also call familiar little snakes friends. Certainly. He would have been thankful if they hadn't kept thinking about adding a robe. After Cedric made a trip to Hogwarts. Christmas has arrived. A lot of important things happened this Christmas. From Harry Potter getting the invisibility cloak to discovering the Mirror of Erised. Then Dumbledore decided to use the Mirror of Erised and Harry to set a trap for Voldemort. Weasley's Wizard Weez's store was sold out at Christmas. Voss. The Gemini stars were wearing almost identical dark red suits and showed off to Cedric enthusiastically, hurry up and congratulate us. In one Christmas alone, we sold more than 13,000 galleons. Very good. Cedric was also very surprised when he saw these gold coins. Then, according to the previous distribution method, 3,000 gold galleons will be left as the store's operating capital. The rest of us have 64 points. Cedric soon had 6,000 gold galleons in his account. Think of it later. The Weasley twins will earn themselves a steady stream of galleons. The confidence in his heart was enough. 6,000 gold galleons is 600,000 experience points, which is equivalent to 60 months of alchemical deduction. Through different excuses. After that, all the money was handed over to Mr. Slughorn one after another. Cedric immediately started the alchemical deduction. This time, he groped for a long time. After spending the equivalent of 80 months of experience, a new result was achieved, project research completed. Human ritual stripper, the appearance is a hollow skeleton creation similar to a helmet. Wear it in the user's head, and you will be able to choose to peel off different consciousnesses in the other person's body. Special note, this alchemical creation is extremely fragile and will cause severe pain when used. Be sure to ensure that the target does not move around. Although there are many restrictions. But finally Cedric saw the hope of completing the mission. Maybe it was the blessing of the unicorn that worked. In his subsequent attempts, Cedric obtained another alchemical creation that could nourish the soul. However, the deduction time was as high as 120 months. Faced with a gap of 1.2 million experience points, Cedric currently only has less than 50,000 experience points. Already. Over there at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Although the sales volume is still very impressive, it is somewhat unrealistic to earn him more than tens of thousands of gold galleons in a short period of time. It's the other side. After accepting a large amount of gifts from Cedric, Slughorn gave Cedric a big surprise. The sales of Wolfsbane potion capsules are very hot. And because of the support of certain conspiracy theories, many capable werewolves have hoarded as many capsules as possible. This time the accounts are divided. Cedric received a full 2,000 gold galleons. But it wasn't enough to surprise him. What really surprised him was that after learning about the existence of this capsule, official organizations from various countries began to purchase it. Because of this potion, it can also help them stabilize the situation in their own region. Compared with the stability of public security, thousands of gold galleons are allocated every month to purchase capsules, which is simply not worth mentioning. Not only that, after they bought it, in order to prevent some wandering werewolf wizards from not knowing about it, they also carried out vigorous publicity in their own hometown. That is to say, Cedric's Wolfsbane potion capsule this time was completely out of the circle. In just over a month, he has completely moved from the local magic world to the entire magic world. The fame even surpasses the previous Squib books. The biggest difference is, Squibs usually buy them secretly, and after they are cured, they usually write letters to Cedric. The spread is too small. After all, unless they are well-known senior Squibs for many years, wizards will do their best to hide the fact that they are Squibs. This also limits the spread of his fame. The biggest improvement was the interviews and reports he received from various newspapers when he received the Order of Merlin. After this, not only did Cedric's income skyrocket again by 3,000 gold galleons. Even the fame side. He also gained a harvest equivalent to 400,000 experience points. 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 4,000 equals 9,000 gold galleons equals 90 months. Unknowingly, Cedric almost got 120 months of experience points. After getting this notice, he quickly set his sights on the hope of improving the Wolfsbane potion. As long as this potion can be improved. If the effect of the potion can be further improved, a way to completely eradicate the curse can even be developed. Then his reputation will rise to a new height again. In order to make up the final gap, Cedric ignored Dumbledore's fear. Within half a month, he successfully experimented twice in a row. The enhanced joyful version of Wolfsbane potion was directly launched. The effect of this medicine is more obvious during an attack, and it can even take away most of the wizard's desire to kill. As long as the will is strong, werewolf wizards can basically stay sane at this time. No surprise. Cedric's name was promoted again. After settling his fame again, he quickly created the alchemical creation that healed the soul. After this, Cedric's first stop was St. Germain's Hospital of Magic. The effect of this alchemical item can not only help Quirrell, but also many other people. Cedric even thought about it. Do not know either. Will he encounter a victim who has forgotten everything and end herald in advance? But he never expected it. I actually saw those two familiar faces enter. 71. 5th floor, curse damage department. I didn't expect it would be them. The first time he saw the visitor, Cedric sighed helplessly, why always me? This sigh comes from Neville in 3rd grade. It was Harold's defense against the dark arts class, and he released a group of strong Cornish goblins. These little goblins completely messed up the class. The pranks they pulled included hanging Neville from the chandelier by his ears. It's just a microcosm of his career at Hogwarts. Who is the stupidest person who wrote down all the passwords and then lost them? Why always you, Mr. Longbottom? When Sirius passed the fat lady's portrait, he was the target of Professor McGonagall's extreme anger derived from his worry. Mr. Longbottom, get down, on the grass. He was the one who broke his wrist during Mrs. Hooch's flying lesson. Neville, I'm really sorry for doing this. The night the iron triangle passed through the trapdoor, he was the one who turned Hermione to stone. Hey, Longbottom forgot his earmuffs, in herbalism. Professor Sprout watched helplessly, because he heard the immature Mandrake's scream, and it was he who fell. He is Neville. Harry was once one of the prophesied choices for the Savior, until Voldemort chose to attack Harry. Sitting in front of Cedric at the moment. It's the Longbottoms. I never thought it would be them. Cedric felt a little uncomfortable. These days, I am too concerned about completing the mission of rescuing Quirrell. It didn't ring at all. This is a couple that should not be forgotten. Mr. Frank and Ms. Ellis. 1497 years ago, Bella found them, who were still members of the Order of the Phoenix at the time. She tortured them. The purpose is to gain more confidence from their mouths. But Bella didn't succeed. The Rowbottoms, who have faith, are much more powerful than Bella's Cruciatus curse. They have been resisting tenaciously. Until the curse drives them completely crazy. Such performance. Enough for Cedric to call them comrades. As someone who also has faith, there was a strong anger and hatred in his heart towards Bella who tortured the Longbottoms. Very good, there is one more person I want to kill with my own hands. The anger in Cedric's heart was like a stormy sea, constantly beating against the rock called reason. Angry in my heart. But there was no trace of it on his face, and he even had a gentle smile. This immediately warmed up the temperature in the treatment room. Cedric, sir. The witch with a gold and silver garland on her head breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She is in the treatment room of St. Germain's Hospital for Magical Injuries. The person responsible is the resident treatment area. That was the room where the Longbottoms were. After Lockhart was messed up, she would also come to the area she was responsible for. At the very beginning, she was disgusted from the bottom of her heart that Cedric wanted to use treatment methods. To her, even if Cedric possesses the Merlin badge and has managed to control the squibs, and magic damage are different concepts. She didn't think so. What help could a little wizard do to the poor Longbottom couple? But just now, after Cedric saw the Longbottoms, the atmosphere around him changed instantly. How to describe it? It's like you wake up and suddenly find that your warm bed has been replaced by the embrace of a fire dragon. You move a little. As a result, he was discovered by the fire dragon, and then the fire dragon's throat lit up instantly, extinguishing the flames and locking you in that fatal feeling. She almost screamed. Fortunately, the momentum was not just directed at her, but in an inexplicable direction. That's all. That was enough to turn the therapist around. After all, this was the first wizard she had ever encountered who could scare her simply by being practical. A feeling popped up in her heart. If anyone underestimates the handsome wizard in front of him, he will definitely be in bad luck. At the very least. She had never seen Cedric's aura from Fudge, the Minister of Magic, before. Is it okay if I want to wear them myself? Cedric's words were full of magic. The therapist gave up his position without thinking. He gave up the opportunity to face the Longbottoms. Thanks. Cedric thanked him. Then, with great solemnity, he gently buckled the strap of the soul-healing device on Queen Ella's head. Compared to Mr. Frank, who can only lie in bed and has a skinny body, can move around on his own. She even smiled at Cedric, and her condition was obviously much better. Dear madam, please allow me to treat you. After explaining it very seriously, Cedric extended the prosthetic device with his hand and grasped it in his hand. The love in the body is like a flood, quickly moving towards the soul healing instrument. Subsequently, the whole room lit up with pink lights. Ah! Ms. Ellis let out a gut-wrenching cry. The therapist stood up instinctively. She took 2 steps forward, and then she saw Ms. Ellis's body softening. I saw her slowly closing her eyes. His limbs were relaxed on the sofa, stretching his body to his heart's content. Even the particularly thin and haggard cheeks. At this moment, she actually regained some of her rossiness. It really works. The therapist covered his mouth and let out a low cry, then quickly turned around and ran outside. Sorry, really sorry. Cedric looked ashamed. The love he once felt was extremely fulfilling was now close to being exhausted. Because of the lack of energy. The light of the soul healing instrument quickly dimmed. What's going on here? A therapist rushed in with the chief physician, Smizak, pinned to his chest. Nothing. Cedric said something perfunctory, then stepped forward and began to carefully dismantle the soul healing device. This thing. Now, for him, it has become an important task to save his comrades. There must be no room for error. After knowing that he put away the soul healing device, he turned to the 2 therapists and ordered, "My treatment will work." He said word by word, "But I need some time to accumulate energy, please take good care of them." Clear. The attending physician Smizak didn't know why, but he nodded seriously in response to Cedric. Even forgotten. I want to tell Cedric, let him tell him the principle of the information, and let him take over the treatment. After he made his statement, he just stood with another therapist, silently watching Cedric's next move. Cedric squatted down. He looked at Mr. Frank and Ms. Ellis in front of him and promised softly, "Feel sorry. I still need some love to protect myself for the time being, but I will definitely be back soon." Cedric had seen photos in his previous life. It was a group photo of the Order of the Phoenix with Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom standing one behind the other. They are in the photo. The actions and gestures of looking back at each other and smiling will remain in the photos forever. But the 2 people in front of me are completely different. They no longer have healthy, round, and happy faces. Both of them were extremely thin. This makes their eyeballs look like they are protruding, which is very scary. His hair was all white. It's as dry as 2 clumps of weeds. Ms. Ellis, who was undergoing treatment, suddenly turned her eyes. Subsequently, she tried hard to open her mouth, but failed in the end. But she didn't give up. Ms. Ellis lowered her head and gestured timidly towards Cedric, as if she wanted to hand something to him. Thanks. Cedric suddenly smiled. He already knew what it was. Being able to receive this thing made him feel a lot better today. Because this represents. My own treatment played a big role. Ms. Ellis still couldn't make a sound. But he had already handed the thing in his hand to Cedric. That's one. The wrapping paper of Jawibeo Super Bubble Gum. The wrapping paper is so light that it seems weightless, but it also seems extremely heavy. This was Neville's favorite snack when he was little. Growing up, he had received thousands of them from his mother. According to his grandma, it's enough for him to cover an entire room. Cedric is very lucky that he can get such a card. He was even more fortunate. I have a chance to treat them well. Ms. Ellis was so happy that she turned around unsteadily and walked towards the chair next to her husband. I am leaving. Cedric said goodbye silently towards her back. He quickly made up his mind, and then left resolutely, regardless of the therapist's attempts to stay. Etc. Mr. Cedric. 2 therapists yelled advice behind him, "Can you stay here for the treatment? We can try and study it. You can't possibly figure it out." As a deduced alchemy tool. Cedric knows very well how much knowledge is required to create this alchemy tool that takes 120 months. Even if they can understand it. But unable to master the ancient magic related to love emotions, they are simply indistinguishable. If it is damaged, it will be more than worth the loss. The first one is made by the system. If Cedric made it himself, it would probably take several months. He doesn't have so much time now. After Cedric returned to Hogwarts, he stayed in the library for 3 full days. This is a sign that he wants to be alone. Except for Chuzhong, no one could sit on the table next to him at this time. But even Chuzhong. She also knew that Cedric was in no mood to chat at this time, and all she did was to accompany him silently. Before This situation usually occurs when Cedric wants to concentrate on studying certain knowledge. Usually it only takes half a day at most. And now, Cedric stayed for 3 consecutive days sky. Just when Chuzhong could not help but ask him, Neville suddenly appeared. Neville is somewhat famous at Hogwarts. It's just a bad reputation. The round-faced, forgetful Gryffindor boy who always fails to do anything well, Neville. Sorry classmate. Chuzhong was afraid of disturbing Cedric, so he took the initiative to reject Neville who was approaching hesitantly. Now is not the time. Cedric is busy with other things right now. Neville was already nervous. Now Chuzhong, the beautiful senior student, took the initiative to refuse. Be the original him. I'm afraid he would have just left long ago. But today, he had something very important and wanted to confirm it with Cedric. It's about that. 2 relatives he cared about very much. At critical moments, Neville never lacked for ventilation. As soon as possible, he lowered his head and looked only at his toes, even though his face was red from suppressing it. He still clearly stated his purpose, Senior Cedric, I have something that I want to confirm with you alone. Feel sorry. Chuzhong stood up with a frown. Because of Neville's detention, many people around him were already looking this way. Cedric's anomaly. It's the hottest topic at Hogwarts recently. There's a reason why everyone wants to gossip. Autumn. Cedric spoke. He had noticed Neville for a long time, but he had just started and hadn't figured out how to tell him yet. When Neville mustered up the courage to continue speaking in the face of rejection, he knew he couldn't stand by and watch. Chew, I do have something to confirm with him alone. How about you go back today? Chuzhong was surprised. She glanced at Neville quite differently, as if she couldn't imagine that there was anything about him that could bother Cedric. Oh well. Chuzhong turned around and said, I will go back first, but you must make it clear to me in a few days. She can 3.6 accompany Cedric when he underestimates him. But you can't always know nothing. Okay. After Cedric agreed, Chuzhong quickly left the table. But she didn't go far. He just found a classmate and seemed to be chatting, but in fact he was still paying attention to Cedric and Neville. Sit down. Cedric greeted, is there anything you want to confirm with me? Yes, I. Neville raised his voice because of his excitement, but soon noticed this and suppressed his voice. I heard, you can treat me well. Yes, that's right. Cedric raised his head and looked at Neville, it's just that I need some time, a year and a half if it's fast, maybe 2 or 3 years if it's slow. After saying that, he lowered his head again. I couldn't bear to look at Neville's next expression. He originally didn't want to say this so early, because the real despair is to give others hope and then suddenly lose it. Several years. I wonder what Neville thinks. Cedric didn't want him to be bothered by this incident. He is Neville. It was this clumsy boy who dared to shout in front of Voldemort, I won't go with you until hell freezes over. Neville drew Gryffindor's sword and killed Voldemort's Horcrux snake Nagini with his own hands. He was called the Gryffindor Sword Master by many. Finally, he became a professor of herbal medicine. He is a man worthy of the title of Gryffindor. Thank you. Neville suddenly cried uncontrollably, this is really good, Senior Cedric, this is so good. X7. Ding, if you meet the special conditions, congratulations on becoming the first loyal follower. 72. Loyal follower. Cedric was surprised. I didn't expect that such an identity existed, let alone that Neville would become loyal to him just by seeing some hope. I don't know that year. How did Grindelwald's first follower, the first saint, come about? Cedric was lost in thought. In front of him, Neville was still twitching and kept saying thanks, Senior Cedric, I really hope I can do something for you. I can be your little brother. Just like Crabbe and Goyle, I know I'm useless, so you should be disgusted with me. Neville's movement was not small. For fear of Cedric's rejection, his voice even had a hint of crying. The librarian, Mrs. Pants, poked her head out from behind the bookshelf with a feather duster in hand, her face full of seriousness. After seeing it was Cedric, she blinked her eyes, then looked away again, and left from the opposite direction. Others obviously don't have this kind of treatment. When she passed by the 3 Malfoys who were peeping out, looking at Neville crying and giggling, she immediately waved them away with a feather duster. Malfoy's feeble argument came. All right. Cedric came to his senses. He patted Neville on the shoulder and comforted, "Speaking of which, I really have a favor to ask of you." Cedric took out a metal button the size of a button and handed it to Neville. "This is an alchemical gadget. As long as Neville presses the button above, Cedric can receive the signal. Recent. Cedric needs to reserve some more love emotions, and he doesn't have enough time. And since the last time he said something nice to Snape, Harry's iron triangle has obviously become somewhat alienated from him. Although it will not lead to bad feelings. But the other party's progress in investigating the magic stone has not been shared with him for a long time. So, Cedric told Neville to pay attention to the movements of Harry and the three of them, to find something for them to do, and to give himself an extra layer of insurance. Cedric 25 grams even thought about it. If he really catches Voldemort by then, he might be able to let Neville watch the whole process of his execution. Hey, wait! Put it this way. What if I really caught Voldemort? Then there shouldn't be a public exhibition? The more Cedric thought about it, the more excited he became. If he killed Voldemort in public, how famous would he be? Dumbledore is known as the first White Wizard of the right path. Not just because. Did he personally suppress the first Dark Lord Grindelwald? Cedric was looking forward to it even more. If Dumbledore saw himself killing Voldemort for once. I don't know if he still believes it. Do you know that the Savior can kill Voldemort? Anyway, Voldemort has so many Horcruxes. The battle will not end in one go. Just take advantage of the opponent's current weakness to step on his face and promote justice. Absolutely wonderful. Thinking about it, Cedric also had a smile on his face. $7.89. Neville in front of him also looked very excited. "I will definitely keep a close eye on them. Don't be too serious." Cedric was worried that Neville would misunderstand what he meant, so he warned carefully, "We are still Harry's classmates and friends. We just hope that they will not encounter any danger due to the investigation. If they take any action, please notify me. When the time comes, I will take care of them and make sure nothing happens to them." "Understand?" Neville nodded excitedly. "I was finally able to help Cedric. Then I won't waste your time." Neville wiped the snot and tears from his face, stood up and left in a hurry. He was so ecstatic that he just took 2 steps. As a result, he hit the corner of a desk and squatted down in pain, covering his thighs. The intensity of the impact. Even Cedric felt a slight twitch in his heart when he saw it. "Just seeing it made me feel quite hurt." Neville even squatted on the ground and let out a cry of pain. Madame Pants appears again. After confirming that Neville was no longer talking to Cedric, she pinched his ears and kicked him out of the library. Cedric shook his head. Neville, who is still in the sealed state, is indeed very unreliable. Do not know either. Can the other party complete this task well? Fortunately, after Neville's interruption, Cedric finally recovered from the sad story of the Longbottoms. The match against Gryffindor is about to begin. Cedric cheered up. Put Quidditch training on the agenda. On the eve of the game. There was even better news, Snape would be the referee this time. This frustrated the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team. As everyone knows, Hufflepuff is now terrifyingly powerful after possessing Cedric. More importantly, Snape and Cedric were so close that they seemed like the same person. Don't say they have any roots. Even if Slytherin and Hufflepuff were playing a game, they probably wouldn't want Snape to be the referee. It was because his elbows were turned to the back of his head. The one who is favored is always Cedric, and the students at Hogwarts are almost used to it. Only Harry was still a little unhappy. "Every time I think about it." Cedric and Snape admired each other, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Why can we actually play together? They are obviously completely different." Okay. After the day's training, when Harry immediately told Ronald and Hermione the bad news, they immediately gave him some unreliable suggestions. "Just say you're sick," Ronald said. "Pretend to break your leg," Hermione said worriedly. "Really break your leg, or go to my brother's and buy some quick-acting candy," Ronald suggested. Fortunately, Harry still had a bottom line. "I have to compete," he said to Ronald and Hermione, "although I know that I am still far behind Senior Cedric, I still want to challenge." "Bless you, my friend." Ronald gave Harry a hard hug. Hermione next to her opened her mouth, and after a long while, she said in awkward comfort, "It's always good to compete. It's not her fault. According to her character, it's good to be able to encourage someone in a game that she doesn't like." despite her encouragement. It sounds really frustrating. Fortunately, the relationship between the three of them is much deeper now, especially after Hermione temporarily gave up meeting Cedric. Both of them knew that she really sacrificed a lot. I can also absorb her occasional outspokenness. The game is quickly approaching. Harry was getting more and more nervous, and the other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were also panicking. Only Wood. Wanting to have the opportunity to defeat the powerful Cedric in the Academy Cup, I immediately felt excited. Cedric has never lost on the Quidditch pitch. But now Gryffindor is also terrifyingly strong. They have Harry. In the lounge. After Wood enthusiastically boosted his morale, he pulled Harry aside and warned, "Potter, today's game is very important. I don't want to put pressure on you, but today more than ever we need to catch the snitch as soon as possible. We have to do it quickly and we can't let Cedric and Snape have room to play." Harry suddenly felt a cramping pain in his stomach. In the departure lane, Cedric saw Harry and winked at him, making the latter feel better. Wood, on the other hand, was guarding Cedric like a thief. He came sideways. However, Cedric has grown very tall this year, easily reaching over the opponent's shoulders and nodding towards the Gemini stars. "Hi, boss. See you on the court later." Two frivolous voices sounded. Wood's angry roar immediately rang out, "Fred, George. Damn it." Fred complained. "We also have a private life." After George finished speaking, Gemini said in unison, "Do you have any evil thoughts about us?" Wood was clearly furious. But at this moment, the players from both sides have already appeared on the stage, so if you have anything to say, you can only wait until you are off the stage. Hufflepuff. Right. Gryffindor. As the commentator's voice sounded, the two teams appeared on the stage at the same time. After Snape checked everyone's wands with a sullen face, he immediately announced the official start of the game. Cedric quickly rose into the sky. Harry was also very talented, and this was his first time playing against him. While sensing the surroundings, he also dedicated a part of his energy to keeping an eye on Harry, and was always never far from him. Harry couldn't care less about Cedric. Hurry up, I want to hurry up." His eyes were widened, he repeated what Wood had just said, and kept glancing around. Drop. Snape blew the whistle for the start of the game and stepped onto the broom. Because of worry. Harry glanced at him subconsciously, but this glance made his heart beat wildly. Golden snitch. Right behind Snape's shoulder. Harry's body drew a very curved line in the air, and he lay low on the broomstick, like a bullet fired at the enemy. 50 meters. 30 meters. Arrive. Facing the shocked Snape, Harry stretched out his right hand. Snape seemed to have seen something terrifying. He immediately pulled up the broomstick, and his dark robe flew in the air, rising to more than 5 meters. Harry ignored him. Instead, he slightly adjusted the angle of his broomstick and rushed towards the golden snitch hovering in the air. "Harry!" The commentator Jordan only had time to shout 2 words. "Everyone can see it." Harry suddenly made a beautiful dive, and must have discovered the golden snitch. The Gryffindors suddenly let out exclamations and cheers. "Got it!" Just as this thought arose in Harry's mind, he suddenly felt a strong squeeze coming from his right shoulder. He turned around in shock, and it turned out to be Cedric. Cedric is 2 years older than him. Especially since he has grown taller and taller, even his outstretched arms are longer than Harry. Phew, the sound of wind comes from my ears crossed. Cedric's action of grabbing the golden snitch made Harry vaguely hear the sound of his own heart being torn apart. Not only did he lose, and they lost without any suspense, not even the Geminis hit the first bludger. Harry looked at him dumbfounded. A complicated look flashed in Snape's eyes. First there was a flash of pity. Then, his disgust at Harry's face quickly took over. Snape quickly flew to Harry's side. He mocked in that maddening tone, as expected. "But at first I thought you could at least let me have some air." Harry's face instantly turned pale. Snape proudly pulled Cedric up into the sky. He held Cedric high and held the golden snitch's right hand, and Jojo announced, "Cedric captures the golden snitch." 193 Hufflepuff, yes, Gryffindor. Score, 1,500 points, Hufflepuff wins. Wood's hanging heart was already completely dead before he had been worried for a long time. At the same time, Harry fell to the ground in despair and walked towards Hogwarts alone. On a high platform, Ronald, Hermione, and Neville, who had just defeated Malfoy, hurriedly chased after Harry. Cedric also wanted to comfort Harry. But at this moment, he was surrounded by people and was already in an absolute whirlpool of excitement. You made history again. Definitely the latest record, Cedric, you are our king. Hufflepuff sang with the Slytherins. Ravenclaw. Chujong was surrounded by everyone and congratulated him. After the game, only Gryffindor's injured world is over. Ding, the savior Harry was greatly shocked. After the system popped up an endless prompt, the prompt that Cedric really wanted to see appeared. Ding, you have completed Pomona Sprout's third bucket list item, Glorious Hufflepuff. You have activated a new special talent, Herb Intuition. Herb Intuition, because you have been dealing with herbs all year round, when you see and touch a certain herb, you will rely on intuition and experience to gain one of its uses. After a thorough understanding, you will also have there is a high chance that his untapped abilities will be discovered. This ability, together with Cedric's Potion Master and Unicorn's Blessing, the two abilities perfectly form a superimposed effect. The following days, Cedric soon found something new. During the process of developing Wolfsbane Potion, he suddenly thought of a strange idea. Follow this strange line of thinking. After 5 experiments, Cedric finally got a brand new potion. This is after confirming the effect of the potion. Even he himself couldn't believe that this was actually a potion made by himself. If we use an analogy, then the effect and existence of this magic potion are equivalent to the invention of penicillin in World War II. It's so scary, it's so scary. After Cedric made repeated confirmations, Slughorn was quickly contacted by St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. They brought the drug along with reporters. Prepare to broadcast the efficacy of the medicine live. Don't worry, if the medicine doesn't work well, I will try my best to say hello to them. Slughorn comforted. This time it happened suddenly, and Cedric didn't say anything to him. This made him feel a little unsure. Don't worry, my potion this time will definitely shock the magic world. Cedric looked out the window. In front of his eyes, 3 bottles of magic potion were still in his system space. Tonight, they will work wonders. 73. So? Any patient can try it. The attending physician Smizek asked softly. He's scary to Cedric now. The last time the other party turned away was a cool and decisive decision, but it kept him awake all night, thinking about how the other party treated him. In the wizarding world, because of the special existence of magic, the patients created simply challenge your imagination of the world. Many patients actually have no solution at all. But Cedric, who contacted him, said that he had developed a panacea. What is this concept? If it was a letter from someone else, he would probably burn it directly, but this was Cedric, who couldn't sleep. Even the Longbottoms who have lived for decades can be treated. He must believe it once. Yes, patients with different illnesses can try it. I also need to confirm the efficacy of the medicine. Cedric's confidence. It all comes from the description of the system. That description is very outrageous. Repair all mutations and damage caused to the body by magic. Understood, I'll make arrangements now. The attending physician, Smizek, trotted away in a hurry. Look at him being so cooperative. Slughorn next to him almost screamed, but he reacted quickly and rubbed his nose to calm himself down. This person is not one of his connections. Moreover, he is also famous among the doctors at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries for his bad temper. In addition to caring for patients, everything else is ignored. There was even a time when Fudge came for treatment, but he didn't follow the doctor's instructions, and he was scolded by him. The key person also has a wide network of contacts. Although he has a bad mouth, he is really capable and has many patients under his care. Fudge had nothing to do with him. But because of Cedric's words, he turned around and started running. Slughorn's intuition started ringing loudly in his head. Maybe Cedric is the one who can make himself famous forever. After this idea appeared in my mind, a series of intuitions follow. The youngest animagus in history, he proved his talent in transformation. The solution of the squib proved his research on magic. Wolfsbane potion capsules belong to the category of alchemy. The current treatment medicines fall into 2 categories, magic potions and herbal medicines. Think about it this way. Slughorn almost PD himself. Be good. In addition to charms, magical biology, etc., Cedric has already distinguished himself in various fields. How old is he? Dumbledore started researching the uses of dragon blood at the age of 25, right? Trembling is followed by ultimate calmness. In front of the eternal memory, Slughorn's thoughts were strengthened to an epic level. You can also put it aside for a while if you enjoy it. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that Cedric recently gained too much experience points and gave him too much. When the enjoyment for many years to come is guaranteed, people will naturally start to pursue more lofty goals. Soon. Slughorn had a new decision in his mind. It seems that I still have to operate the fund seriously and don't get greedy in that area. After all, Cedric gave you enough. The idiom of paying one's salary to support one's integrity means success comes from him. Slughorn's eyes gradually became firmer, and the trotting attending physician Smezek also came with his first patient. He took the wrong medicine. Smethek brought a wizard with him. The wizard's right arm is covered with colorful chicken feathers. He made the fever medicine himself, dropped a few chicken feathers into it, and drank it without caring, and this is what happened. Cedric was non-committal. He reached into his robe and actually took out the bottle of universal recovery potion from the space. Just take it directly. Seeing Cedric take out the bottle of potion, the flashlights of the surrounding reporters began to flash. The chicken wizard was startled. Just as he was about to speak, Smethek, who had quick eyes and quick hands, poured a bottle of magic potion down his throat. Shake the bottle vigorously. After confirming that the last drop of the potion was poured in by him, Smethek immediately stared at the chicken wizard's arm. The medicine works quickly. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were controlling it, pulling the chicken feathers down one by one from the shoulders. But what's even more different about their treatments is that this time there was no healer casting a spell, the chicken wizard didn't scream, and there wasn't even much blood. Only the falling chicken feathers were still stained with a thin layer of blood. The biggest difference is still, after it was pulled out this time, the blood hole left behind did not bleed, nor did it continue to grow new feathers, but quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look at a small section of smooth skin. Smetsek exclaimed in surprise, it works. Hear this. The reporters immediately took action. Kaka. There was a shutter sound, and the entire treatment room was illuminated by flashlights as bright as day. Something's wrong. Smethek blinked quickly to make sure he saw it right. Feathers are not plucked. It's like the muscles are working on their own, pushing the opponent out forcefully. Of course, what he wanted to know more was how this potion stopped feathers from growing back. They can repair holes, stop bleeding, and replenish blood. But how to inhibit the growth of chicken feathers before the potion wears off? Know this patient. I stayed in their hospital for half a month. In addition to the few days of recuperation at home, there are still 2 months for the drug to recover. It took the wizard 3 months. Not just no income. Moreover, you have to spend money every day and keep drinking the inhibitors and evacuation agents prepared by the hospital. Otherwise, it will be impossible for the human body to eliminate it on its own within 3 months. Now just take a sip of the magic potion and you'll be fine. How on earth is this done? Why was it spiritual treatment last time and physical treatment this time? How does Cedric's brain look like? Looks like I bought the same model. Smezek swallowed, and the desire in his heart became stronger. All right. Cedric greeted, arrange for the next one. The chicken wizard originally wanted to complain about the blinding flash, but the next second, he was shocked to find that his arm had recovered. Didn't he say it would take another 2 months? Is this good? This is. The chicken wizard wanted to ask something else, but was already pulled aside by the therapist. But he didn't go far either. The therapist circled around him several times, cast several detection spells, and then announced that he could be discharged from the hospital. He's not leaving either. And he stood on tiptoes and began to watch the treatment of the second patient. This is also an old patient. While tidying up the warehouse at home, I was hit on my right shoulder by an ancient axe from the house. Who would have thought that the axe actually contained an ancient curse? It just relied on its own weight to hit him, but it almost split him in half. If his family hadn't been around and rushed to him for help in time, he might have been killed by his ancestor's axe. But even if he is rescued, the situation is still very bad. Not only was there a huge wound that was longer than the length of his forearm from his right shoulder to his left chest. And stopping the bleeding is difficult. A therapist must be around at all times every day, constantly applying therapeutic medicine to him. I drink as much blood replenishing potion as a large basin every day. The difficulty this time. But it's at least 10 times stronger than the chicken wizard. Another sip of the potion went down. The torn wound healed easily like a zipper. The chest was covered in blood. It became smoother instantly, and even the original chest hair grew back. Incredible, really incredible. The therapists all let out a series of exclamations. The indoor walls were turned white again by the flashlight. The carnival belonging to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries officially begins from now on. Let's use the previous two as examples. Therapists specialize in looking for difficult and complicated illnesses. Don't even say it. I drank the potion one mouthful after another, and all of them were really cured by the combination of Cedric's potion. Even the most difficult one. A wizard who cast a transformation spell and completely fused himself with a 30-ton boulder. She drank one bottle and was halfway out. Then I drank the second bottle and it was fine. A medical miracle, a complete medical miracle. Smethwick stopped pretending. He lay directly on the ground and hugged Cedric's thigh, wailing that he must let Cedric give them the potion formula to use. You don't have to do this. Cedric put on the Hagrid template and easily picked up the opponent. I would have authorized you to use it. As for the royalties and other details, because I have to go back to Hogwarts to study, you can just negotiate with my agent Mr. Slughorn. Slughorn quickly adjusted his purple bow tie and walked out leisurely. He stood behind Cedric, holding his shoulders with both hands. Gentlemen. He proudly greeted all reporters. Time is limited, we can only answer 5 questions. Soon, the brief interview began. What is the name of this potion? Universal Recovery Potion. Can you briefly explain the therapeutic principle of this medicine? To put it simply, it is to lock the original appearance of the wizard's body, and then forcibly expel, repair, and expel most of the magical power and foreign objects that are not originally part of the original appearance of the wizard's body. There was a continuous record of clattering sounds below. The sensitivity of being a journalist. All reporters present realized that this Cedric had made another world-class news. Even some sharper reporters. It seems as if I have seen the second order of Merlin waving to Cedric. And this guy doesn't like giving interviews. Every word and every sentence needs to be recorded carefully. Some people are even beginning to think about Cedric's next big news. Excuse me, do you have any other research directions next? Yes, I want to improve the Wolfsbane potion again, so that the magic world can get rid of the disaster of werewolf wizards forever, and alleviate the fear of werewolves. Cedric originally wanted to study Wolfsbane potion. I came across this product by mistake. But the original intention will not change. It is worth doing to completely cure the werewolf wizard, not to mention that it can also bring him an increase in reputation, experience value, and strength. Can you tell me, then, who do you think we should thank for being able to develop this potion? This is an opportunity to introduce someone to Cedric. No need to think. Cedric was first introduced to his parents, then to all the professors in Hogwarts, and finally to Raghorn behind him. Ahem. Slughorn cleared his throat modestly. Then he straightened his chest, good to the cameraman, and preserved his most energetic side. Thank you for asking. He smiled at the reporter who asked the question. He was very satisfied with the other party's question and decided to reward him with a priority exclusive news next time. Then, there's one last question left. Realizing there is only one last chance left. The female reporter who was named asked a very pointed question without hesitation. You said that your next step is to develop a powerful Wolfsbane potion. Aren't you afraid of the werewolves' revenge? After all, there are many werewolves who regard the werewolf-infected wizards as their own mission. Finally, she rubbed her eyes. Or, you didn't think so much at all and just wanted more fame. Slughorn gave the female reporter a hard look. This guy is also the #1 reporter of the Daily Prophet. How could he be so ignorant when asking questions? This problem is too dangerous. If you answer seriously, you will be attacked by werewolves. If the answer is not good, it may affect Cedric's image. Damn it. I clearly gave you good advice, so why would you ask such a question? This is the time for you to show your role. Slughorn's hand on Cedric's shoulder tightened, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Cedric's stern words, Your question makes me feel very ridiculous. Why don't you just tell me the name of the werewolf Fenrir Greyback? Cedric's tone was full of contempt and ridicule. He had already recognized the female reporter. Wasn't she using the name of the hated Rita Skeeter? Use an automatic quill. Constantly making up right and wrong to create buzz. Cedric naturally didn't need to be polite to her. Don't you dare say it's because you're afraid. Are you afraid he will attack you? The atmosphere at the scene was so tense. Fenrir Greyback, the most brutal werewolf in the wizarding world. In his life. Make it your life goal to bite and infect as many wizards as possible. He promoted the practice of biting children specifically. Fenrir believed that he wanted to bite wizards when they were young, so that they could be forced to be abandoned by their families and live in an environment far away from their parents. Normal hatred lasts forever. It is a member of Voldemort's werewolf army. Voldemort often used werewolves to bite his children and threatened those who disobeyed him. Fenrir even said publicly, "The blood is what the werewolf deserves, and the werewolf should take revenge on normal people." He is the reason why Lupin became a werewolf wizard. Under everyone's gaze, Rita gave Cedric a vicious look. "So, are you provoking Fenrir?" "Of course, it's not even just him." Cedric replied loudly, "If you know who and his Death Eaters were in front of me, I would say the same thing." There was a burst of exclamation at the scene. The reporters clicked the shutter one after another, while the patients who had just been cured opened their eyes wide and were stunned. If everyone is enjoying the peace and quiet of the years, then who is carrying the burden forward? Do Aurors deserve to die? Cedric's question immediately silenced the scene. Then, his impassioned and passionate words instantly ignited the passion of everyone present. Everyone will die eventually, so what is the meaning of living? Aren't you just going to die? What's wrong? Cedric raised his head and laughed. No one is born fearless, it is just because of their faith and something engraved in their bones that they choose a nobler behavior than death. The true meaning of life. They are a group of fearless wizards and Aurors who sacrifice their lives and blood for peace and justice. If someone wants to oppress us, enslave us, and want us to live in fear, then we must fight him to the end. It is a supreme honor for a man to go to death, bleed on the battlefield, defend his dignity, and sacrifice his life for his country. I hope all young wizards can shine a light on the magical world. If necessary, I will take the lead in the charge." Cedric finished. He looked at Rita with extremely determined eyes, waiting for her answer. 74. Do you know what you are doing? Rita Skeeter was visibly panicked. In her career, it is common for her to make up lies, gimmicks, and start a picture with all the content made up. She makes a living by writing provocative reports, and deviating from the truth is something she is used to. But there are some people and things that she dare not touch. For example, when Voldemort caused riots with the Death Eaters, she complained about the Ministry of Magic's inaction. "How dare you write anything wrong about Death Eaters? So-called. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones are afraid of the horizontal ones are afraid of the stiff ones, and the stiff ones are scared to death. Dare to challenge werewolf groups and even Death Eaters." In her eyes, Cedric was already a madman. She was even worried. If the other party's reports provoking these two groups were reported through her, the two groups would even retaliate against her. "You are so crazy." Rita Skeeter was so scared. Even the stiff, strangely large curls on her head were trembling. "Am I crazy?" After hundreds or thousands of years, descendants will naturally comment on and set the tone for me. As for now, you are not welcome here. Go back to your dark, damp underground cave and continue to use your tentacles to weave those dark and twisted words just to fill your stomach. Cedric's momentum completely defeated the opponent. Don't forget it. His natural infectious talent is SS level. Just now, in order to guide everyone to fully identify with himself, he also directly consumed his talent to completely upgrade it to the SSS level. His words fell on the ears of reporters. It even made these journalists, who have been traveling around all year round and have a lot of knowledge, feel their blood boiling. I wish they all could become Aurors now. Unite behind Cedric and fight to protect their families and protect the peace of the magical world. In their eyes, such righteous Cedric. At this moment, it is like the sun, spreading its light all over the world equally and evenly. Because of his special talent and great popularity, those who like Cedric will like him very much, while those who have different ideas from him will immediately feel more profound rejection. With the addition of this effect, Rita Skeeter left with a twisted look on her face. And everyone else looked at Cedric expectantly. "Tell me more." Someone couldn't help shouting. "Yes, let's talk more. 660 is about dignity, about glory, and about the meaning of life." Yes. Yes, we have all lived in confusion before, but there is always someone who can tell us what is right. People kept nodding in agreement. There are patients who have just been cured, therapists who have been witnessing everything, and reporters who are well informed but whose souls have been touched. $7.89. Cedric looked around. There are pairs of eager eyes all around. So he immediately decided to inject more blood into this magical world. Because there is only blood. Only then can more wizards be inspired to stand up against Voldemort in the near future. This is critical. If we talk about the original Death Eaters, there were many who joined because they recognized Voldemort's power and charisma. But wait until Voldemort separates the 7 Horcruxes. Then, he planned to resurrect from the rodent little by little. His rule became brutal. Werewolves, soul-eating monsters, and even giants with low intelligence all became his means of intimidating and controlling Death Eaters. Only crazy women like Bella Cai was still willing to be driven by him. If only more wizards understood the courage to resist and the meaning of hard work to protect. Then in the future, there will definitely be more people following behind Cedric. Work hard for a better tomorrow. Okay, then I will say a little more. I hope you can pass it on so that more people can hear it. Cedric clenched his fist and tapped his heart. I have a dream. This dream started when I was 5 years old and knew that the words Voldemort could not be described. Because once you say it, then, you will be targeted by all the Death Eaters. They will tear you into pieces, kill your family, and let werewolves eat your children and transform them into wolves. Division. The scene froze briefly. The pressure of those 3 words is too heavy. It is a nightmare that weighs on the hearts of everyone in the magic world. Cedric clearly knew. What did it mean to say this from his mouth, but he still said it now. After a brief moment of panic. What arose was infinite admiration for Cedric. After passing and browsing, Cedric, BFFE, started writing the schedule at the age of 5. They seemed to really understand. What does it mean? If necessary, I will take the lead in the charge. Cedric, 5 years old. I have already begun to charge against the mysterious man mentally. What a fearless spirit this is! And what kind of great being would Cedric with such a spirit be? The crackling applause soon spread throughout the city. Crazy, all crazy! Rita Skeeter, who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, turned pale. Turned out to be. After walking out of the door, the anger in her heart began to rise. As the #1 reporter of the Daily Prophet, when had she been expelled like this and then escaped in embarrassment? He is the creator of countless hot spots. But he can arbitrarily criticize local journalists. Rita Skeeter stopped at the door, where she had wanted to eavesdrop. If the other person said something stupid, then you can write a book about it and arrange Cedric well. Unexpectedly. This Cedric is even more crazy and paranoid than she thought. Don't know why. Cedric's words were all correct, but they made her feel heart palpitations. It even reminded her of the 10 great figures selected by Zhengzhou. That's another legend that has come to an end. Can't stay any longer. If anyone knew that I had heard these words from him, maybe I would be unlucky too. Rita Skeeter's beetle-like survival instincts kick in. After escaping from St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries, her body twisted for a while, and without caring about the risk of being discovered by the Muggles, she operated and flew away. And in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. Cedric's speech continues. How can we still ask the butcher to reason? The knife is even on the neck. For my family, my best friends, and for the peace of the wizarding world. Everyone kept nodding. I think of my good friends who drank and joked with me, and I think of my lovely children at home. Who can bear it? Let them die from wolf kiss, or be threatened by werewolves, soul-eating monsters, etc. We need to be brave enough. A man who can grind all the bones of his enemies into powder. Cedric hammered his chest again. Face the darkness. We will never admit defeat. Everyone responded in unison, never. Wait until everyone quiets down. Cedric slowed down his speaking speed and gave clear and serious instructions. If I fail, please wrap my body in a flag. High West. Everyone stood up and shouted, we must win. The atmosphere in the hall reached a climax. In the corner of the crowd, an old lady slowly raised her head. A flash of determination flashed in her cloudy eyes, and she began to mutter a word, Saint. This speech lasted for a long time. The reporters who stayed behind pressed the shutter one after another and recorded everything that could be recorded. They had a final discussion. We decided to jointly submit a manuscript to all the newspaper channels we know. The manuscript is titled, I Have a Dream. Besides, they are also preparing to compile all Cedric's speeches into a volume, and then publish a book with the same name. Although this is too high profile. But after thinking about it, he would even step on Voldemort's head and kill him. Cedric readily accepted. On this afternoon, he returned to Hogwarts as if nothing had happened. Only Slughorn was left to deal with the hospital and reporters at the same time. Slughorn knew in his heart that this was a big gamble for him, but in the end he thought about it. He decided to press on Cedric, my child, you must become a great man, otherwise you will be sorry for my efforts. Slughorn made up his mind and started promoting books seriously. After finalizing the authorization method of the Universal Recovery Potion with St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, as well as the income distribution issue of intellectual copyright, he stayed with the reporters. It took a day. Everyone worked together to come up with a perfect manuscript. Slughorn knows that very well. If Cedric's ideas are directly promoted, it may cause many people to worry. So they titled it Universal Restoration Potion. Then all of Cedric's ideas were integrated into subsequent conversations and interviews. The words are scattered though. But those who can read it can fully understand Cedric's thoughts. Protect your family, and protect the peace of the magical world. The great Auror who looked down upon death. Cedric will lead the charge. As long as people who read the newspaper seriously will definitely buy his books, as long as they buy his books. Then, you can definitely understand his thoughts. Slughorn is even willing to risk his own life. In the prologue of the book, he not only left his name like other journalists, but even wrote this on the title page, he's here. He lives in our time. On the day the newspaper goes on sale. The elderly lady then operated to a dilapidated castle somewhere, where she told everything. The old man who was imprisoned in that dilapidated castle was once again touched by people other than Dumbledore. His first time. Wrote a letter not addressed to Dumbledore and gave it to the old lady. Help me give it to him. Hope flashed in the old man's eyes, if I can persuade him, do you think Dumbledore will come to see me? The old lady was silent. This is not the adult she wants to follow. But she still did as the old man said, because she also wanted to what would Cedric say back? Perhaps? Would he be a better leader? Recalling Cedric's speech at St. Mungo's, she can still feel her blood boiling. That feeling. She hadn't felt it in a long time. The second day after the old lady left, the manuscript was published. The reporters who came that day were carefully selected by Slughorn. Coupled with Slughorn's connections, the energy that finally burst out was astonishing. Under their joint operation. On this day, the news of Cedric's invention of a universal recovery potion was published on the front page of almost all media. The magic world was shocked at first. They marveled at the powerful healing effects of the universal restoration potion. But more people saw the deeper meaning. The black words become more and more red. At the same time, a book of the same title titled I Have a Dream received over 3,000 purchases on the first day. This spread of ideas let many wizards understand that the reason why we can live peacefully in peace and quiet is because there are many people carrying the burden for us. Especially the Aurors. They are the police in the magical world, and they also work to combat black magic. Seeing Cedric's approval of them, they were the first group to recognize it. Secondly, there are parents who have love in their hearts and can do anything for their families. After learning that book sales are booming, Cedric immediately rushed home. If there was anything that worried him about this speech, it was the safety of the Diggorys. Feel sorry. Cedric apologized to both men, I stole the show, but I put you in danger. Child. Mr. Diggory still looked proud. His words were full of sighs, but there was no complaint at all, but more of an apology, it's us who should say we're sorry. It was our failure to provide you with safe protection that made children like you start to worry about the safety of the magical world. Do whatever you want to do, Dad will always support you. Compared to the brave and encouraging Mr. Diggory, Mrs. Diggory even wiped her tears and warned, you must protect yourself, and maybe you are quite strict with this sentence. You will always be our pride. The ring on Cedric's finger kept tightening. Mother's love instantly filled him with all the losses he had suffered before, and even far exceeded it. After feeling the surging emotion of love, Cedric also started to take action. He consumed most of the alchemy materials he had saved and installed a set of defense measures in his home, similar to a weakened version of Nick Holmes' home. It does not seek to completely annihilate the enemy. Just need to be able to warn the two of them in advance when the enemy comes, so that they have time to escape. Subsequently, Cedric was also thinking about it. Hire qualified bodyguards for your parents. Anyway, with his current income, he can afford it. After returning home for a few days, Cedric returns to Hogwarts again. Because I had been delayed for a few days, I came to the auditorium for breakfast on the first day of the day. The army of owls delivering messages strikes again. This time, several heavyweights wrote to him. 75. Goo-goo. Goo-goo. Among the owls that overwhelmed the entire auditorium so that the ceiling could not be seen, one strong owl stood out. It wanted to fly ahead arrogantly, and was the first to drop the letter in its paws on the dinner plate in front of Cedric. Cornely Oswald Fudge. Cedric only had time to read the name on the outside of the envelope, and then an overwhelming army of owls rushed in. It was completely black. This time the owl army. More terrifying than ever before. It was clearly the morning when the sun was rising, and the sky could be seen directly from the top of the Great Hall of Hogwarts. But in this moment, the entire auditorium was plunged into darkness, with only the candle light suspended in mid-air emitting a dim yellow light. Everyone looked up. Everyone slowly watched the owl army fly towards Cedric. Although the scene is very exaggerated, but the routine is already very proficient. Hufflepuff's wizards all left the field early with their mouths in their mouths, and Cedric stayed in place with his armor to protect himself. Wait until all the owls have left. Only then did the little wizards all gather together. Chujong took 7 or 8 Ravenclaw friends and sat down next to Cedric's left hand. This has almost become her exclusive position. The Slytherins occupied the right side. The Hufflepuffs, who were relatively indifferent, sat on the opposite side of the table. Most of the Gryffindors watched from a distance with envy. Only Neville and Gemini squeezed into the Hufflepuffs and became busy. The momentum this time is unprecedented. Not only the lower students in the first, second, and third years, but also the higher-level wizards, there are also many people who stop and take a walk in the distance. He was amazed at Cedric's figure. What happened today? Someone asked. I know, my mother wrote to me again, saying that Cedric had invented another universal information potion. The man replied happily, fortunately, my mother didn't let me ask for his autograph, otherwise I would have had to stand there. Follow his gaze. Everyone clearly saw it on the periphery of Hufflepuff's table. There are many people holding envelopes in their hands, waiting for the busy Cedric. Cedric was also highly focused at the moment. He always glances at the names, and if they are not familiar, they are directly divided into 3 categories. Category 3 will be kept for later and will be returned later. If he brings gifts, especially pastries that cannot be stored for a long time, he will classify them into the second category. Category 2 will wait until the classification is completed. He would take a bite immediately, then share it with everyone and write a reply. The last is the first category. Cedric will take it back and read it carefully first, and then respond according to the situation. Senior, take a look at these. A cold female voice sounded from Cedric's right. Thanks. He politely thanked him first, then turned back and took the letters the man had collected to read. Look at the results. Cedric was stunned for a few seconds. Now he is in the absolute core, and everyone is waiting to hand over letters and gifts to him. He stopped. Everyone was immediately forced to stop. Ever since, everyone followed Cedric's gaze and saw the Slytherin girl. After a few seconds of silence, many male wizards were stunned by her beauty. What stunned Cedric was not simply her beauty, but her temperament and appearance. She has not yet been linked to another character that he also likes. That is, the killer is not too cold, holding a flower pot in Matilda. The same cool temperament. With neat short slanted hair and deep facial features, after the movie was released, the audience was amazed by this character from the moment she appeared. It was just a small supporting role that was only glimpsed, but it became popular all of a sudden. Many fans left comments and marveled. She is definitely the most beautiful pansy, like a real noble lady come to life. Arrogant and cool. Even standing next to Malfoy, the aristocratic young master in the movie version, her aura was downgraded by number 4. Some fans even voted. I want to know who is more beautiful in everyone's eyes, her or the movie version of Hermione. There are 2 things that prove her good looks. First of all, her character in the show was originally an annoying character, with the vitriol of a Slytherin, but with her face, because she looks so good, even a bad person can be forgiven. Therefore, appearance is justice. The second thing is, because the original author really hated Slytherin, he actually compared Pansy to a poodle. In HARRY 3. After starring in Pansy, this person left a deep impression in just a few minutes of a movie. The original author was afraid that the audience would be led away by his appearance. So after her strong intervention, the actor was replaced directly. Even if she loses her role because of her good looks, she can be considered a record breaker. Cedric. Chu Zhang called from the other end, "Everyone is waiting for you." "Feel sorry." Cedric responded, then raised his hand to take the letter from Pansy's hand. When changing hands, he could feel Pansy's slightly cold fingers touching the back of his hand. "Thanks." Cedric was unmoved. Although this Pansy is very beautiful and his appearance is within his preference, his character is really something he cannot praise. So it just made him stunned. He won't like her. But the Slytherins clearly misunderstood something. Normally, after a certain Slytherin had sorted out a pile and handed it to Cedric, he would leave that position and let the ones behind him move forward. Pansy hasn't changed position since Cedric was stunned for a few seconds. All the Slytherins willingly gave her the letters they had sorted out in their hands, with inexplicable expectations in their eyes. Chu Zhang also glanced at Pansy a few more times at first. But after discovering that Cedric never looked back, he gradually let go of his worries. Another moment passed. The letters were all processed quickly, and only Cedric was still writing hurriedly to reply. "You must be very tired. If there are a lot of them, you can come back later." Chu Zhang watched Cedric rubbing his fingers from time to time, and then persuaded him with concern. "I am okay." The reason why Cedric really rubbed his fingers was not because he was tired from writing. After all, the Hagrid character card was loaded, and his physical fitness is now terrifying. He rubbed his fingers. It's just because the ring on the finger is always releasing and contracting rhythmically with the breath. This state is so weird. When the contraction is at its tightest, it can even exceed twice the amplitude of autumn tension. But it doesn't last long. It will soon relax, reaching a level only slightly higher than Kai Hu Chang. Cedric now also has a lot of experience absorbing the emotion of love. Chu Zhang's love mood is stable and continuous, which is very consistent with her temperament, elegant and calm. Hermione's love mood fluctuates quite a lot. When I talk to her, she usually becomes more excited, which means that she is shy and will be more excited when talking to me. Mrs. Diggory's motherly love for him was the greatest. But her love is also very stable and does not fluctuate much. It just maintains a very high level at certain moments. By contrast, Pansy is really weird. Although it is not that appropriate to say so. But this was the first time that Cedric felt the possibility of love that might even hurt him. At the very least, it would be very painful to pinch his fingers. Cedric concentrated on answering the letter. But it wasn't until all the letters with pastries were packed that he got up and walked towards the Hufflepuff lounge with the letters followed by everyone. Slytherins are like sharks that smell something fishy. Not only did Pansy get it, he was half a body behind Cedric. And they always only deliver it to the door. This time they even want to follow up with Hufflepuff's lounge. "You guys go first." Cedric had to speak to drive them away, "Only we can know Hufflepuff's entrance password," at his request. The Slytherins turned around and left. But after walking 2 corners, the Slytherins stopped and surrounded Pansy in the middle. Everyone comforted in a low voice, "Pansy, I didn't expect it to be you this time. You must work hard this time to bring the great Lord Cedric back to Slytherin." Facing the public attention, Pansy still looked cold and arrogant. She shook her attractive short hair. "Sure enough, Master Cedric's vision is still right. What he really likes in his heart is me, the pure blood, after all. Do not worry. I will definitely make Lord Cedric fall in love with me, return to Slytherin, and reach the top here." There was another sentence that Pansy said in her heart. "And I will be the Queen of Slytherin." All the Slytherins around him laughed happily. Since the plan to add robes has been stalled, they finally saw new hope. This time, even with all the power of Slytherin, it still has to be accomplished in one battle. "Lord Cedric, you are our recognized king. Thank you everyone, go to class quickly." The Hufflepuffs each went to class. Cedric, who enjoyed the privilege, occupied a 4-person square table in the lounge and began to take out the most important letters and reply to them one by one. The first is a letter from Fudge, the Minister for Magic. The man first congratulated him in the letter, and then said that the Ministry of Magic was intensifying discussions on whether to award him an additional Order of Merlin. If it were before, Cedric may not be able to see the reason yet. Because he didn't have much socializing in his previous life, but as his reputation here increased, there were various cocktail parties before the last Merlin medal. This letter now only has 2 words in his eyes: want money. Not to mention, Cedric can now view Fudge's character panel at any time. Of course, Slughorn has to handle this kind of social interaction. Cedric wrote a letter to Slughorn explaining. Then he wrote back to Fudge, and bluntly stated in the letter that he was still studying at Hogwarts. Will let Slughorn go to meet with the businessman on his behalf discuss. This matter has been revealed. Next, Cedric responded to some letters from family and friends. 0. Including Deoxys Slughorn, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, etc. Then he picked up Remus John Lupin's letter. In the letter, the kind-hearted werewolf recommended himself and wanted to join the werewolf potion garden organized by Cedric. Cedric has already obtained this character template. It was probably because he saw Cedric speaking this time, and because he was able to control the werewolf state well, that he wrote to him. Think about it for a while. Cedric quickly accepted his job offer. After all, as long as he completes the antidote to the Wolfsbane potion, he can complete his life wish list and get 10 points of magic power from him. It can be considered a lot of enhancements. After this, Cedric focused on the letter he deliberately left at the end. On this inconspicuous envelope of simplified music, what was written was a name that not many people could remember: Vital Rozier. After the name, there are also a few small words conveyed on behalf of others. Fortunately, Cedric has an excellent memory now. When I saw this name, I already remembered who she was. She is Grindelwald's #1 saint. In the movie, Grindelwald's most loyal and senior witch is a being with stunning beauty. And there is something special about her. She has a one-sided love for Grindelwald, calling him master and being obsessed with him. Veda Rozier once said when facing Queenie, who can detect other people's thoughts, the master is everything to her. This is the saint who is most likely to stay with Grindelwald for decades after he imprisoned himself in Nurmengard. Letters passed down from her? Could it be the one who wrote it to him? Cedric's breathing couldn't help but become a little quick. Although he had already thought about going to meet the previous generation of Demon King after he solved the remnant soul of Voldemort this year. Or we can discuss the issue of dissemination of ideas. When the other party is locked up in prison, he can also shake the worldview of several guards, and even make the entire prison become his followers. This kind of personality charm is too powerful, maybe something we can learn from. Of course, he also has fatal problems. That is, he only cares about the strong and talented. At first, Dumbledore's younger brother and younger sister couldn't even catch his eye. Out of touch with the masses. In fact, this was also an important reason for his failure. Because the wizards who called him the Dark Lord were just the masses in the wizarding world. If only he could charm ordinary wizards. With everyone's support, will he still exist like the Dark Lord? He should be called a great leader. Even Dumbledore can naturally continue to fight with him. But no matter. He is one of the legendary wizards in this world. Even if he is imprisoned in his own castle now, he is still a well-known figure. Could it be you? Cedric gently brushed the cover of the envelope, and then slowly opened it. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.